Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Prep Phase, your weekly show every Tuesday. And we are also live, which means I'm checking what you guys are saying in the chat.
It's already starting.
We have our eyes on you. Well, my eyes are on these three. Yet again, joining us on the show, Leo, Blacksing, and Fresh. Gents, how are we doing today?
I missed the memo. I missed the black t-shirt, nice pants memo. I went black pants.
You know what I just realized with that is that you don't look as good as you think in the mirror when you sit next to Laxing with the black t-shirt.
Like, to be completely honest, I've always loved this button-up shirt.
Thank you.
Every time, whether you wear it LAN, whether you're wearing it now.
Would you like to wear it?
Kinda. That's kind of what I was getting.
Okay,
That's be the next follow-up. I was saying, can I have it after today's show?
I'll give it to you for the NAL.
Okay. All right.
When can you take it
I
off
actually miss you being on the NAL.
I know, it was great.
It was
we
fun.
had a great time.
I actually had
a great time.
In general, I have a better time with you than I do with.
I had a good time with you too.
Yeah.
I had a really good time with you. It was
Oh,
fun.
I've been cheated on. We're in a second.
Everybody wants a bite of Laxing. Honestly, very relatable. My friends, we're here to play a game, and actually two games for today. I'm going to use those to talk about what happened esports-wise in Siege. And our first one is a spin on a game that I can't really mention fully in name. It's about if you can guess who this player is. And I don't think I can use the official naming for it, but I have up to 5 players. We'll see if you can guess it. It's going to be an outline of a player. And I got some hints in case you can't guess it. So let's not delete that. I'll bring up the first one. Let's see if they can guess this one. Our first one, and Leo
I was
first.
second.
Leo tapped it first. What do you got?
Doki? With
That's
those,
true.
with those thin arms like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poor man.
I know. No, but I know he's like me. Like we just don't have the build, you know? Like we have really thin arms. You can
I think the dead giveaway is he's underneath the frame, the little square that.
all right. Now we're just taking bullets.
All right.
I think the fact
I love Jack.
he takes half of the sleeve. That was my objective.
Oh, yeah. No, you've noticed. No,
You know what was bad? He was saying the player, and I was looking over here to see if I was
I was just looking at the logo.
Well, you guessed it. It's Doki. Very good. Full 5
So we need
points
to
for you.
smash our thighs every time?
Yes.
All right.
As hard as you can.
All right. Can I
All right.
smash his thighs? Oh, no, I'm not getting that sentence out of my head now.
We got the gym tomorrow.
Well,
We smashed thighs.
some people would pay money for it. Anyways, here's what Doki was up to last week. He actually aged substantially in one specific game, the opener against GK. I'm sure you all three remember this. And look at this man. This is like Hercules jumping into the stakes. 50 years of aging in one go. On top of it, pixel count.
Yeah.
Can you get a pixel count check for Doki on the interview? Because my God, that internet really needed a check.
Yeah, that internet was bad last week on the interview. I will say that was when he played pretty well and they won.
Yeah.
He played pretty badly yesterday, even though they won.
And he had the
He
same
ate
reaction.
even more yesterday.
I mean, it definitely, you know, when you go from a really good game to maybe a not so great game, it definitely ages you a little bit for sure. I mean, I probably have like 10 gray hairs that I'm pretty sure you can even see.
Yeah. And he's almost the same age as you as well, so, you know.
How old is he?
Now he's 27.
Yeah, I mean.
Nah, he's 65.
Yeah,
Back
close
in the day,
enough. It's close enough.
Skies threw
Close
so
enough.
many rounds. He was baiting to get kills on IQ. I still remember it to this day on Oregon. That Oregon, good days back in then.
Should have
Anyways.
said border.
The border, yeah.
Border's
second player.
Border's the iconic one.
Yeah.
Our second player, let's bring him up on the screen for everybody to see. Can you guess? Back at home, who is this?
Ooh.
Why does that look like Doki 2, just taller?
No.
That's what everybody would look like.
Ooh.
Oh, Leo.
Bride?
No.
Oh.
I know. I see what you mean.
You see, because his back is like this,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
really very often stands like this.
Because he's carrying everybody.
Yeah. His shoulders are feeling the weight of 10 years of
Do we get
carrying.
any hints?
Well, that's the point. Yes?
Oh.
Hasham?
No.
Ah.
All right, I'll give you a hint. Plays in EML.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Gabe?
Pasha.
No, but I see you're thinking broccoli hair.
I'm honestly,
I get it.
honestly
Let's put up the hit.
hair.
Played on a lot of French teams.
Shaiko.
No.
No,
I could see it though, kinda.
played on. Is he French?
Close.
He played on a lot of French teams.
Oh,
Oh,
Deadshot.
Yes.
Yes.
Deadshot.
I had it way too late.
If I
No.
said Swiss, it would have been immediate.
Yeah. I
But
the,
yes,
the
it is
hair
Deadshot.
the hair was really triggering me. Like I was
Yeah.
like, it was weird. It felt like another hairstyle.
I thought it was Hasham. I thought it was Pasha. I thought I was going in the right
You
direction.
were thinking curly broccoli hair.
You
but
really
that's
know
not the
your
case.
EML.
Well, you should have him on EML at some point. I'm just going to throw it out
should.
there. But he should just be in there. Why not? Why not? I think it'll be fun. So here's what happened with Deadshot, specifically this ace. That was beautiful to see for Deadshot, really taking down GK. It was great. Their day one versus Virtus Pro did not go well, so at least day two felt better.
Do you know what else happened with Deadshot last play day?
What?
He had another ace.
Well, it's crazy.
He dropped
to back.
20. He dropped 20 kills.
My God. But he wasn't doing this back in the day on Shifter's BDS. What happened?
Well, maybe if you give a player enough space to perform, he will eventually perform. And I think also being put on a roster where you have to perform to win is very often a good motivator.
Very good. Could not have
And what do you
put
have
it
to
any
say?
better.
I just nod along.
That's what
I've
he
made
does
my whole career
all
just
the
nodding
time.
along next to this guy.
All the time.
Can confirm that's what the email show often
I
looks
do
like.
agree with what you just said.
Yeah. Thank
See,
you
you're
guys.
getting the hang of it. He's
You're-
ready for EML. I think we're ready.
I just wonder what happened during NAL. They just like you stared at each other and said, "Yeah, I agree with you."
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, and the other
pretty
said, "I
much.
agree with you."
Yeah, I made a
too."
point. Lax said I agree. Lax made a point. I said I agree. It was great. It's confirmation.
Solid desk.
Can't wait for the next one. Then
agree.
our third player. Let's bring it on for everybody to see. Can you guess this one, those at home? Yes.
Diffuser.
Diffuser. Oh,
What?
No?
What?
I was instant.
That's
Yeah.
what I was
I
gonna
thought
do.
I was right.
He looks like Diffuser.
That looks like Diffuser.
Gunner.
No. I'm going to tell you, this is an EML player.
What?
Stomping.
No.
No.
No?
No,
The
he's
split-
slinkier.
The splint of the
I'm
The
still
hair
looking at the neck.
cut in half.
split of the hair.
I'll give you a hint. Let's pull up the hint. Italy.
Dora.
Dora.
Very good.
Yes.
He said it before. You
Yeah,
have to
I
tap.
know. I was ready to tap,
You
and I was
have
a
to
second
tap.
late. But as soon as I saw it,
For Dora, we got two big things. First of all, cat. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Let's play the clip because there's a cat on it. This is after the celebration against Team Secret. It was a huge win on day number one. Of course, they lost to G2 on day two.
Oh.
Come on. We should do a show that's just pets of EML. We're gonna have to do that one day.
did you see Doki's got a cat as well?
You know,
Yeah, it's got this small.
We talked. It was like a year ago.
Oh, okay. I saw it.
Why do you
yesterday.
keep looking
I'm
at that?
seeing five different regions,
I
but so
saw
far it's
yesterday
been
on
3
Instagram.
EML players.
We're getting there.
Are we?
Well, I can't give away too
Well,
much.
There are 5 regions, Miloš, and we've went through 3 from the same regions. So mathematically, I'm not a big mathematical guy,
Uh-huh.
or what, but
Math.
math guy. Yeah.
Or
yeah.
among
Not
others.
not English guy either.
Not big
either.
English guy.
Yeah, not big
Say
English
say
guy.
it in
either.
French.
Les mathématiques. Je
Ah,
suis
oui.
pas un gars de mathématiques. I'm not a guy from math. Oh, it doesn't work.
I'm not a
either.
math
Yeah,
guy.
No, I'm not a math guy.
Keep point, bro.
Methodology, as
come
Parker
on.
would say.
Anyway,
Yeah, I'm walking in.
3 players, same region, and we have only 2 players left, and we
Yeah.
have 4 regions that we haven't covered.
Well, don't worry. We can't do all of them at the same time. So
Apparently.
we're gonna.
Or
mess around.
you could have done players that have had 3 regions.
We're not doing retirees.
Okay.
That's what EML is for. Anyways, player 4. Let's bring him up on the screen. Can you guess this one?
Wow, that is a hard one.
I can tell you, it's not EML.
Thanks.
It's a weird hair shape. Not gonna lie.
We gotta talk to your barber.
Yeah, what's
Not
going
making
on
your
there?
silhouette
Aiden.
look very good.
Aiden.
No, but I can see where you're going with
Is
the
it
hair.
an
that
NA?
was a
Yes,
good
it's
guess.
an NAL player.
That was a good guess. Finally, use chance to score a point, Lax. Come on.
No.
No.
Okay.
Give us our hint. Well,
Wow,
Okay.
thank you, production.
Thank you,
for that.
production, for that.
Ah, yeah, thank you. That's better. Okay. So what? We're thinking what? Dizzy?
Amber.
no. Finalist at Charlotte Major, I will add.
Oh, so he didn't win.
Hyper.
No. Week 1
Oh, I
went
guess they're fine.
14-9 in NAL last week.
J90.
No.
MB? No.
No.
No, he
Charlotte
didn't play. He
Major?
didn't play. He
Hello?
didn't play at Charlotte Major.
So, last week he went 14-9 in 2 play days. His first play day was way better
In
than
2
this.
play days.
His first play day was way better.
We watch NAL.
Who was on?
First play day.
Yeah,
we were.
you were
I was there.
You were the constant. Come on, you're the
we were
American
all
expert of the NAL.
Stumped on siege is what Intero would say. I'm just gonna say it. It's Forest.
Oh, he was
Yeah.
my teammate.
He did have the
I'm
pop-off
sorry.
game.
Did you
And-
team with him?
He said.
Yes.
He said
I didn't
next
team with
day.
Team with Forest?
He said day 2, I'm gonna suck, and that's exactly what happened. His
Yeah,
first day
that
was
is
incredible.
true.
I'm sorry about the hair comments, man. It's just that the outline was not helping. You know what I'm gonna say?
Dude, we all worked the NAL.
Yeah, I know.
We did.
That is a testament to
Got to throw another
nothing.
EML
Is it
player out
harder
there.
and harder?
Honestly, if you can guess the last one,
All right.
I can't.
All
I
right,
can't promise.
We
I'm
like a
all in
challenge.
on this last.
We like a challenge.
Let's go to number
Come
5.
on. Come on, chat. Help us. Okay. So it's
Fabian.
No,
It kind of looks like Fabian, to be fair.
What's
no,
that?
I see what you mean.
It's a coach, right?
Yeah, but it's an.
I'm not
active-
saying. It's someone
It has to be
involved.
an active one, right?
Call out.
It's someone involved in regions. That's all I'm saying.
Or is that a referee?
Yeah, imagine it's Rob.
There's no, no.
No. Okay.
No.
Okay. So it's.
Clearly, there's hair.
But
Sorry,
you're saying he's involved.
Yeah, so it's
Is
not
he
like
part of a
Charles.
team?
part of a team. Yes,
Okay, so it's a staff.
a team.
Oh, okay, all right.
Super.
No,
No, I don't think it's part of a team as we know it. Like not a pro team,
Talent team.
a talent team maybe, or like.
Ah, okay.
I think there is something
Is it a
there.
Talent member.
Ooh, wearing a jacket like this.
Oh, actually, maybe not.
that could
No.
be anybody.
That could be anyone.
Everybody
You
works
need
there.
to give us hints.
All right, play the hint.
Jake.
No,
Rob.
no. You just
I
going
don't know.
to
I'm
the
just gonna
ball.
name all the time.
Guz.
No.
James.
Thank God it's Steph Marta. Yes.
Oh, the
Finally.
like this.
Sorry. Actually, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's Pengu's co-caster.
Pengu's co-caster.
Yeah.
Do you know
Pengu's
why? It's because he was
co-caster.
wearing like 2 layers. He was
Also-
seeming a little bit
That's-
wider than,
yeah.
than he is. He's
And
very slim.
he's also
Yeah.
so much involved.
I mean,
in the
I
NL now.
totally agree. I
He's
think
involved in
Rob,
every-
Jake were
Yeah.
solid choices.
I will say, let's play the clip because something was revealed over the weekend. Look at this.
Oh, he's a reptilian.
Look at this. Look at this.
Wow.
You might think he's checking Discord. He's not. Pengu clocked him.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, you see?
What's going on here?
Yeah. APL clocked him.
Or he's just a robot. He got tired of waking up at 6 a.m. every
That was
Australian day.
APL?
Could be.
Do you know what one of my hints was? And I think all of you would have guessed it. Sorry, sorry, James. I'm gonna have to. I don't know if he's casting today or not.
I honestly thought it was Jake.
Has one more question at the end of this already late meeting.
I would have got it from that one.
True.
I would have got it. So,
True.
for the context, for the viewers who aren't in on this inside joke, whenever we have talent meetings, we get to the end of it.
Well,
and
we
then
aren't
Dev-
talent.
Sorry, on our crew meetings.
our crew.
And
Thank
then
you.
Dev raises his hand and has about 10 more questions, and we're all just like,
Yeah.
yep.
I
Definitely a
think-
straight A student for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Extra
Has to.
points.
Because on the other side, you now have bearded Pengu. So there's a lot to kind of make
So
up
who
for
won?
To get
Because
that
I didn't get
Uh,
any.
He gets
drew, no?
Doki, so he gets a lot of points. You know what?
I thought it was 5
Yes,
each, so me and Leo
I
drew.
think
no?
we're Drew, yeah.
If you get it
Uh,
without any hints, you take it. You lose. That's all we need to know.
That's fine.
Cool. Thank you
I
very
had
much.
accepted it once we were already 4 down. I was coming back.
I'd say very good, but also not great because none of you could guess Dev until the. You literally
To
left
be
it to the-
fair, he was like this.
I was
Yeah, it was a
thinking
weird
they're going to
pose.
say, at some point, I'm thinking they're going to say Mandy before they say.
Can we bring that picture of him back
Yeah,
up? Because
I mean,
we just need to.
I wanna see Twitch
This is
chat.
a
I wanna see
silhouette-based game,
Twitch chat.
and he has like a jacket on that makes him look a lot wider than he was.
Put up picture 5 again. Let's just be clear. Before we move on to the next game, there you go.
Get a
It's
You
so
can't see-
big, that's why we
Yeah,
can't
look,
see him.
get a silhouette of Jake and Rob, guaranteed. You wouldn't be able to tell which.
There's
That's
a
what
serious
you're
amount
doing
of
after
air
today.
that's showing in that silhouette for Dev, though.
Well, gentlemen, that was game number 1. Hope you have fun. We still
That
have.
was a sly picture, Milosh.
What?
That was a sly picture from you.
New word.
Don't you worry.
A sly picture. Sly
If
picture.
don't
you
know
want to
Sly?
gain,
No.
if you want to gain, quick tip, if you want to gain easy points with Pengu, just say Sly Cooper to him with a
Sly
thumbs
Cooper?
up. He will love you
Alright,
forever.
cool. Fans, you know what to do next time you ask for a picture.
Yeah.
Pengu.
He was wearing the T-shirt, real OG. Anyways, our second game for today, and it's Calypso Casino. So we're gonna call it Calypso Guesser
I'm
because
sure.
we're gonna see if you guys can guess where these rooms and what they're called in-game. Of course, Calypso Casino, our brand new map in our latest operation, it is not in professional play, right? One of us here, yet, one of us here has had multiple pieces of content, videos and everything prepared around it, and how to plant, how
Leo's
to
gonna win it.
set up for
He literally
defense and
built
all.
an entire rundown
Well,
of this.
that's where it gets complicated, because today, not only are we going to go this and be 3 steps ahead of the professional players and teams out there in guessing the rooms,
I've never been that far ahead.
but we are going to also give the specific callouts. We're going to make up the callouts together after you see if we can
Server.
guess.
Hold on.
You're gonna have to be a bit clearer than
Like
that.
Volt, look like a
Did
server.
Vault
So-
checkpoint not make
Green.
sense to you?
One, can you
Lockers.
guess the in-game
What is it actually
callout?
called?
Wow, what a
Really?
cool
It's not
ending, by
called
the way. to that
server?
video.
The first bit
I'd call the
is
server. I'm
Stay
going.
focused, boys.
first bit is can you guess the in-game callout?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And if you do or don't, regardless, we're going to show where the position is.
Yeah.
And then we're going to see if we can make a call out on our own. Because pros and pro teams specifically each have their own call out
Okay.
for specific moments.
I'm gonna
Okay,
make my
that
own
makes
call
sense.
out
We're
for
going to
sure.
be
Oh, for sure.
We're going to be ahead of the curve.
All right.
That's what we love to
I
do.
like that. I like
Let's
that.
Let's roll it. Let's go.
No, you can work together on
right.
this. It's okay. It's
All
a
right.
team effort.
Evan on the first guess.
If you can tap for it, sure.
Leo
I know
just
you get a
wants
bit
to win.
competitive.
I just want to win.
He's already won one.
Well, 2 of us were competitors. It's just not our fault if you weren't.
That is fair. Let's put
Hey, I never
on.
lost to him.
Let's put on our first position. Here we go. Can you guess?
Blackjack.
That
The
is
room.
blackjack. I mean, I know the game.
I think it's pretty straightforward. That's blackjack.
It's gotta be.
Okay, that's the name of the room. Very
Yeah.
good.
But I'm gonna call it 21.
Okay, cool.
Plain and simple.
You could
Regional.
call it green
short
as well.
short call out for a pro call out. 21.
Let's
can
give
go-
the zoom out. Yeah.
You can call it green.
So this entire room actually
Oh, okay.
in game is called blackjack.
Yeah.
But what would you call specifically if there's somebody sitting on or around the table itself?
So I think you have like a DJ booth on the right side.
Correct.
And then there's an exterior world to the left.
I think this is the bar. There's a DJ booth, another set. I can't see
Yeah.
it from this distance, but
It's 2 DJ booths, that's the problem. So if you call one the other, it's
Yeah.
confusing actually. And then you have the balloons. So you have balloons and DJ booth.
Mm-hmm.
And then you could say stage for the left side because there's this like lights thing on the
But
side.
the table
Pretty much well
itself,
set up, though.
Yeah.
in
You
around
could
the
do
table.
stage. You could do table.
I mean, table. would be
balloons.
table.
Table.
That works. Yeah.
That's
Fair
easy.
enough.
Nice and easy.
We start off easy.
Pro callouts, you want them to be nice and easy. Easy to say, easy to remember.
Although there are some callouts that I would consider very suspect, but that is a question and a show for another day. Our second one, let's put up on the screen. I actually have 8 prepared for you today. This one is a classic.
That's the
Secret.
secret room, no?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tap next time.
You could-
So, yeah,
Secret room.
very good. It is secret. That is our
That's
second
crazy.
location.
I made a rotate into that room. I was like, wow, there's just
It's
a
a
window.
secret.
Yeah. There is only a window leading in, and that's about it because the rest, well, you're
The
going to have to
stuff's cool.
breach through the wall to get
Yeah.
into blackjack.
So I think we're all agreeing though that we'd call it secret.
You
Secret
could call
also
it,
makes
you
sense.
could call it
But
chess.
specifically
Checkers.
where I showed, can we show
What about chess?
picture 2?
Yeah, I mean I see what you're saying.
Just
Or
the
checkers.
base one.
What does checkers mean?
What would you call
Game
specifically?
checkers.
Is that chess?
This is no. Chess
different.
and checkers are 2 different things.
Ah, c'est les dames, no?
Exactly.
Exactly. Okay, I had the French version of that.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
we agreed
What-
no French.
What would you call specifically this location then? Within secret. That's
Well,
the,
yeah,
that's the call out.
That's the window jump in, no?
No, that's on the other side.
Can we see the top-down version of it again?
Pull up the top down.
Is it on that
Thank
right
you.
side?
So it's like where
Yes,
the-
where you are.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Ah, okay. Well, that corner makes no sense. Like that's a white
Yeah, I
swing.
mean,
like no one is gonna be there.
So with
Somebody's checking
I mean,
windows?
I think it's worth saying. Like you guys are in teams. When it's pro callouts, you would do areas that are like.
you have to consolidate it.
you don't need to consolidate a full room. You'd probably just have window and secret,
Yeah.
right?
yeah, exactly.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense?
Yeah.
And
Maybe
worst case-
somebody's peeking you from there. if you're on the list.
secret pipe, worst case scenario.
Very good. All right, we're in agreement. See, we're ahead of the curve. Number 3, let's put it up. This one.
Oh, betting. That's betting, no?
Very good.
Yeah.
Which
Why didn't
I just because Jack has to say it. He was nice.
I'm phenomenal. What?
So here's the room.
just ruined my 5 on nothing? I was buzzing.
Oh, I
waiting.
forgot we meant to.
And I was just like, and he just said betting, and I was like, fuck.
Leo, I'm sorry to tell you, you're not in charge.
I'm not
of the
allowed
show.
to play. I'm not allowed to play. I see.
I thought it was a collaborative
No, but
thing.
yeah,
Why
you're
are we
right.
smashing-
I don't know. I thought we were.
I think in the beginning it's not collaborative, but once we go over the pro call out, it's
exactly.
collaborative.
Exactly. That was
Yeah,
my
very good.
understanding.
Your legs gotta be red.
So let's go to the location again, fully on the zoom out. No. We'll go
Oh, I
we'll go
remember
back.
what that is.
There you
That.
go. So specifically around where you have that little, I guess, showing of the hippodrome.
Yeah.
What would you call that? because it is on a site.
Race.
Race?
Yeah.
That's good.
Or horse. Horse is already a call out on other maps. Usually what we try to
Like
do.
talking like horseshoe.
Yeah, when usually we build maps, well, like map callouts as pro players, we try to reuse existing callouts from other maps, just because.
90 is the most common one.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
Sure.
90 or like sometimes we have like
Zulu.
Zulu for any corridors that's Z-shaped.
Yeah.
It's just easier because you already know those callouts.
What's the
and you can
most
apply it.
Zulu one that comes to mind? Because mine's Oregon.
Oregon, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I had the same one. Yeah.
You
right
have
outside
like
a classroom.
top floor layer.
There was
outside
also
of
one
site.
on Villa as well.
Yeah.
The like bottom red to main door.
I never understood that one.
Oh, well, it's
Yes, no, I get it. I get it.
So that was location 3. Let's go to 4 after this, which you just saw. This should be easy to guess.
Looks like roulette.
go on,
You know
Leo.
what?
Oh, yeah.
No, Gabe. Gabe.
Go ahead.
Gabe.
Roulette.
No, it's not.
No.
Looks like it.
No, it's. Do you know where it is?
No, I actually don't. I was
I
confused.
have
It is
no
the main
idea.
lobby.
Very good. It is
Yeah.
open lobby. Let's zoom out.
Look at the ceiling.
I even have a
Oh,
POV.
that's such a cool detail.
Yeah.
Let's
it
go
is a beautiful
POV
one.
shot. Of course.
That's such a cool detail. I'd never noticed
It's
that.
super
This-
cool. You know how I got it? Because I spent so much time for the content trying to shoot like a cinematic of going to the ceiling, and I was failing it every single time. And I spent like 1 hour trying to get this shot. I ended up cutting it because it was ugly because I was shooting it. But I love the ceiling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool.
It is beautiful. Harken back, and I even put in the POV there just to be clear. What would you call the specific bottom of those middle stairs if somebody's in there?
I mean, you have to call it main.
Did you
Bottom
usually
main. Call it bottom main.
Bottom
not
main.
did you
Yeah.
call it? Did you have like a 0.5 when we had that? Like I think I remember with Fnatic we had that on staircases.
Yeah.
If you're at the bottom of the staircase, you just say
Yeah.
0. Then 0.5 is halfway through, or like we stop top of the
So then
stairs.
what'd you-
We had that on G2. I can't remember what the
What did you
the
call
way of
Oregon?
it was.
No, but like the staircase were like red stairs, main stairs, or something
No,
like
no,
that.
but like I'm saying, like even like on Oregon,
Yeah,
on
so
the
like-
back stairs, like did you call like what did you call that like?
T1, T2, T3.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but so like Villa, right? So you'd say like red stairs.
Right.
You had red stairs upwards and red stairs downwards.
Yeah,
So
you
you
have the
need to
middle
differentiate those callouts.
We
'Cause
just
if you
say
said somebody
we just say like bottom red or mid.
bottom red or top red,
Mid-red,
and then
mid,
we'd say
I guess.
0.5 for like.
Yeah.
Mid is the
Top
halfway.
red, mid and red, bottom.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Location 5. Let's put it up on the screen.
It's always interesting to like see like how EU does call out.
Wow.
And
See, this is tough. We're getting tougher.
Ball.
Wow.
Actually,
Vault
what?
checkpoint?
Absolutely correct.
What? That is cool.
Yeah.
So this is the thing, why it's so difficult, because this is not actually an accessible location. It is right there below the painting. Let's go to POV. You'll see exactly what it is. Sorry,
Yeah.
it's my 4:3 aspect ratio. I'm old, but that's the only way. I
That's
can
the
put
one
it.
where there's the external wall right there.
Exactly, the
One breaches
external
in
wall
when
is
you
on the
defend
right
basement,
side.
Yeah.
All the
And
way
you can
here.
get on that stack on the right, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, you
and
can vault
one
on it.
cool thing, by the way, about this is, as you can see, so the metal door, you cannot actually go through that. It doesn't move.
Yep.
One thing you can do, though, with Denari is that you can send a trap in that like super
between the
small
gate.
in between the
Really?
gate, and you can hide it behind the pillar that you see inside the vault, and it's indestructible.
Does that mean you can put Valcams in there?
You can put
You
Valcans in
absolutely
there.
can.
You can throw gadgets in there.
It's part of the map.
could
Of
have
the
Valcam
interior,
there,
but
yeah,
still.
you can even hide an Ella mine if you want.
That's cool.
Huh.
There you go.
Because I like that on Oregon. You
Yeah.
know, on Oregon Basement, you can put the vault cam through the little bit. Wait, is it Oregon Basement? I'm thinking of. Yeah.
yeah, you're thinking of Oregon.
Yeah.
Through what,
Yeah.
freezer?
You're talking at the bottom.
Or-
Where the bottom of tier 1 stairs.
like-
If it's going down on the right.
Like
Yeah,
yeah.
border, you put the Valcam inside the CCTV room but
Yeah.
from downstairs
That's cool.
through the floor.
I've never even vaulted.
You can do that on Tequila.
You've never done that?
No.
Oh,
I do that.
okay.
But I don't thought to do that on
I see.
Casino.
Yeah.
Gentlemen,
And
I
especially with
have
Denari.
I have 3 more left, 6, 7, and 8. Let's go quickly through
Okay.
them
Okay.
to see. Number 6, pull it up. Here's what we have. This is a shout out for all our technicians
Server.
that work on all of events.
Could it be
No.
near like one of the DJ booths? So like a poker or a
Because it kind of
roulette?
looks like
No.
like an XLR.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm out myself here. I haven't even played Calypso Casino yet.
Whoa.
I haven't.
I spent a few hours.
Honestly, I wait for the season to settle so everyone gets their rank, so I avoid all of the tryhards, and then I
Okay.
can slowly ease
You're a
into
fake
it.
champ.
Smart.
So
Smart.
give myself a little bit of time, but you guys
So-
are obviously a little bit ahead
So
of the
what
curve
is
on
that?
You got aux cables. We have a lot of them here. Obviously, they're stacked
Yeah.
properly in the Blast Studio. This is actually CCTV. Let's jump
Oh,
to
you said servers.
location.
It's this.
I mean, it's the same
No,
thing.
it's-
Server,
no,
CCTV.
It is not.
No, but yeah, it's supposed to
CCTV
be
is not server.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the
All right.
actual call out. What would you call somebody? Let's go to POV, specifically around this area between the 2 doors if they're trying to
We
play
stay top
around
down.
them.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
Yeah, let's
situate.
do top
If we
down.
can go back,
We can go top.
He's in front of the
Top down?
weapons door.
There you
okay.
go.
He's at the L shape. I would call it L.
On the left,
yeah.
on the left side right there.
No, he's just behind the
In
desk
the
in the
middle.
middle.
Yeah, you see where the
yeah,
aux
so that's
cables
L.
are?
You can call it Tetris.
Yeah,
L.
or Tetris.
Yeah, Tetris is
Tetris.
And then
That's a common
on the left
for that
side,
type
in that corner,
Mm-hmm.
you usually have a rotate to the bomb side. You call it screens.
Very good.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Monitors.
That's our ideas. Number 7 then, our next location, second to last. Can you guess this?
Oh, I know where it is. It's the entrance on the ground floor. How did I call
That
it?
post is crazy.
It is.
It's a double door entrance. How do you call it? Reception?
Close.
It's but it's another name. But
Close, yes.
Yeah.
Registration.
Registration. Exactly.
Let's go top down. There it is.
Exactly,
That's
yeah.
the entryway. So where you go in, code check and everything, make sure you're registered, and then you can actually move on to the casino itself. What would you call, because it is the part right there on the desk, behind the desk, what would you call it? Just desk?
Yeah, I think desk.
Probably. No
Yeah.
need to overcomplicate
Yeah.
that one.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Desk is simple, easy, and flyers for the first one on the right.
I mean, you probably just say he's in registration, then say if you need a like specific location, you just say desk.
Very good.
Don't
Very good.
complicate it.
No need to overthink it, right?
No.
And now we go, this is POV again, just to make it clear for everybody where it is. Again, sorry for the 4-3, I'm old. Let's go to our last one, that is number 8. Good luck.
It's the entrance of the.
You're disqualified. Where is this?
I think it's the entrance of the drone hall at main lobby.
No.
It's another one.
The drone holes on Calypso Casino are really unique.
Insane.
I
There are
some
really like
freaky
them.
ones.
I
It's
really
insane.
Like them.
You go basically through the vents, so it's
Yeah.
like super cheeky. You have like a lot of them at random spots.
It's got the kind of vibe that Tower has on.
I was
you know,
just
with
about to say, are they
different
connected
unique
into
drone
in the
holes,
ways
yeah.
of how
Is
Tower
that-
was?
By the verticality on them.
Is
and
that on
stuff
the top
really
floor?
cool.
I think it's middle.
Okay. I have no idea.
No.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to POV.
Oh.
I go.
Oh, it's the one that falls. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Just
Yeah.
behind the DJ booth. So is that in roulette or?
Very good.
Yeah.
That's in poker. So
Poker,
there's
okay.
blackjack and poker, both rooms next to one another. This is a hell of a sneaky hole. No two ways around it. Let's take the second POV just to show everybody. It was actually shown in the trailer.
In the shaft.
just to show you where the
Yeah.
drone
And it
actually
comes out
goes
of
down.
bottom yellow though.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you're playing vertical, you can use your drone to shuffle it down and see if there's anybody actually holding the bottom of the stairs so you can clear for your teammate. What would you call that specific spot behind the DJ if there's somebody hiding in there? What do you think?
DJ. Broom.
Is that the only drone hole in the room?
Hole.
In the
Because
top?
then I would just say he's on the drone hole
Yeah.
behind that desk.
Behind
Yeah.
the desk, yeah.
Yeah.
It feels
Drone
like
Drone
some kind of like hole
It is-
you'd fall into.
It is unique.
I mean, because that would be the only. There would be no other location anyone would think of if there's if that's the only drone hole there. Then you're just gonna say drone hole.
It's
plain
the
and simple.
messed up drone hole. That's the 300 IQ drone hole. Though, gentlemen, game 1, I think we have to keep guessing. Maybe I'll come up with something else at some point, but we're going to play it around. Game 2, what do you think about Calypso Casino? Kind of thinking, because you're saying, oh, maybe in the future it'll be in Pro Pool. Do you think it's ready or does it need some more?
No, I think it's viable competitively. The main thing is like the middle floor is huge, and so a lot of like people have complained about the size of the map. If you just took the top floor and the basement, they're actually very similar to some of their merger of some of the existing maps. I feel like in terms of design, and yeah, I think it's viable.
I say it quite often, is that I think once maps have gone through a pro rotation, a pro...
A ranked rotation as well.
Yeah, but once the pros have figured it out and you've seen an established
That's the biggest
meta on the map, you know, think about your Night Havens, your Lurs. They are adopted because the pros have started and set what the meta looks like, showed that the offsites can be viable. Currently on Calypso Casino, people are playing the top floor all the time as the first site. I don't actually think it's the strongest site, for example. So I think even when it comes into pro play, that will prove it out.
Gabe, I'll take you back to Favela when it was just added. King George said that it would be a great pro map. Can't wait to see it. Are we saying the same here, or it's going to get better?
I mean, obviously, Villa got a lot of changes to it compared to what it was when it first came out. But I mean, I think the map as a whole, the layout of it, it does work. But I mean, as you were talking about, there is a lot of open space in the middle floor area. So it's really about just finding an equilibrium between it. But I think if we just tweak some changes to it, I think it easily could be in the map pool for sure. But I mean, similar to what he said, pro players have to figure it out first.
I love the unique features.
And then that
of it.
sets
I
the
hope
map.
we had more unique features.
Yeah,
The vertical
absolutely.
drone holes, the
It's
lobby
full
with a
of
double staircase. So
We had that with Stadium with the
Yeah.
translucid walls and
keep
everything.
the unique features coming.
Anyways, gentlemen, thank you
Bring back
very
theme park.
much. That was our second episode of Prep Phase. We'll be back next Tuesday and the one after that also, and the one after that, because we have a lot to cover. Next week, I'm torturing all three of you. Mark my words.
I just got tortured. I had to guess all EML players.
Until then, in 15 minutes, that'll be the start of EML. We'll see you with Ann in here in just a bit.
And see you on Tuesday, innit?
Welcome to the fourth day of the EML group stage, and you know it's going to be a great day because we have the top 4 teams playing against each other. My name is I'll be your host for today, and joining me in the studio, we have Fresh and Alfama. And Fresh, you said it yesterday, we really have been blessed by these fixtures.
We have been blessed by the fixture gods today. We are blessed to be here. Watch EML, watch the top teams play. Teams that are so close to each other in the standings, they've got it all to play for. Cannot wait to get today going.
I think you had the best expression yesterday. You said you called it a 6-pointer day, and
Yeah.
I think it's really what it means, because not only are you taking 3 points, you're taking 3 points away from your direct rival, and that makes every single game interesting for different reasons. But I guess we'll jump into that a bit later.
Yeah, of course, we'll have to review our day from yesterday first by jumping into the panorama as we always do with our 3 categories. Starting off with the Monster, player that snuck their way into our previous panorama as the Moment, and now once again as the Monster, Deadshot.
He snuck his way.
Oh.
That was a snake.
Oh,
Look
I
at that.
see, I
Deadshot.
Just like this.
Look, boom, 1 tap, SMG11. Oh, I see someone. Oh, 1 tap, SMG11. Shh, shh, shh. Ooh, I see someone else. Boom, same shot, by the way. Still kitchen hatch, and then another one, and then to finish it, another one. It feels like a frag movie. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's beautiful to see. And honestly, yes, I was saying that it was because of the DMR on his first ace, but at this point, no, he's just got incredible aim, and he's playing against a team that is super disjointed.
I was about to say.
But still, you've got to hit those shots, and he did it perfectly.
I was about to say, can you not mention the fact that the team are giving him absolute freebies and he's
shot
getting away with it? But what I will say is Deadshot exploded onto our scene. He when he joined the Wolves roster, and he really did so well, and he was looking like a big promising player, and it maybe tailed off over the last kind of 12-ish months. I think that would be fair to say.
He turned alive, that shot did.
Yeah, and I think it would be fair to say, gets himself on Fnatic, and he's really coming alive. He was really, really good in their first victory when they played on Bank against, was it GK? And then, was it GK? Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
When they played on Bank, he came alive in that game, and he came alive yesterday against Heretics. Fnatic now have 6 points, and it is massively, he is a huge part of that.
He is, and we'll have our moment as well from yesterday. A player that died to a frag grenade in the Big 26.
But what I want to focus on, Anne, is the beauty of that. Look at this. Striker sends a grenade on the left side, and then he aims to the Goyo and pops the Goyo at the same time. The poor guy is stuck between the fire and the grenade, and he makes the wrong choice. Had you walked through the fire, you would still be alive. But he went to the grenade too late. What a way to win a 1v1, by the way. It's beautiful, only in Siege.
Yeah, it's a great execution of a 1v1 clutch and a good round for Secret in what was a very difficult matchup for them in the situation yesterday. And then our must-see, the match that you need to keep your eyes peeled for today. And well,
It's all of them.
pick all of them.
We had to pick all of them, and here's the reason why. We said the fixture gods have really blessed us, and the fact of the matter is, the fixture gods have blessed us because every single fixture, these teams are so close to each other. Now, I've color coordinated it because, Leo, I know that you like different colors. The
Yes,
green,
because I'm too dumb to understand when
Exactly.
there's no green, orange,
Green
red.
the
good.
green fixtures
Green
are the
good.
teams that are doing well so
Good.
far, but look at the differential. We've got first play and fourth in VP against Twisted Minds. We've got third play and second in Falcons against G2. And these are the teams that are going to be fighting it out for ultimately the top four. The top four is important because of placements inside the playoffs.
Most importantly, exactly, the placement into the playoffs. So it's not only making the top four, it's
Yep.
maybe taking the first and second seeds, so you get an advanced bracket and you go straight to the upper bracket in playoffs.
Now, if we look at the team in orange, the 5th and 6th place game, this is the 5th, 6th place team, 1 place differential, Fnatic shifters who have aspirations and dreams of the top floor, but really just want to secure that playoffs place because they want to go to EWC come the end of the stage. And then you've got the 2 games in red. Now, these are the teams outside of the playoff places that still have dreams of making the playoffs, and this is why it's a 6-pointer, because not only can they win and get 3 points to advance their progression towards the playoffs, but they can also deny the other team 3 points for their progression towards it as well.
And if you looked at 3 of the 4 teams that were there, you had GK, you had Heretics, you had Rebels, you had teams that had either barely made just their debut in Tier 1 this season. And so it's not only about fighting for their first playoff spot. I know we're early in the season, but it's also the very important moment where you're taking points away from the direct rivals for relegations as well, as affiliate teams. And so it already has impact.
It took us 3 play days because I mentioned it yesterday when I now mentioned it today. Relegations is important, and these games right now carry just as much weight as the ones at the back end of Stage 2 as well.
Exactly.
Because later on you'll think like, oh, what if we won that game, like,
Yes,
back on
exactly.
Playday 3, Stage 1, right? But we can talk about the implications of these matchups for days, I'm pretty sure. But what better than to let them unfold right in front of our very eyes with the first match starting very soon. We have Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds. Now, both these teams have won their matchup yesterday. We got to speak to both of the coaches, and there's actually quite a lot of history between these coaches.
What I'm gonna play against Dark. He's my friend from Brazil. What I can say is you can expect a great game with fast plays and fast counter plays because it's more like our style.
Yeah, Lidl is a big friend. Many years ago, I was a player. Lidl was my coach when he started being coaching Siege. For sure, this is gonna be a good match. Finally, we play against. No trash talks at all. He's my friend. Just gonna be a big match. Let's show a good Siege tomorrow, right?
It's how the cookie crumbles. Sometimes you find yourself on the same page, and then all of a sudden in the EML against each other as the coaches of 2 current top 4 teams.
Yeah, the double coach interview was really nice to find out they were friends, they were on the same team, and they're both coaching phenomenal teams inside of this region that have aspirations and expectations of going to events. And I think the wave of Brazilian coaches generally that we've seen across Siege, they're absolutely everywhere. They're in North America, obviously they're in Brazil as well. They're in Europe, they're in South America. They're everywhere because the Brazilian brand of Siege, and they've just produced coaches that have such a mind for the game, and you can see the impacts that both Dark and Little have had on their respective teams.
Yeah, it's given more depth to both of them and elevated the overall playstyle of both teams. And if you just look at the top 4 teams in EML right now, G2, Primalio, Falcons, Julio, VP have Dark, and obviously Twisted Minds have Little. Now, the cool thing is the Brazilian coach derby between the two friends. They're friends in real life, but they can be enemies in the server. And I think it's an extra motivation for you to beat the opposing team.
Yeah, now there's one roster that we'll have to have an extra look into though, because Twisted Mind today are playing with a sub. We won't have Dove in today's matchup. We'll have Key. Surely that's going to impact things a little bit. We talked about this roster being like a 6-man roster in kickoff or whatever it was, but this is going to impact it for sure.
Yeah, I think so. I think especially adding in Key, you know, the one thing that I will say about this core and this roster is that actually they've got Key, they've got guards, they've got Dov. You know, there's lots of these players that have played together for the longest time with each other in terms of they know how the system operates and they play quite a fluid system to know that they can slot a piece in and out, I would say, at a lot more ease than a lot of other rosters can. With other rosters, you take a player out, a new player in, it's going to be a big weakness. Even though they've changed the player, I don't expect it to be too much of a nerf to Twisted Minds.
Although we tend to say that they've added a layer of fundamental, classic game and methodical game to their playstyle, I do think they're still one of the most free-flowing teams. And like you said, I think Dove also, you know, from my understanding, Dove was pursuing his studies at the same time that he was playing, and so he might still be in exams, and that might explain why he needed to miss Salt Lake City. So if that's the case, it's also a team that is used to screaming with their subs.
Yeah.
So, you know, if it's not guards replacing Dove, it won't be the other twin. This time it will be K. But I think overall, if there is one team that can, you know, get adapted to having a sub come in.
Yeah, they've chopped and changed. They've played with mad skills a lot, for example, as well. You know, it happens with.
And you know what?
And they're super good.
If they lose, they have an excuse. It wasn't the main 5 players.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, I want to have a look at the map feature too, because as Little saying as well, should be a very fast-paced game, lots of counter-stretting. How are we going to see that on Fortress, though?
And I'm not surprised to see that one, because if we look at VP, it's a team that was flawless on that map. They absolutely love it, one of the first early adopters. And if you look at Twisted Minds, it's also one of their favorite map. In fact, they only lost it to Shopify Rebellion. Except for this, I think they're on a 5-win streak, except for that one loss. So they're looking amazing on it. And just as a reminder, remember after we interviewed Lidl after the victory against Rebels yesterday, he said, I was disappointed that Rebels did not pick Fortress and we ended up going to the other map because he wanted to play the map. Well, he got his way here.
I think our European teams have really started taking to it. I would say we're slow adopters of Fortress. I think NA specifically right at the start were big adopters of Fortress. Now European teams are really getting into it. And actually one of the things that I wanted to approach with these two teams is their use of shields, because we see shields be a massive factor on the map of Fortress. And I'll go into that in just a second, but you can see on the left-hand side of your screen there, Virtus Pro. They have played shields in 100% of rounds that a shield has been available. That has been more often than not on Naqo, not always, but more often than not on Naqo. And they've got a phenomenal win rate, 62%, when shields are available, when they're playing the shields. Twisted Minds, though, and we spoke a little about it yesterday, they flicked between Dov and Trix on the shields, and they use them a lot as well, over 3/4 of the time. Why is this relevant? Because when they played Fortress, it was Dov that was playing the shields. So we actually don't know how well they will play the shields today, with Key coming in as a replacement. On Fortress specifically, the reason shields are important is because the middle of the map, the kind of horse area, the bathroom area, is so important to take. That is so much easier to do when you're an attacker, when you've got a shield on the board. So yes, Fortress is good for Twisted Minds, but how will they react to changing out that player and their main shield player on this map?
Yeah, looking at a statistic, Fortress was one of the maps that were the most defender-sided going into Salt Lake City, and it also explains why we have so many choke points. A bit similar to what Skyscraper used to be in the map pool, I think in a certain way, where you had a lot of natural choke points and crossfires, and that's why the shields are so important to break those choke points. Now, going back to that interview where Lidl said, what are we preparing for that game against Virtus Pro? He said a lot of aggressive, fast-paced plays, trying to surprise them. If you can do that with a blitz, then I'm going to have fun.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, somebody's going to have to, right? Virtus Pro being the only team that has gone flawless so far in points, collecting 9 points from all the 3 games. We talked about them solidifying themselves inside the top 2. You talked about how important the top 2 was as well. At some point, somebody's going to have to stop them, right?
Yeah, and this is the real first big test for these guys. And they said it also as well when we asked them the question. They said so far we've played teams that were maybe a little bit weaker than us and teams that were not playing for the same playoff spots as we are, at least not aiming for the top 4. This is the first real match where they're going to get tested by the top 4 teams. And realistically, get tested by the one EML team that went the furthest into the Salt Lake City Major.
Yeah.
So I think if there is a moment where they can prove to themselves that they're the best EML teams right now, it's against a top 4 team like Twisted Minds.
And I think they won't underestimate them. They will know the style of play that's coming into them. I say this very often. You know the style of play the Twisted Minds are going to hit you with. They're going to be aggressive. They're not going to let go of key power positions. They're going to be kind of lurky. Hashan, the guy on your screen there, is going to be in positions that you know that you should expect, but even in the moment, you don't expect it. And he's really going to test your limits and your patience. What that means is you kind of double drone everything. You've got to have a big sanity check when you play against them. So it does represent a tricky opposition for Virtus.pro. But with what we've seen from them at the Major, what we saw from them in kickoff, what we've seen from them specifically inside of Stage 1 so far as well, they look more than ready up to that test. They seem to have an answer for everything. They've got the firepower. They've got Skies on the kind of backline on that cut-off roll that's very, very confident in that. They've got Naquo on the Blackbeard. Everything seems to come on the Blackbeard, on any shield actually for that matter, not just the Blackbeard. Everything seems to come together nicely for them, but if they can overcome the Twisted Minds test, that will be huge for their mental as well.
Yeah, it's funny how I think we sometimes tend to forget that this team is still such a fresh and young team.
Yeah.
With them only really getting together just before kickoff and then already doing this, making it very far in Salt Lake City. If it wasn't for the fact they only played against EML teams as well.
I think so far it's stable steps, stable growth. I think there was the initial honeymoon of kickoff, and where a lot of teams usually have that moment where the honeymoon ends after 2 to 3 months, and then they start to stumble on the first obstacles. I'm still waiting to see that from Virtus.pro. I think we've seen somewhat a ceiling in the playoffs of kickoff, and then we saw that at Salt Lake City where they couldn't really get past and go to the main stage. And I think that there is that one ceiling that I'm waiting for them to shatter, and I think it needs to happen during the playoffs of EML on this stage by being convincing and by taking either the EML crown, which would be insane, or at least making a top 2. But then I think at EWC, I need to see this team compete with the best of the best at top international.
Is there not signs that they've already started to break that ceiling for you?
Not yet, no. I don't think I've seen enough from them. I've seen BO1s, I've not seen huge BO3s.
Obviously, BO1s, but like they've come through every challenge they've faced so far. I suppose the main count of that is the opposition that they've played so far.
Exactly, yeah.
Maybe not up to the top 4 level inside of EML, but that's why today's so massive for them.
Yeah, and even then I will still, even if they win, I'm still waiting for 2 things. I think I'm waiting for a BO3, and I'm also waiting for a Twisted Minds that's full lineup and that is, is with a lot at stake.
Yeah.
Because realistically, all of these teams right now, they're all expecting to kind of make that top 4. And the only big difference between them is aiming for that top 1 and top 2 spots so they can get to the upper bracket in the playoffs. And that's the main stake. Top 4 spot, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the game... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, at the buy that you get when you get into the upper bracket.
Well, the game is almost ready, the lobby is almost ready, but we'll extend this discussion with our casters who are joining us for today. Once again, we're joined by Ace and Des. Good afternoon, guys. I hope you're ready, because when you heard the coaches say this was going to be a very fast-paced game full of counter-threating.
It's funny because probably a year ago you wouldn't have said that about a Virtus.pro versus Twisted Minds game, right? Like, obviously that's changed an awful lot these days. Virtus.pro look way better, but I think Twisted Minds are still that little bit quicker. Either way, explosive game. I think the map might slow both down a little bit though.
A classic.
A classic. Is
An
it on this
absolute
end?
classic.
I wonder if it's on him.
Our side. This would be really rude if we're just
Oh,
talking.
you muted Tim.
No, I'm pretty sure it's on him.
He's definitely muted
Has he
himself.
done it again? Has he done it again? For like the 3rd time in 24 hours? Oh, is it inside your own remix thing, mate?
Hey, there he is.
Hey!
Look at his face.
That's definitely Tim. That's 100% Tim.
So what were you saying, Tim?
Tim?
No, so he cannot hear us either. So it's not on him.
Really badly timed technical
He's
issue.
trolling us big time here. He's trolling us big time.
Everything, basically, what's just happened is we've got like a camera feed and we've got a feed where I see the production thing, and everything for some reason has just refreshed just after Des finished speaking.
That old,
so I'm
that
like,
old chestnut.
Oh.
That old
the old refresh. No, everything's just refreshed. And your camera
That's
doesn't
like
go
comment.
straight back in. You've got to like select it and click start.
That's
so,
crazy
yeah.
because your camera didn't cut out, Tim. Sounds like
Oh.
it's
No,
useless.
I don't
weird,
know
that,
what's
isn't
We're
it?
on the something.
At least the
Honking
feed does.
excuses.
No.
Honking.
To move away from the excuses and move towards our
Okay.
play day, focus on what really matters here. We talked about this being a really good day, right? We have the top 4 playing against each other, a lot of really good fixtures. For you guys, any match in particular that you're really looking forward to later today?
Honestly, it sounds weird to say Fnatic Shifters, because I think that'll be a battle for 5th, 6th, 7th spot. And while I still think Shifters should come away as the higher team come the end of the stage, if Fnatic get a win today, that'll make things really interesting.
The apologists for both of these teams.
Yeah, we can agree with that statement.
It's kind of difficult not to say G2 Falcons, isn't it? It's just such a classic matchup now. They've both had a little bit of a wobbly start over the first few play days. So yeah, I think Falcons, because they always do seem to beat G2, but I guess time will tell.
That really is going to be a good matchup, that one late today as well.
I mean, first time they play each other since the
Yeah.
huge shakeup.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
Checo.
I'm a bit sad that the first time they played each other is only a BO1. I would have loved to see a BO3.
Oh, we will see a BO3.
Yeah, very likely.
There's no
Yeah.
way we don't see a BO3 with those two teams.
The amount of G2 Falcons that we've watched from last year, I already know it's coming. I'm just still waiting for that. You know, like we've been speaking of these new teams with their new roster changes, and those roster changes are not new anymore. Like they're 3 months old, and I'm still waiting to see them face each other.
Played a major with the new
Exactly.
rosters, yeah.
If you're coming in just now and you're seeing the screen behind us with the schedule, you're like, 6, the game should have started by now. We have a bit of a delay because some players are unable to join our lobby so far. So that means we get to talk a little bit more about this play day in general, this match coming up. What pops to your mind, Leo?
I was just
What goes on in the mind of Alpha Man?
yeah.
Thinks in French.
Cheese, baguette, baguette.
You know what? I'll give this to Leo, by the way. I was really impressed by your football skills yesterday, mate. I was sat there watching the loop, like mesmerised by it.
You
I had
realize
it on a
really
loop.
could step in.
I thought he'd done about 700 kick-ups, but it was just because I had it on a loop. He was going for about an hour and a half. It was great.
I could have faked it for all you know. Maybe I just did only 2 and we just looped it the whole time.
I got locked in. I was like, surely he can't keep going. I ended up watching for about an hour and a half before I realised it was good fun.
I don't know if you guys maybe didn't see this yesterday, but Leo kicked a ball whilst we was live in the studio.
Yeah.
And as we came back, it was the camera we came back to, and he nearly completely just took the camera out with a football. Which would have been an all-time moment.
For reference, production, this is a complete lie and a complete joke. It never happened. I was never on.
He fully sent it across the studio. It was
I
crazy.
would never dare do that, and
then
I
you
would
thought-
never dare risk material like this.
And then you thought it was a great idea to do it again?
No, me doing it again? Never. And I, you know, the guys have said it. I have incredible football skills. I knew exactly where I was aiming at. No, I never actually took a shot.
3 inches left of the camera is exactly where he was aiming.
Exactly, yeah.
Fair enough.
But this is just
All I'm
basically a
saying
waiting room for
is
the
if we have a
French.
talent kick around, I want Leo on my team. That's all I'm saying.
I would be down. I played football for quite a number of years, but I was always terrible there. Yeah, I will be honest with you.
Don't worry, mate. Me too. Watching him play anymore.
Career.
Oh, that's just mean, man.
Oh, that is pretty hard.
Now I'm
Sorry.
just gonna go
I'm
watch
sorry.
the French football team now.
Also-
They should be playing quite soon as well.
Yeah. And I mean,
Yeah,
UK will as well.
I can't wait for the Leo meltdown in a few hours' time when they lose to Senegal. It's going to be absolutely amazing.
Did you think my meltdown yesterday was?
I was about to say, speaking
Yeah.
of Leo meltdowns
Yeah.
yesterday,
Did you think that was it right or was it not right?
What about bans or?
How about the first and
Oh.
foremost banning Bandit
Yeah,
and
oh,
Kaid?
Heartbreak
Which
and
one? There were many
Shield.
meltdowns
there was
yesterday.
a few.
banning Bandit and Kaid on Clubhouse in Big 2026 when you have so many tools to get rid of them, and you're gonna
Big
face so
2026.
many.
There was also
stronger
the bank
operators.
band meltdown.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Not banning Bandit, not banning
So
Banner
they
and
ban
Ace.
Yep. They ban Ace, and then they ban one shield, and I was like, either you
Fonzie.
remove the whole group of shields or you remove the whole group of range outbreach. You
and-
can't do half and half. It's not gonna work.
And then there was the meltdown in the Fnatic game for Heretics and how they were attacking because there was
No,
one
for
by
their
one
setup.
by one and their setup as well.
At 212, you
Yeah.
had 5 guys in the same room.
Here we go again.
I don't know. There were so many
it's a bad
things.
week to be Leo. It's a bad week to be French, is what I'm
Yeah.
hearing.
I was gonna say, I'm glad we get to relive this. While we wait for the players to join the lobby once again, we should have a really good matchup coming up very soon between the current number 1 and the current number 4 inside of the standings. The players are still joining our lobby, so
And
whilst we
leaving
wait-
as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
we
They're
just saw them
just-
join and
Yeah.
then they just left.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Don't
like
go to
right
a break.
past
No,
you guys,
don't
we
do
can
it.
see there's currently 9 players in the lobby, so we are literally this close to starting. But I feel like we've been that close for the entire time because players also keep dropping out.
I'm not a big math guy, but I think we're 90% close to launching the game.
Very cordial of you, that.
Yeah, you see, I'm always there when you
Are
want
you
it.
trying to throw to a break right now and you're being disrupted from throwing to a break? Or
No.
No.
No,
Oh,
we're
good.
Do you know
I was
how to talk to
terrified
us?
she was going to say, we've got some problems with our players. We're back in a few minutes. Once we got into the lobby, I was like, no, Anne, don't throw to a break. Don't do it. Don't do it. We're
you
having a good
just not
time.
wanna
Just
talk to
party.
us?
There's 10.
We got
I
10
see them.
players now, so it won't be
Yeah.
very long.
So we're 100% ready to launch the game, guys, just in case.
Okay. Okay, should we make
balls
sure that
play.
we try and
Normally we wait for it to start first, Leo, just
maybe
in
we
case.
do it so no player can drop out from the lobby. All right, well, we have the lobby together. The match is ready to start, so please take us to Fortress.
Thank you very much, Anne. We shall do. We shall do. I've missed our normal end of EUL podcast back in like 2020 and 2021, Tim. That felt like a little bit of a revisitation of the old days.
Yeah, it was a vibe, wasn't it? It was
The good old days.
the good old days. Right, let's get on into it. We're going to be going to a Fortress, Twisted Minds versus a Virtus Pro. We've got two of our top teams, I think it's fair to say so far, based on performances here in EML. The very top, of course, with Virtus Pro, and then a strong contender in Twisted Minds, currently sat in 4th place, I believe. They're going to be, I think, fighting for that come the end of things, but good stuff being shown from them so far. Can they take down the big boys, though? That is the question now.
Well, that's what we found out, isn't it, Tim? So look at our bans first and foremost. Monty going away. Please ban a second shield. I don't want Leo to start having meltdowns already. We want to reserve those sweet, sweet French tears for in about 4 hours' time when the inevitable happens and France have an awful start at the World Cup. So we'll see the shield go away first. The Goyo on the other side. We've actually seen like a Goyo and a Thorn pairing come out as a ban a couple of times, and sure enough, it's going to follow through here. And Leo's evening is substantially better now that we've seen a second shield ban follow after the Monty.
Yeah, it was something that, you know, we touched upon during one of the casts yesterday as well. I think it might have been yourself who met. You know, if you're going to focus on an area of a ban, you've got to see it through. You've got to stick with it.
That weren't me. That weren't me. I'm a fan of the split bans, Tim.
No, it must have been me then. Like the shields, you know. It's,
you're having a torrid start today. What's going on?
I don't know. We had a situation. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Nako who was clearing top floor with Blitz. And they were just doing it so well. And then there was kind of this half-hearted, I'm like, well, what do you think is going to happen? He's just going to bring Blackbeard now. Because you've got to commit to it. You've got to see it through and kind of say, now, if you're Virtus Pro, you're saying, right, we're going to play 3 rounds. We're going to play, you know, the first bit of this, maybe with a Blackbeard coming regularly. And then after that, we don't have to deal with it. And I think you really, you know, need to commit to it unless it's a specific target, unless you know that they use Monty for this specific strat and there's a reason it's Monty and not Blitz, not Blackbeard. And so, yes, you're impacting that specific thing. Otherwise, I think you do need to look towards the groups. You know, it can be the Dockerby Dame or Snake ban. You know, I think you've got to have some coherence between the bans to really get the maximum out of it.
For sure. And also not, of course, forgetting that, as you've heard us speaking about, you know, Key stepping into play in place of Dov. Dov is the shield player. I would have imagined that Key is going to be stepping into a similar spot and playing shield. So if you know there's someone who has been a bit out of practice, again, these guys are very happy stepping in for each other. We saw them be a 7-man roster for the longest time with Dov's twin. Guards also playing. I think everyone remember him from Salt Lake and the show that he put up. But if you're looking at Key here and thinking he's been out of the game a little bit here, he'll probably be okay on shields. Take those shields away from him. Try and force him to be at least a little bit uncomfortable. But truthfully, I don't think it's going to rattle him all that much.
Drone blockers out. Not something that we see too often in pro play, to be honest. The old drone blockers. You see them in ranked occasionally, but we've just got a bit of the area being kept under wraps there. Dan manages to take down Jalad, so that's going to leave us now in a 5 versus 3. Twisted Mind's not even in the building realistically yet. They've got P9 underneath on the Deimos, but that's about it. And Virtus Pro, at the moment, very capable of matching any sort of aggression that comes out of Twisted Minds in round 1.
That's it. I mean, I think they lost 2 players up towards the north side here, and obviously we're trying to attack in towards this south side site. So when you've lost a couple of players out there trying to do things by themselves, you're going to really struggle to recover in a 3 versus 5 around the site itself. We've had P9 spending a lot of the round downstairs. It's been really here since the last, 60 to 80 seconds or so, just hoping that an opportunity presents itself, but nothing has been given. I think Trix has been sat on this window also for the vast majority of it. It's not been too pretty. It looks like it could even bubble up to be a flawless first round for Virtus Pro, who have defended great, but I'd also say Twisted Minds didn't really have any teeth in this round, Tim.
No, not at all. It's just, like they've been kind of a lot of floating around windows, just trying to, you know, hope Virtus Pro strafe across a window and give them an opportunity, much like this, you know, have a look in through there, see if they give you anything. Granted, now you're in a 1v5, so you're hoping they give you something. But they were almost playing like they were in a 1 or 2v5 at the beginning of the round, and it's not like Twisted Minds, really. And losing out to early aggression is something we would expect them to be benefiting from, not losing out to. Diffuser down on the breach, a death, you know, no good for them, no good for them. We will have to hope that they wake up a little bit. Pressure goes towards Horse, not going to do any good as Skies manages to get the kill on the Denari, and that is going to be our first round to Virtus Pro.
And I will also beg your apologies, because on that one I said we were on the south side site. We weren't. We were instead up towards command and office. But look, obviously what was playing out down there, there was so much focus on the south side itself. And I think that honestly comes from Virtus.pro reading into how Twisted Minds have attacked this map previously. They've played this map a lot. There is a lot of tape on what they like to do. And I think you've just seen Virtus.pro there respond, knowing how they like to enter the building and who is pushing into where as well. In a way, it's almost like a taste of your own medicine for Twisted Minds, because when we saw them play yesterday, they were stupidly aggressive on border on both attack and defense. Here, barely got themselves inside the building, and they've been gunned down at every single turn. Instead of really good first round for Virtus.pro, that means Twisted Minds to book up their ideas a little bit.
I look towards those shield bands, and I think, you know, they're going to have, and straight away the Blackbeard's being brought along, interestingly. That's going to be a switch out during this prep phase, because I'm thinking they've struggled to get in the building, they've struggled to, you know, close down the gap, struggled to get into those gunfights, and, you know, what's going to help you in that situation on the attack? A shield is going to help you in that situation. You can go in, you can force, you know, your entry a little bit more, you can take a bit more ground using that shield, and so let's keep an eye on Tricks through this round, bringing that Blackbeard along. Does that help them establish themselves inside of the map, but then also to grab some ground? That's what I'd like to see them do in this round. I think it looks like he's heading towards I want to say south side of it. We'll see where he ends up, but I'd like to see him. They're currently in dorms and games. I'd like to see him kind of coming through the office side and working with that roam clearance that we see from shields sometimes.
Ideally, see a shield come along and everyone tries to play in behind it is the crucial one, right? Well, not everyone, but your team tries to use that as the main spear heading around. It's collecting information, it's applying pressure, and you try and make plays off the back of that shield. Even if that is playing separately elsewhere around the map, as that pressure builds up, you're looking for a backstab. And we saw G2 trying that a little bit yesterday on Constant with 4 players all focused on Alamau on the Monty. And we had Benja trying to do a little backstab in on through the other side of the map. Unfortunately, did get shut down, but you saw the intent was to have that shield soak as much attention as possible. And speaking of shield soaking attention, Tim, look at this. Nako on that clash at the window, letting his team know everything that's happening outside on the breach itself, and that means Twisted Minds got to be very careful here lest they get swung onto, but it's Skies to swing on one and get rid of Key. That's the hard breach offline.
Big loss with the Hibana gone. We know how much value there is, not just in hard breach in general, but Hibana got that DMR, got a lot of value lately. So they do see the clash. Do they have a plan for the clash? That's the other question. I'm not really seeing anything apart from the Roteros that's going to help them deal with that. The nades are gone for Blackbeard now, so how do they move that clash when it comes down to it? 2 Roteros left, so it now becomes a big choice. Do we clear utility or do we clear clash? Pasha is going to clear. too many Ash words there. Pasha is going to clear out Gilad. Not anytime soon. Is going to clear out Gilad. That's a great kill from Hasham though. Goes up the stairs, manages to take down Rorik. 1 minute left. The problem for Twisted Minds at the minute is they've still got one outside. The shield he's playing outside of the breach, fair enough. He's right there, you know, ready to hop on into sight, but I just don't feel like they've got enough control at the minute to do too much here.
The thing is, if Nako gets line of sight onto Trix, like Trix is basically pinned down and can do absolutely nothing, just constantly stuck in that state of recoiling the shield away from himself. It is horrible. You can do very little about that. So as long as he stays standing, this is going to be a real headache for the attackers to get in and make anything happen, but they are certainly trying their best. This is where Nako should be able to step on forward and put some pressure down, but no, Trix will be able to stick this one. They've not been able to get any pressure in. Twisted Minds just slowly massaging Virtus.pro away and have got themselves into a 3v1, looking like a great round, but Pasha, he's still standing, Tim. We've seen the magic that he's worked throughout this stage so far. Don't count him out just yet. Going to force himself in towards the Blackbeard. Trix ready and waiting for him. All trying to bait him into this one, but he's got to be careful about the swing off towards his right, and sure enough, there it is. P9 in perfect time. One apiece.
Yeah, well played from Twisted Minds there in the shielders. You know, we discussed at the beginning there having that impact, particularly at the end of the round. Really played well, just like you say, kind of baiting Pasha with maybe there's going to be an opportunity. Am I lowering it? Oh, no, I'm not lowering it. And just waiting for his teammate. Basically, he was outside of the breach, needed to hop in through the window, get to that door, and then he was there to support him. So really well played post-plant from Twisted Minds. And the way, you know, I said at the minute mark, I'm not sure they've done enough here. I'm not sure they've really, you know, they were 3v3. They didn't have really any control inside of sight, and I thought that Virtus.pro were looking pretty good, but you said it best yourself, I think, just slowly massaging. They just moved them around and they created the space that they needed inside of sight to put that diffuser down, and there was very little Virtus.pro could do about it realistically. So, Twisted Minds level things up. It's 1-1.
and not going to bother repeating that site, so they then get themselves back into command and office in round 4. They're sticking to their full 3-site rotation, so downstairs we go. This is always a really interesting site to watch because we very often see the attack being the same thing, right? You try and pushing towards waiting room is one of the main 2 ways, or towards med, sorry, one of the main 2 ways that you step in. And from there, you're either coming on the south side with the shield, you come from the top side, courtyard with a rush in towards it. Normally you've got a mirror window, you then have got a contest that's sat there inside a waiting room. There's just lots of things that you have to play this dance around to hit this site, and it can get a little bit scrappy, but verticals end up being a big part of the game as well. So we'll see how long it takes Twisted Minds to get control of that top floor. Rorik, for now at least, is hanging around inside a tower. He is the only one upstairs, so may well have conceded that away for free. And I'm also looking at the TM lineup. Not really much in the way of vertical destruction, Tim. Maybe they're going to try and go lateral and say, forget about top floor. We're just going for it.
Quite often the case when attacking onto this site, we kind of see the 2 methods, and the horizontal push is a popular one because the vertical, a lot of the time, it doesn't really gain you too much. If you're wondering why that is, you can get your verticals, and it may be great in ranked. You know, don't ignore the top floor just because I'm saying it doesn't gain you much here. But at pro play, they won't play many players, if any, actually on the site itself for this downstairs. So they play them a lot deeper because there isn't any vertical onto that deep area. So they play back in there and hold the long angles rather than playing underneath.
Oh dear.
We do see pro teams using the hatch sometimes to try and get a plant down underneath, but again, it's reasonably straightforward for the defense to deal with. So yeah, not too much to be gained. Snade does go in, just going to force them back. P9
no way.
Manages to level things up after that opening kill from Dan. It's 4 versus 4.
I really thought Dan was going to fall back in there and get himself away with a freebie, and sure enough has got rid of Hisham. They know that he's dancing around this area, but as of yet been able to shut him down. I say that, and there is a trade from Jalad. Another 3v2 breaking out now for Twisted Minds, same as we saw in the last round. And the best part, Tim, they have got tons of time to work with.
Nitro goes out, not going to find its mark. There's no damage whatsoever to the Blackbeard. Virtus.pro desperately need this next kill. Just going to open up. You'll love to... Oh, you'll love to see it, but he'd just been dragged into a bad spot, and Trix was able to get the trade. 1 versus 2, and Neko has got it stacked up against him. He's actually got 4 Kiba barricades in pocket, by the way. That's interesting. Interesting tactic for using the Azar. Maybe he's just picked it for the gun. You know, maybe trap the Blackbeard in with an Azar. Now, you know, give yourself an opportunity. But it's a lot of time for him to try and hold on. An awful lot of time here.
He's kind of locked himself in a way. He'd always been kind of pinned back there. Couldn't go through to challenge the Blackbeard if he was going in for a plant. But Twisted Minds pay for the kill, and they get away with it. So really outside of that first round, Tim, where it felt like Twisted Minds just sort of froze up and didn't know how to deal with the early aggression being shown by Virtus.pro, they've otherwise very largely taken control of that first quarter with 2 attacking rounds on the board.
Going to head into the banning phase. We'll see who comes along. It will fully expect Virtus.pro to take the Blackbeard away, and that is setting up a really interesting round 4, I think, to see... Oh, okay, they haven't. So, wow. So the reason that I was saying that is round 1, no shields on the board, Twisted Minds struggle to get into the map, struggle to really get any purchase, struggle to close them down. Round 2 and 3, they bring the Blackbeard, not too directly getting into the map with the Blackbeard in round 2, but certainly in round 3, pushing a number of players around with that Blackbeard. And we see much better performances from them in round 2 and 3. So it was logical to me that we would see them, Virtus.pro, double down on their bans so far and say, yep, we'll finish this off. Away goes the last shield. If you want a shield, it's going to have to be fused, which isn't ideal. So, you know, let's play it like that. But they haven't. Instead, they've gone for the Deimos. Given that they're heading back up to the top floor, of course, we have seen the Deimos played. Very powerful on Fortress because there is a lot of verticality, so Twisted Minds would no doubt try to do that and work from underneath. We actually only saw it once, by the way. We saw it back in round 1. So, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that Deimos ban, if I'm honest.
Probably more just the fear of it and knowing that the pressure you can put to them on those top floor sites, knowing you're going to play 2 of them, you'll get hunted in from below, like it might not be a bad way to see that taken off the board. I'm really feeling that the pressure coming in from shields hasn't been all that great, but we'll see how things go over the next 3 rounds. On the other side, probably surprising no one, is a 3rd trap operator ban. Spoke about this a lot over the last couple of weeks, and the meta we're currently in requiring and mandating that you bring along a good number of trap operators to help you control large parts of the map, even when you haven't got actual operator presence there. You can see that how that's translated across the Virtus.pro's line. They've only really got the Fenrir here on side that serves that purpose. Otherwise, Anchor's coming in, the DMR of the Aruni, no big surprise there. And Azami still feels like she's a must pick when you aren't seeing a band away.
Setting up a sequential breach.
straight away going to get that breach open to apply a little bit of pressure onto Dorms. They know that there's going to be an extension out on that side, and we've just seen Virtus Pro not completely dip away from it. Dan is still playing around Old Tower and games, but the player who was inside of Dorms at least has had to give that up. And Dan is as well just going to play it a little bit deeper as he heads back into briefing. Orstor is covered. Again, Twisted Minds does. With I'm not saying they have to dive into the map and rush in. It's just when you're a minute 15 into the round and they're not inside the map, it looks really slow for Twisted Minds.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, because they're a team we're used to seeing just flying through. But I think that having the Blackbeard on side is certainly part of that. In fact, the desk even referenced this a little bit before the game, was when you have the shields banned away, typically it can be a bit harder to be able to push in towards that briefing area, the bathroom area in the middle of the map. So there's a degree of this thing of trying to take things a little bit slow when you haven't got the shield on side. But you then look at that and say, well, why not? Why haven't you brought a shield then? What else are we looking to do? And looking at the lineup they've got along here, it's a case of things slowly trying to tease their way through all this barbed wire that's been brought along by the other side with the Ash, with the Flores, making then use of the Candelas and the Smokes as and when required to start their hit. And also, no doubt, those Grimby is going to be a big part of that execute at the same time. They haven't lost the entry here, though, Tim. They've got themselves down to the final 60 seconds or so. And there's still only really 1 or 2 players actually inside the building.
Exactly. Very, very slow from Twisted Minds. Can they find themselves a pick here, at least early in this late round phase? Skars is going to find himself down but not out. Unlikely to be rescued. Oh, is he unlikely? No, Pasha's got in there to try and pick him up. We see a little bit of support coming in from the Azami as well. Love to see that from Virtus Pro. Really nice teamwork on the defense. Opening kill comes through from Dan. He's going to take down Gillard. No great loss of utility there for Twisted Minds. Should have still what they need. Dan manages to find another, taking down Key. That's the ace gone. P9 fights back with the trade, but the damage may well already be done. 2 versus 4 becomes quickly a 1 versus 4. Nako finishes it off, and that's going to be Virtus Pro taking that same site again to level us up at 2-2.
Very weird round overall, it felt like, from Twisted Minds. I know we've been speaking about, paces and absolutely everything here. They haven't got to move fast, but that felt like a very lackluster Twisted Minds, dare I say. It was very, very slow. The way they were approaching the round was sending one man after another. Only 2 of them were inside the building at one point, it felt like, as well. It was just a little bit scrappy and a little bit messy, maybe not the most coherent overall, but that may well speak to the prep work being done by Virtus Pro. With that, they bring us up to 2 apiece. My natural worry comes down to the fact that Virtus Pro have only won Command and Bathroom so far. They've now got to go to the 2 sides they have yet to actually win, one of which is going to be Dorms and Games down towards the south, and then we'll go back down to Waiting and Cafe in round 6.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Reloading. Last time around, we saw a pretty direct approach from Twisted Minds. It was the Blackbeard playing on the breach for a lot of the round, just looking for opportunities. Playing on an ace breach like that is particularly good for Blackbeard because it covers the feet, which is, one of the primary weaknesses when you've got the shield extended. So they're just there as a constant pressure because the players inside, as the defenders, they know that shield can just be dropped down and they can suffer. So they need to be very careful not to kind of take their eye off it. And it's just that constant kind of I often say it's like playing with a wasp in the room. It's just having that constant distraction, that constant awareness of there's that thing there that could sting me. And so I think we'll see similar from the Blackbeard this time. I don't think there'll be a rush to. I wanted to see maybe this office side clearance and come across and force the roamers out, but I don't think they actually need it to do that. I think they can play it patiently on the breach and work from there by, as we saw, slowly bullying and massaging Virtus Pro around inside a site.
Absolutely. Well, they've got other things to worry about here with things like Kai and the Tubs on side, really trying to slow the game down even further. Not too many tools either to help them shoot their way through it. Probably be the big one I'd look at. Now, one thing I want to see, it sounds like a real simple thing to focus on, and dare I say it's because he's replaced Overkin in my fantasy team, which is really annoying. It's Key stepping in as their sub. He was the entry in the first opening 3 rounds as well. And then while this team has still managed to win 2 of those 3 rounds, really good effort to winning those 4v5s repeatedly. I think if he keeps himself going just a little bit longer here, focuses on playing more around the team, they can probably get a little bit more out of him. He has got to get himself involved, but I think it still speaks volumes that they're at an even scoreline on the attacking side of Fortress, given they're playing essentially half a player down.
Keep a barricade out to slow things down on Horstor, but is just going to be replaced before being taken out by Trix. But he is playing in that sort of area that I expected. He may well actually try to push on in here behind that nade. He's still kind of thinking about it on the door, but the breach I'm talking about is just kind of over his shoulder as well. So depending on how the rest of the team is doing, what progress is being made, he can certainly change around. But no, we are going to see him chasing down those roamers, looking to clear out that extension. I think Virtus.pro just setting up slightly differently. Pasha just unaware there, gets caught out, too busy watching a different angle, and the Blackbeard plenty of time to drop that shield and make the challenge. 5 versus 4, but only a minute left on the clock. It wasn't a problem for them last time. Are they able to do it again?
I mean, what I'm looking at is the fact they've got the electrification down onto that briefing wall, and you've then still got Tuberao to play behind. They're sort of counted on Twisted Minds being slow on their entry towards the top side of the map, so they have to slowly work their way down. They're basically starving them out on the clock, I feel. We're down to 40 seconds. They still haven't got full briefing control. Only now is the wall being opened up. Yes, they'll be on the door of sight. They haven't got tons of time with which to drone it out there and start getting a pick or two to make things a bit easier for them.
Holding the long angle there. Virtus.pro have played really well as a team in this round. We saw the support as the Blackbeard came onto briefing door. The smoke went out to slow him down. What a shot coming in from Neko. Dan manages to get the last. Brilliant stuff. Virtus.pro close it out 3-2. And that is going to be just one more defense for them to go. I think they'll be very satisfied if they can secure a 4-2 half.
What is funny is they've won a round where they didn't find the entry. That was the first round that we've seen Twisted Minds actually picking up the entry kill. But it became so late into the round. It took them 2 minutes 50. Top of your screen now, look, to get this first kill on towards Pasha. And as a remark, you then got to play in towards a Kaid Electroclaw wall. You've got a Tuberao to face off against. You've got a couple of C4s to impact pocket. You've got smokes from Rorik. They've really played the clock well there, Virtus.pro. And again, I don't know if this really comes down to the fact that they've got the sub in place and therefore aren't quite moving as quickly as they're used to, or whatever it might be. But Twisted Minds do look a lot more hesitant than what we saw out of them yesterday. Maybe that changed when we swap sides and we see them on the defense. We see them playing more of the style that we expect. But as it stands so far, it does feel a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, it certainly does. It just doesn't. I think you said it after the first round. It doesn't feel like they've got the same bite as, you know, maybe they normally do. You know, we see Twisted Minds generally coming in and punishing teams very, very quickly, but a little bit more difficult for them today. So 3-2 it stands. We go into that final defense. It is going to be the third choice site. And again, much as I said, we see Virtus.pro setting up almost everywhere but site. A lot of the positions, a lot of the players, a lot of the power spots that they wanted to keep hold of are away from the specific site rooms themselves because there's so many verticals that can be played. Looking across the side of Twisted Minds, again, no real vertical options there. So this, I would expect, will be completely horizontal. They've got the Rotero drones, could maybe do a bit of soft destruction, but I think they're going to want to focus those on utility around site, especially with things like Kiba barricades and castles to deal with.
And Key died to this window earlier on from Dan, who was there just waiting for him to run past and got a freebie onto their only hard breacher this time around. Just gets himself up and he's getting walls open. That's the most important part. That'll then start putting pressure onto this side of the map and give the Virtus.pro players something to think about. Elsewhere, it's a Shom, still doing a Shom things, Tim. Just speaking about him playing they said earlier on, like, you know that he's going to be there, but you don't always need to check in the moment, and then he punishes you for it. Here he's come waltzing his way down Eagle and has got a freebie as he enters onto the ground floor. That's their entry on towards Dan, who's been a big part of this half. So lad into a second. This is looking much better for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Virtus.pro's own movement here is causing them real issues. They kind of keep straying into these lines of sight, completely caught out there. Rorik is, you know, got the detonator in his hand for the nitro, and it's just the easiest gunfighter Shom's going to have today. We saw this last time. Neko inside with Kiba barricades and not much else he can do. Trix finds the final kill with the Blackbeard, and it's going to be a 3-3 half.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? I think a 3-3 half is massive for them. Again, given the fact they've got a sub stepping in to have 3 attacking rounds against Virtus.pro, brilliant. Let's hear, though, what our Des thought about that first half.
Thank you, guys. Despite them having a sub, they still have a lot of shield players on that roster. And it's something we highlighted as well, and it shows again how important these shields are in this match.
Yeah, specifically Trix on the shields. I thought, you know, they played 4 rounds of shields to Twisted Minds. They won 3 of them when they had the Blackbeard in play. Of course, there was the Monty and the Blitz banned out. Twisted Minds VP decided not to ban the third shield of the Blackbeard in round 3. Feels like a mistake. The first clip you're going to see here is a plant position that you can only get to through having the Blackbeard, through forcing your way through the breach into the site and into the tuck spot to get the plant down. any other operator, they get covered by a line of sight. So that's how they win the very first round in terms of this, but it does continue as well. They go through and they carry on playing it, and we did know.
Yeah.
Would it be Dov? Obviously, it couldn't be Dov because he's not playing. Who would step into his shoes? It was Trix. You see here, in the next round, Nako's trying to get the clutch done, but the Blackbeard's in his face. It forces movement, it forces aggression, and the same thing here. You can take so much space with that Blackbeard to open up the round, and that's what they were using. That's a big part of why it's a 3-3 half.
And it's useful in two ways, right? First and foremost, they get 3 attack wins on Fortress with a sub, I think, on the weak side. I think it's a big one. I think the second thing, and you said it best, I think that VP had an opportunity on that third ban. You ban Montagne, you ban Blitz. So theoretically, you know, you're in a position where you can get the third shield away. And they remove Deimos. And I'm not a big fan of that because I think that with the current meta, Solid Snake is a perfect replacement. You can even play Grim, you can play the KB. I mean, realistically, crowd control operators, you have enough. It's going to be hard to ban the whole pool, right? And so I really don't understand the Deimos ban. I think a third shield would have been very strong here. And I like also, speaking of the bans, what Twisted Minds brought, the trap operator bans. Because I think it also allowed them to make the room significantly weaker and to really make sure that this initial phase into the round where the shield was super important actually played out the way they wanted.
Let's have a look at these operator bans then. Do we expect shields to come out here?
You'd have to. I mean, Nako has been probably the best shield player inside VP. I would assume it's coming out. We're going to see more. And again, VP, they like to get rid of that clash. They know that whenever Nako will be on a shield, because there will be one available. Ultimately, whether this is Blitz or Blackbeard that follows, there will be one available. It is Blitz that follows. You don't want to be going up against a clash, because a clash, of course, is a direct counter to the shields. So VP get rid of it a lot.
And this time they have the opportunity, VP does, to actually go for the full 3 shields ban in 3 rounds. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, there we go. The Blackbeard immediately being selected, though. It is now Virtus Pro starts with the shields in second half.
Thank you very much, Anne, and the guys over on the desk. Indeed. Lots of shields. That makes for a very happy Leo Tim.
It certainly does. It certainly does. Just having that.
I think his stress is at a solid like 2 out of 10 right now. He seems very chill.
Yeah, he's very relaxed. Wait till 8 p.m., 9 p.m. if you're in Europe. We might see those stress levels rising a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. So we get on to the defense for Twisted Minds. It's going to be up towards that top site. Office and bathroom is where we will begin, as we would normally expect. Defensive lineup, we've got the Mozzie on there, so just trying to cut down a little bit of that intel utility. Keep the drones out of the way. Jalad, I think, is going to be the one playing the extension down there, is it? No, it looks like it's maybe Hisham on the sentry, or maybe the two of them kind of in combination together. So if they can keep the drones out of there, keep them off them, it is going to be helpful, of course. Meaning that Virtus Pro have to go in and face check, have to be looking for those gunfight wins. Nitro on the window. Need to be careful here because he's just going to wait until he hears some noise. They can be as aware as they like of the window. Everybody's aware of the window because it looks onto the breach. But if they don't specifically know there's somebody underneath there, they might take that kind of absence as safety, and that could be a real problem. If this drone doesn't... Yeah, there we go. They've got him... They should, oh, I was going to say he should be dead to rights, really, but just manages to move quickly enough for Shom there to very barely keep himself alive.
Again, this is the kind of thing VP have got to be very conscious of, and the dev spoke about it. Jack in particular raised just saying, you know he's going to be there, just double drone it to be 100% sure. And so at least they have been prudent on that one, otherwise it could have been a freebie coming out if they thought, yeah, no one will be here, it's the other side of the map. We can open this wall, it's no problem. Psych, that would have been a free kill going the other way off the back of it, no doubt. Still, I imagine Hasham won't exactly disappear back towards site and wilts away. He'll happily keep on playing out around the map and looking for other kills that he can get. I heard a pre-play C4 just a second ago, which I can imagine will be waiting to be ripped as soon as we see Virtus Pro stepping in towards the mid part of the map. They're working their way through, halfway in. Not bad progress, but now you've got another layer to undo.
Don't think that nade was quite as effective as they were hoping. I don't know if they were looking for a little bit. I'm not sure what the. Sorry, the observers have just hit me with a little bit of intel, and this is absolutely crucial. So the reason for the the grenade, and it was for nitro that was pre-placed underneath. So great intel there from Virtus Pro, and well dealt with it. Did exactly what it needed to do for them.
So now they've got themselves inside of briefing, which is the crucial part of the map that you need. Coming towards that final 60. They're going to need to find a kill from somewhere. Shrom's not taking a tick of damage so far, but Not quite in a spot where they'll find it finished off, and Key's still looking to challenge on down. Don't matter that he's the sub. Just there with you, Rooney, ready with the DMR, hoping to take the head off that Blackbeard as soon as that shield drops, but he ain't giving him a chance to get away with it. And sure enough, there's the round from Rorik, who steps in to get rid of Key. P9 trades it back elsewhere, and Rorik's taking full control here inside the hallway, Tim.
Yeah, and you just see there's a couple of players on the side of Virtus.pro that could come online yet that have been quiet. Rorik, Pasha starting to bump the numbers up a little bit. Not so much for Pasha as P9 does manage to find the kill onto him, but it could be another danger on the way for Twisted Minds. Plant is going down. Blackbeard up in the face of P9. Very unlikely he can do too much about this as Dan manages to find the kill over the top of his shield. And that's going to be Virtus.pro taking their first attack. And I've got to say, it was fairly comfortable. If you're a Twisted Minds fan, I'd be a little bit concerned here.
Just a tickle, though I'd also say it's the first one. We'll give them time because, of course, we score across those first 3 rounds. The Twisted Minds walked away with 2 attacks. They can afford to... It sounds weird to say you can afford to let your opponent get ahead a little bit here, but we saw VP recover it. There's no reason why we can't see Twisted Minds try and do the same. But it was a passive style, I guess, out of Twisted Minds. It's more playing the map than it is like playing the team, if you get me. On board yesterday, it was kind of demanded that you play the team, that they had to get aggressive, they had to be looking outside the map, run outs, you name it. Here, you don't really have the same chance, but they were trying to, I guess, transform it onto this map with things like the pre-plays. Just so far, at least VP showing they can attack pretty damn well in round 7, and they pull into the lead.
It's going to be the lower side of the 2 now, if you will. Not the lower floor, but the south side that they will be going 2 games and dorms. Virtus.pro need to attack on 2. Twisted Minds continue with the rotation, switching things up. Let's having a look at the attackers. We've got the ace being switched into so that they can get that external breach. The Twitch was taken away. They've, I think, recognised that there's no denial that's going to prevent them from breaching realistically. They do have the mute, of course, which can help. But in all honesty, Mute's gadget, whilst stronger in other areas, in terms of, you know, straight up wall denial, has lost a lot of its power over the last few months.
Sure, well, let's see how this initial start goes out. Rorik has taken on the role that we saw coming out of Asham previously, running around on the Snake. You heard the desk having the conversation about this, the Deimos ban, like, you've got a Snake that can kind of do the same job. At risk of drawing their ire, I'd say I somewhat disagree, because Deimos, as you and I were alluding to on the broadcast yesterday, very good for the vertical threat that he provides. The Snake obviously does not provide that, because his gadget only works with the floor that you're on. So Deimos probably arguably gives you a little bit more versatility. Snake is more safe because you can see more around him. In fact, you can scan out 2 or 3 players at once if you get yourself into a good spot and know exactly who's playing where. Relay that info over to your team is far beyond what a Deimos would be able to offer to you. At least here he's trying to make his hate and get through the building nice and safe, and so far he has done just that. Jalag going to be the first point of challenge though, ready and waiting for a swing to come inside of office. As of yet, no one quite arriving, but there was a challenge off towards blue. Not finished off, but same as last time around when it was a Sham, a little tickle of damage, otherwise everyone stays standing.
Just feel that the net is closing in at the minute, though. Virtus.pro just getting closer and closer to these power positions, more and more aggressive. P9's going to hold his position, expecting the push to come in. Shalad actually it is that manages to find Nako. Blackbeard taken down, but Rorik having a great game, and it continues. A big double, taking 2 off the board and leaving us now in a 4 versus 3. Virtus.pro just taking a minute to consolidate. We've got Pasha on the drones, Rorik on the drones. They're just wanting to get that picture of how things have changed there, who has rotated where, who's covering which spots, and now the plan is formulated and they will start pushing through to try and take more ground.
Yeah, you got time to consolidate it. Not loads of time, granted. You still got to deal with the fact that Key's out here looking to be a little bit of a nuisance. I kind of joked earlier it was like a 4.5-man team at this point, because Key's really got to start getting something for his team. But as it stands, okay, he gets one through flash. I'll take back everything I was saying, Tim. That's a pretty crucial kill. It gives his team a solid chance still at being able to fight the way through the round, because that clock becomes a 6th man for the defenders. The attackers start getting forced into having to push into areas they haven't drone, maybe don't have intel on. Rorik being alive is certainly going to help on that front. Key's got to be careful about off towards his left there, but swings round trying to go for the 1. Off towards the left, right idea, gets rid of Dan. 2 kills, almost collected the 3rd. And now it's all up to Trix. A 1v2 against Rorik and Skies with 15 seconds on the clock, Tim.
It's going to be holding this angle over the Kiba barricade. Can he hold them at bay? Got to come from somewhere, but they're going to plant in the other side. The rotation is made. Gives himself options at least. That's a really well-timed flash, though. But Trix manages to find the angle. Virtus Pro missed the opportunity. They landed a couple of shots, but didn't find the man. That gave him the angle onto the planter, and you got to remember, sometimes you don't need to find every kill. There is always another way in Siege, and this time it was to focus on the planter.
I said the clock becomes the sixth man. It very much has there. It's become the second teammate that's helped him out because it forces them down into a 1v1. They can't pull off the diffuser. They can't correct the mistake of losing the man going for the plant. Really well played by Trix. Like you said, really well placed flash. I thought he was honestly screwed because he tries to round through the rotation. He's being watched. He swings around towards where the flash is. Guess what? You full white screened. So he looks screwed in that moment. But I'll also give it to Keaton. I'll call for a little bit more from him in the round. Those 2 kills that he got there towards the end, instrumental in letting Trix pull that off.
Brilliant end to the round there, as we see. But yeah, there you go. Like Trix, he just took his chances. He knows that there's one way of winning that round, and it's unlikely. I guess he can take the gunfight as he goes across, but I think he just wants to focus on, I'm just going Shift W to get across this door. I want to get across it, and then I'll worry about it once I'm over that other side. And lucky for him, the plant was just inside of the doorway there. Had it been anywhere else, he probably doesn't win that round, but it was, and he did. So that's all that matters. 4-4 on the scoreboard, and this one continues to be a close affair. I'd almost describe this game in a lot of ways, Des, as like a slow burner. It's like, it's kind of started off with those few rounds of Twisted Minds looking like they were struggling a little bit, not having that same level of aggression, and it's heating up more and more as we go.
I mean, to be fair, that first half felt quite... What's the word I'm looking for here? It was quite pedestrian. It was quite as expected, right? It wasn't anything too flash or mental going on. In this half, though, or at least especially in that last round, we've had quite a bit popping off, which is always good fun, and potentially a way to inject a little bit of mystery as to whether or not we see overtime on the way. Jack was joking just a moment ago, saying it could be a long one today, could see 75 rounds, and I was like, look, I like a bit of overtime as much as the next man. I don't know about 75 rounds on a play day. Though those of you collecting packs may well disagree. Either way, I doubt we'll see every single game be that close and that decisive. This should be the one, really, with the sub stepping in that shouldn't be so close. It should be more decisive towards Virtus Pro, but fair play to Twisted Minds. They are holding their own so far.
Just holding that vertical, looking to get an angle down there if he can. Knows that there's somebody present, I think, so Virtus Pro needs to be careful here if Rorik strays too far. I think opportunity's just been missed. The drone goes up, distracts and allows the movement. Not only does it allow the movement, it allows the kill. Rorik managing to find one from below. 5 versus 4, a minute 30 left to go, so plenty of time on the clock. As at the minute, Virtus Pro are being held at bay on Eagle Stairs, but only a matter of time until those smoke canisters run out. The last one is detonated. We hear it in the background. So in about 20 seconds' time, this is going to get a lot more aggressive from Virtus Pro.
Absolutely. Again, they've got that man advantage, right? We've already seen them bleed it away once. Surely a 2-man advantage in the 60 seconds on the clock. You don't see that one falling away from you. A lot of utility with which to work as well. Dan, of course, running around the glass. You got the smoke. You got the candelas still to rain on through. You got a shield. Like, there is just no reason they should see this one slipping away unless something absolutely magical comes out. That ain't quite the magic I was talking about, I'm afraid. As Sharm is down to a 2 versus 5, and Virtus Pro have all but wrapped this one up. In comes the pressure. Key finish off towards the right. Good bit of team play. And P9 has got it all to do against 5. I don't see this one going his way, I'm afraid.
No, I'd be very surprised. Manages to get one, but the plan was going down. It's going to start going down again. Nico, I think, came off just to relocate a little bit there. Will get this secured this time around. Fighting continues from P9, but not only is he now fighting a 1v4, he's fighting against the clock as well. Pasha up on the table there, finds his man. Only 3rd kill in the game so far for Pasha. He's been having much bigger play days than this previously, but there is still time yet. 5-4 to Virtus Pro, as they once again get themselves the thinnest of advantages.
But it's still an advantage, and that's the important part, Tim. I mean, most crucially, it's actually mirroring exactly what we saw back in the first half as well. We've had 2 attacking wins inside the first 3 rounds. We then went on to see 2 defensive round wins and then an attacking round win to close out the half. So maybe we'll see the same building up here. But Twisted Minds, you know, they've got a bit of a task before them where things maybe haven't been going quite as cleanly as they would have liked. Attack timeout could help them get back into the right headspace.
I don't think there's like huge shifts that need to be made here. I think it's a very close game, so you want to be careful that you kind of, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But yeah, I think, like you say, maybe just a bit more of a mentality, confidence boost. We can do this, stick to the plan. Let's get this next round over the line and go from there. Because, if we look at the numbers across both, very similar on the whole. There's just a slight difference. And this is the marginal, gains that we see in Siege. Virtus Pro have got a couple of players on 10. And then they've got an 8, a 4, and a 3 in terms of kills. And it's that Skies on 8 kills for me that's making the big difference. And also Dan being up there on 10. So they've got that second and third player. Whereas at the minute, Twisted Minds are a little bit reliant on P9 here. He's up at the top of the scoreboard, and then below that, everybody's kind of similar. Everybody's chipping in a little bit, but they just need that few extra kills, even from one person. If Tricks can just get themselves a couple of rounds where they maybe have a double kill, triple kill, and get things going for Twisted Minds on the back of them. It's going to be a big difference maker. Right now, Dan and Skies are being the difference in this match.
That's it. And, it's not at all to put any shade on Key. He stepped in here to fill a role for Dov, of course, but Dov has been a standout player for his team. He's been absolutely phenomenal throughout the stage so far. We saw his brother. There's something in the blood, I swear, between those two, because they cannot, between the two of them, allow to be that good. It's unbelievable. We're all saying, his guards now step back into the main lineup. He's really, really good at Salt Lake. He impressed everyone. And then Dov's like, there's a reason why I'm in the lineup, boys. Don't worry. And he showed us what he can do over the last few play days as well. So unfortunately that he's not here. I do think they're seeing that hole, though, and they're having to try and adapt and fit around that, which is why you're seeing a bit of struggle for Twisted Minds. Otherwise, honestly, team, coming into today, I had Twisted Minds predicted to win this one. I thought they would have, although it would have been a good game and a close game, I still probably gave the win quite decisively to Twisted Minds. But as it builds up here, I really can't tell you which way it's going to go. I think OT, though, feels like it's going to be here, assuming Twisted Minds can course correct and get something out of the next couple.
Very much a possibility. Drones are going to start going in. We're going to see a very different approach from Virtus Pro on attacking this third choice site than we did generally from Twisted Minds. We spoke about them attacking it horizontally, not using the vertical. Virtus Pro have got the RAM, and they, I think, will be looking to get in there and open up that floor and try and find some of these players downstairs, try and use that verticality. As Leo said, not a great map for verticality. I've spoken about it as well. You can get the lines of sight into sight, but it's just that a lot of the players won't be playing there. As you can see, the blue silhouettes are miles away from sight. They're not actually underneath these verticals that are getting opened up. So you can do a lot of it. It doesn't necessarily get you kills now. What this can do is create space for you. So it means that the defenders aren't going to want to head back into sight underneath those ceilings that have been opened up. So if you can then find a little bit of space to nip in there and start putting the diffuser down, that's when these can really pay dividends.
Also worth noting as well that I think this is the first round we don't see a shield in the Virtus Pro lineup at all. Yes, the Blackbeard was banned away. We've sometimes seen them, at least historically, turn towards a fuse as an alternative, but instead it said, nah, forget that, get the Deimos on side, bring along the Ram here, more flexibility in their standard lineup, but still looking to play behind that glass that they've ran for the last couple of rounds. No Ying on side, not going to help them get as much control maybe in that sense, but with what they're going for here, Tim, they're looking to flood their way forward. Smoke coming down to cover off the door. As the glass lies down, Naquo just ready and waiting, and sure enough has given his freebie on towards P9, and these two are just heading straight in towards the bowels of the map here, Tim, trying to see what they can find.
Yeah, not messing about at all. It's on the back of that intel coming from the Soliton radar. Jalad manages to get one, but Pasha finds himself a double. I said there was a possibility that he started coming online, and he does start to do exactly that. Knows that he's chasing another one as he sends the nade in. Knows where they're going to be, surely. Finds his man, 3 in the round. Skies elsewhere. Virtus Pro head onto match point.
Yeah, nice and commanding, and I like it. This is something you wouldn't have seen old Virtus Pro do, and I think this is what's really worth commending. I said it at the very start of the game. Twisted Minds are playing aggressive. New Virtus Pro also likes playing quite aggressive at times. Smoking outside the corridor, getting the glass down inside the smoke, and having the other two players not sit back and wait and see what happens. Does he get a kill? Does he not? They're off down the corridor trying to push into a side angle and walk away with a couple of kills once they've stepped their way deep in towards sight. So it was very good opportunity spotting, something that Virtus Pro wouldn't have done historically, and it's paid dividends for them. They're up to 6 and 4. 2 match point opportunities. This could be theirs for the win here, Tim. Here and now.
It definitely could be. I think this is the key now. Get it locked down. But Twisted Minds have got an opportunity to stay in this. They've got the top floor sites, so they're going to be heading up there. And, you know, that gives them a chance at least. These are the better two sites, generally speaking,
Attackers
from
have located
what
a
we see
bomb.
on Fortress. So that's something that plays, into Twisted Mind's favour at least a little bit. They've brought along a couple of sets of barbed wire, so they've got 4 barbed wires overall, bulletproof camera. They're going to make it very difficult to play in from Old Tower and around there. A lot of utility, and I would expect a player in and around that area. We saw Rorik playing at the top of the stairs. I think there'll probably be somebody similar. I think there's going to be a bit of an extension from Twisted Minds, given the number of reinforcements that are going on out there. They are certainly going to commit somebody's out towards the office and bathroom side, which I like as well. It takes the pressure off a little bit. You're unlikely to have Virtus Pro then just on top of you for the whole round, so they're going to have to go for that clearance.
Absolutely. Well, they're not slowing things down, Tim. It's another round. They're not running a shield. As Fresh pointed out earlier, they've played it every single round they possibly can this stage. And that last round was the first one where they haven't played a shield at all. This will now be the second. But still looking to roll out a few things here to make their life a hell of a lot easier. The Lion to deal with the aggression out of Twisted Minds, looking in towards the Sens. And I always say you tend to only bring a Sens along when you have a game plan in mind. The only time I can really think about it not being a go-to execute operator will be something like Chalet, when you're trying to get Ivy window blocked off, for example. No doubt Virtus Pro have an execute in mind. It's about getting there safely. That's what the Lion exists to do.
Asher looking to move through and take a little bit of ground. Just waiting for the rest of the team to catch up. I think at this point we've got the Fenrir of P9 playing on force. He's going to be the one I think that comes, under maybe significant pressure as this round mounts. But for the time being, it is coming towards the breach. We see some of those light screens cleared out, but this is it. Pasha's taken his opportunity to come through and get himself a kill onto site door. Looks to move in as well. Pasha gets another. It doesn't matter that he's been quiet all game, Des. He just lights things up at the end. He's sat on 8 and 6 now, make it 9. Triple for Pasha. Dan gets in on the action, and surely that is going to be all. It's a flawless round. Not quite a flawless performance, but still a very good one from Virtus Pro as they win the game and take 3 points from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, really warmed into that game, and towards the end, Pasha especially came alive, Tim. 3 kills in the final round, 3 kills in the penultimate one. I think Virtus Pro has just shown they can do it with or without shields. It is no bother by them. Excellent play from them on Fortress, and as you say, a very well-deserved 3 points. We'll go to a break. When we come back, our desk will break it down for you.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the ghost, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action.
And that is yet another 3 points going the way of Virtus.pro. And therefore, we get to speak to them as well. A little bit of a chat with Neko. Congratulations on another 3 points. Neko, you're the only team so far that's collected all points. How proud are you of the team?
Yeah, I mean, just every game we played good. So, of course, I'm proud of us. I think we improved a bit since kickoff and major. So, yeah, of course, I'm happy with these results.
Neko, I just wanted to talk about yourself on a personal basis. I don't know if you know this, but all 3 games that you'd played so far this stage, and then including today, every round was on Shield until all of them were banned away. Yet you've still got actually incredible stats across the stage, looking at the KD as well. So do you think that Shields is the only thing inside your game? Because, you know, you played pretty well on the glass as well.
No. I think people are not ready when shield meta will be gone because they think I'm a one-trick shield.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be honest, I'm just playing it for the meta. I don't really like that gameplay, but I'm just like I train on it so much because it's the meta, and I think I'm good on it. So I'm just spamming it because you have to. You just play the meta. But when the shield will be gone, I will be the happiest guy on the planet.
Nice. Do you think, because it was the first team today in terms of Twisted Minds that banned all 3 shields away from you, do you think more teams will follow that pattern across the stage?
It's possible. I think, I mean, Twisted Minds is not the first to do it. I think G2 did it first. I mean, whether it's in Scream and I think in the major, not in kickoff, but probably in the major, they did it. So I think some team will do it, but not everyone, because of course if you ban 3 shields, then you have like every like Ying, Glass,
everything else.
You ban Warden, Mute for example, then you have Ying, Glass, Solid Snake, Dokaibi, Demos. So some team will do it because they think maybe I'm the most annoying guy on these ops, but not everyone.
Or maybe they will trigger Neko on Ashe like last year, going crazy with Genji.
That's what I say to my team, guys. You're not ready. When shields are gone, just give me Ashe. Trust me.
Don't worry, I remember a skyscraper game where you got crazy.
Karaoke room, yeah.
I guess going back to what you were saying at the beginning of the interview, I mentioned this also before the match. I said, you know, with a team that was just formed up, usually you have like 2 to 3 months where like honeymoon period, everything goes well, you progress, and then you hit a ceiling. And usually that's where you hit a slump. And I just think that I've not seen that from VP. And I guess like it's kind of defying the odds, you know, in the sense that you had a really good kickoff. You had, in my opinion, a really good major. I know you didn't make it to main stage, but I think it was just like you could see the progress there, right? And I think at the beginning of the stage, I was expecting somewhat of a stumble or something where the ceiling appears, and I think today was supposed to be the test because you played the top 4 team in EML, and the attacks were absolutely amazing, and you guys have still to find that ceiling. Do you feel like you guys have consistently progressed throughout the season, and where do you see that ceiling go, basically?
I would say we kind of progressed throughout the season. I mean, like every team, I think there was some moment already when we were I don't know how to say, but
average.
Average. So it was hard to improve, but it's not like it was not lasting for a long time. It was maybe like maximum 1 week or like 3-4 days. So and after we just back to work on Scream and just improving. So yeah, for that part I kind of agree that we keep improving. And for the selling, I don't know. I don't know what's our selling. I want to test it. I want to go to win everything. So we will see.
The sky's the limit, as we could say for
Hope
you
so.
guys. Before we let you go, Neko, since you said you train a lot on shields, right? Given the current meta, is there anything like any big tip you can give to people out there who want to become just as good as you on shields?
I mean, don't focus only on. I mean, I'm IGL, so shields are very good for me because I can full shot call and play at the same time and being safe. So don't focus maybe too much on thinking you're a shield, you will get frags. It doesn't work like that. Shields are heavily team play oriented. So yeah, I would say if you want to play shield, don't think you're gonna kill 10 people. Just play with your team, someone behind you, killing everyone. You just bait for them, and yeah, that's it.
All right, awesome. Wise lessons. Thank you for your time, Neko, and good luck next week.
Thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
So lots we said in the interview.
Yeah, no, it's actually really simple. If you play Shields and you've got Pasha, and you've got Dan, and you've got Rorik, and Skies as well, then you'll do pretty well.
I mean, you said it best, I think, as the match started. You said every player is in the right role, and it seems to just click the right way.
Yeah.
And when I look at these attacks, that's exactly what I'm seeing. I'm seeing the right players in the right positions. I'm seeing Rorik in roles where he's able to entry, he's able to roam clear, he's able to play Thermite as well. The roles keep swapping in between everyone, and whenever they don't have the shield scratch, Neko is there on the glass, he's still able to shot call. That round was especially dominating. Like, that was a full-on, almost flawless round, so quick, so well executed. And it just felt like today there was no stopping VP. And I'm still waiting to see that moment where they're gonna hit that wall. And I think playoffs during kickoffs were that wall. And I'm just, maybe expecting that the G2, the Falcons games in BO1s, that's where things will really get interesting for them.
That is going to be the case, though. That closes out our first match of the day. We'll move on to Rebels and Secret as our second game for today. Now, for these two rosters, speaking about it, when Rebels was playing Inside Challenger Series, they were still like Team Secret Academy. And then somehow they find themselves above Team Secret inside the standings come stage 1 in EML. There is just one player on the side of Secret, though, who's trying his absolute best to change that.
And that player is Noah. The one and only, the one player who drops double digits every single game. Look at this guy and his babies. Wow, that is kind of cursed.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what happened to his hair. He just turned yellow. But yeah, that's the truth. Obviously, just jokes aside, I think the thing with Noah is that he's played every single game with Secret and dropped double digits every time and was the best rated player every time and was the one pulling rounds every time. And the end result is the same, Jack. Secret is the only team in EML who still does not have a single point after 3 play days.
And I think once again, it appears they've tried to do things in the right way. They've tried to add variation of map pool, variation of strategy, variation of roles, and really just slot themselves in. But I think we've seen nerves, I think on an individual basis, the guys that have made the step up maybe haven't had the performance that they were hoping or expecting for. Drills, Oscar as well, especially. They're looking like they're a little bit like fish out of water right now. But they're trying to do things in the right way. I think eventually Secret are going to show us a performance and show us their talent ultimately at some point. But until then, it feels very much like it is Noah trying to carry the torch.
Yeah. We'll talk about their opponents as well, because they've had a pretty rough time as well when we speak for Rebels, right? Their results have not been the greatest, but I think we can also say easier times are coming because they've already played some big teams.
I think so. I think it's worth saying, yes, Rebels have looked a little bit hit and miss. I think they came out the blocks going up against Falcons, played A1 off the back of some really dominant defenses and got an overtime victory, and have then struggled. 2 4-7 losses. But when you look in the context of who they've played, Falcons into Virtus Pro, into Twisted Minds, and they've won one of those games and gone 11 rounds. 4-7 loss on the balance of things isn't bad against the best team in the league in Virtus Pro. Isn't bad against Twisted Minds when they're hot and they're playing border as well. I actually think for Rebels, their season starts now. Yeah. You've got 3 of the best 4 teams out of the way. You are now playing the teams in and around you and below you for the rest of the stage and can start building that momentum. That could start today against Team Secret, who are dead bottom of the league, and then continue through Super Week next week.
And I think that's the most important thing with the 3 previous fixtures, is that they've made it close every time. Not as close as they would have wanted to, but still, I think fighting getting 4 rounds, and even some rounds were even closer than that. A couple of mistakes, and that's it. Maybe it's an overtime against some of the big teams as well. That has to count for their confidence. And I think this is the opportunity for them to finally put some 3 points on the board.
Yeah. And we say this, and then they play G2 on Monday. So it's a cycle all over again. But at least for this game, there are possibilities. And we'll focus back on that by looking at the map veto to see where the series will be taken to. Chalet.
Yes, we are going to go to Chalet. And to be honest, Secret have already played at this stage. They did lose it, of course. They've lost every game. But it was probably their closest performance in terms of round count. They made it at least close enough. I believe it was Shifters they played against. And Noah, we talked about him. He's gone double digits every game. That was the game where he was really one-man army. I think he was winning rounds on his own. Chalet has always been a Secret map in terms of old Secret as well. Twisters, coaching vision on it as well. So I could see why Secret would want to go back there.
I also believe that it's a map that is quite streamlined in a sense that, it's a bit like Clubhouse in a sense that it's a map that is quite small, that's been there for a long time, and you know all of the different ways to attack it. And in that sense, you know, I think the overall tactical level might be a bit shallow. And I think that if there is one map where they can bounce back, where things are easier and it's good to go into the basics, it's that map. I'm just waiting to see a different win condition than Noah.
The one big thing for Rebels as well is they are very dominant on their defenses. They will be starting defense on Chalet, so they'll be very happy with that.
The lobby is ready, so we can see how that's going to go out. We'll send it back to Ace and Des.
Thank you very much, Anne. Indeed, it feels like a bit of a grapple, a scrap, or whatever the words you can think of at the bottom of the table here, Tim. Who have you got taking this one?
Yeah, it is. I just can't back Secret at the minute. It is a tough one to call, but I just can't back Secret right now until we start seeing, you know, a strategy other than Noah carry. I think it's going to be difficult for them. Rebels, we know, have struggled on attack, and I think it'll be close. I think it's a good opportunity for Secret, maybe if a couple of those other players can step up, you know, and really start chipping in. But at the minute, until proven otherwise, I was actually considering, we've spoken about fantasy teams a couple of times, and I was considering Noah for it because I thought he just keeps putting up such big numbers. He's such a focus for Team Secret. But there's a bit of me as well that feels like, you know, he's got to miss at some point. There's got to be a play day where maybe he doesn't quite deliver big numbers like that. And yeah, I'm just concerned that maybe this will be the one.
I'm also a little bit nervous because one stat that we don't really speak about all that often is actually like banning history for these like teams and what they go to. We speak about map preference. For Rebels, this is a map that is right at the top of their preference because throughout all of kickoff, they did not ban Chalet once. It has always been banned away against them across all 10 vetoes they've been part of. It's always been taken away from them, which tells you the teams know something about Rebels on this map that I don't think we do. And I think you might see Rebels come out here with a very, very white-hot performance. And even though Secret have got a good record on this map historically, you heard the Des say it, roster's obviously changed an awful lot. They're struggling at the moment. I'm a little bit nervous that they might be about to walk into a world of hurt.
Yeah, I think we do need to kind of discount, you know, map preferences to a degree for Secret at the minute because the changes have just been so significant. We're not talking about a few players. We're talking multiple changes in short spaces of time for one, and also, you know, with Savage going, IGL leaving, I think we just can't really say at the minute, in all honesty. Yeah, you know, as an org, we can go off the numbers previously, but it's a much more kind of suck it and see situation at the minute with Team Secret and just see what we get on the day. But we've got the Denari setup coming in from Rebels if we focus on the game at hand. I like it. Look, very clean did that. Just really nicely well done. Very straight lines. I'm going to give a 9 out of 10 for Denari's there. That's a solid 9 out of 10.
One of the perfect 90-degree angles, it is very satisfying to see. It's like its own form of art, you know. We used to judge on Maverick back in the day, you know, how effective were they at drawing fine art on reinforced walls. Now it feels like it's Denari. Wow, look at it. I'll tell you what they've done. Beautiful. You've got the contracts in this. They have them little like lasers to measure the size of your house and all that. That's exactly what's going on. Exactly.
Love that.
Perfect.
Beautiful stuff. So for the time being, we've got the Blackbeard of Oscar on solo rappel. He's going to be joined by Flexi. So this gives us a big heads up as to where the attack is going to come from for Team Secret. Just having a quick look through the others. We've got piano window and bathroom window covered off from the rooftop by Noah. Needs to be careful. But one in trophy. Yeah, it's all very much solo side. There's not too much at all going on over library or main lobby.
Of course, we've heard the Decibel speaking about Noah and his 4 kids carrying him in. It's a very, very creepy picture that I won't lie, guys. Hope I came up with that one. Fair play to you. Your mind works in unique ways. But he was 15-7 in the game that they lost 4-7 against Shifters last time they played on it. He had a chance there at the very start to potentially get a couple of kills, but just a classic Siege Giant moment as he looks away. Someone makes the cross, and just as he looks at the second window, well, they've just about dipped out of it as well, so it was unfortunate. Otherwise, we could be having a very different conversation. As the first to fall as Mowgli's got himself inside a solar here. Marto trading at least one back, and out comes the swing as Feno just goes full balls to the wall, out on a wide swing, gets rid of one. Oscar starts to stabilize at least a little bit, and it's 3v3.
Rolling it out.
Flat screens go out just to provide a bit of cover to get inside a bathroom. Denari trip connector will be triggered, but it doesn't matter because Oscar manages to get that diffuser down. Kills come in one after another. Flexi, no, it's all up to Linku. Manages to find the first, but he's got 2 more, and one of those is a Blackbeard. So it is definitely hard work for him. Does get one, surely not. You can't throw this away. Secret, what is happening right now?
Why is it always Linku? As it came
Why is it always Secret?
and that also too. But I don't know what it is. I feel like every time I've cast Linku so far this stage, he's always been left in a 1vx. You'd look at that maybe and say, oh, he's baiting his team then. Maybe so, but he's also wickedly brilliant in these clutch situations. I need to go and look at the number that he's got so far, because it's definitely more than a couple. That was a wonderful play.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. It was just that shot onto the Blackbeard. I don't know. I want to see that again. I don't know whether, maybe we will on the replays, but we might not be able to see it in enough detail. My question is, I don't know if Oscar started to drop the shield. I don't know whether he's had a slight height advantage and been able to hit the shots above him, or whether he starts to drop the shield, because they are two very, very different situations. Just having a look at this now, Oscar's nearly full health, and it is a headshot. I think it's more the angle, because I think Oscar's kind of leaning behind his shield. And as he kind of strafes a little bit, it just gives Linku the angle. But you've got to be completely squared up to him there. You can't give him any opportunity to find that kill onto you. Initially, I was worried he'd started to drop the face shield. I don't think he had to. I was going to say, that's crazy. You've got another player in Solar who can make the swing. But look, yeah, really not good there. And again, you know, the second player in Solar makes the swing onto the door. And I'm looking at that, I'm thinking, you've got I don't want to be overly critical, because at that point you've got you 1v1, you've got to make a play, you've got to do something, and I think taking the gunfight on your terms isn't the end of the world. But again, you think, oh, you know, could you maybe at least force them to come to you? But there was a rotation either side of him, so it was very difficult to call that. But look, well played, Linku. You know, he's got in a difficult. I really didn't think he was going to do that. Difficult situation, and he's closed that out brilliantly.
I'm trying to put the numbers now to see just how many clutches he's had. It has been a couple, to be fair. It'll be 3 now. I did say it was more than a couple. That would make it number 3. But it's certainly not the first time this stage. Given we've only played a couple of games up until now as well, it kind of tells you the story that he just keeps finding himself in those spots and just keeps on delivering. Either way, Secret, time to book up your ideas and lock in. Can't find ourselves giving this one away to screen number 3. That is a great swing from Fenno, though. A very aggressive swing, same as in the previous round as well. He ain't scared of taking them kind of gunfights.
Drills off the board. Snake gone. Not an ideal start by any means. Noah taking a lot of damage as well. Bullets will follow him up onto the rooftop, but he manages to get out of the way. Nitro will be unsuccessful. But at the minute, Rebels are defending pretty well. The defense isn't really the problem for Rebels. We'll see, you know, their real challenge comes in the second half of the game when they go on to the attack. I don't know if anything changed yesterday. I'll have a look, but for the time being, Blackbeard is still causing problems here. Oscar is certainly keeping himself squared up this time, and he does get himself a nice easy kill. 4 versus 1 as Fenno goes big. Much better round from Secret, so long as they win it. 4 versus 1.
Like I say, Fenno will just swing absolutely everything. Like, I don't know, he's just literally tore them apart there. And it was another spot. Okay, nice shot, Mowgli. Fair play. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. But there are 3 more to find. It's a little bit too much work to do, I think, to be able to recover this round. But I think after the shock and the scare of the previous round, that was much more convincing from Rebels. You know, Secret maybe, as we saw for a couple of teams yesterday, showed a bit of their stuff in the first round. But now you're going to find Rebels getting very, very comfortable across the next few.
Well, there we go. A bit of a rip-roaring start to that one. We come out at a million miles an hour with a big clutch, and then Secret just trying to run through things, but not really working for them. Rebels 2-0, and very confident and comfortable for them.
It has been. I mean, the first round admittedly was a bit more chaotic, right? It was one that Secret shouldn't have lost outside of a crazy clutch coming out from Linku. That one was more convincing, like I say. It'll be a case of how we build. Now we go in towards the offsite, which is not going to be downstairs in the basement, Tim. It is going to be inside of kitchen and dining. And I think if many of us have watched a bit of Chalet before, similar to what we saw back earlier on, you still have to attack in towards the top and get that cleared out to secure the vertical angles, and then you can look to try and go for your execute. Kind of a few ways you can approach it, but normally a done thing is opening up on the south side to get control of lobby, open up that top office wall so you can see all the way through in towards office. You then open up the main wall in towards site. You've got cover from above there. No one can play inside of office itself. It's, I don't want to call it a free plan, but it's far comfortable to get it down. Alternatively, you get full top floor control. That is where I think, though, the Secret might struggle a little bit, given the confidence we're now starting to see build into the Rebels game plan.
Straight away get that double window open. A little bit of phantom pressure. It is dining is the site. It's not master office, but still we're going to have a top floor presence from Rebels here without a doubt. We can see Fenor's already in master bedroom and will be supported by Lems in there as well. However, there you go. Noah is going to be taken down. Rebels are just cruising at the minute. Fenor manages to get his man. That's Noah off the board, but also the Grim. So you've just lost all the bees as well with him. A lot of utility to lose right off the rip. 30 seconds into the round, and right now Secret are reeling.
That's certainly not the good kind of reeling. They ain't out there fishing, I'm afraid, Tim.
They're not catching anything if they are.
They're catching L's, Tim. They're catching L's. It is not looking good. Either way, you've lost the entry. There is still room to recover. The problem is, can you find one, time to do that, and two, show that the players got the ability to pull that off as a group. I think what's kind of like sad for Secret in a way is you look at the actual players they've got. You know, Deidre's obviously being a rookie, granted. The other four have all got tier 1 experience. We've seen Flexi have some good games historically. We've seen Mowgli and Noah, like they don't need any introduction. They of course won EWC. There is quality on this team. It's just not gelling together quite yet. And I'm not going to say Noah dying there was down to a lack of gelling together. Of course it's not. But it is a bit perplexing that Secret have managed to lose every game so far.
I'm not sure what's gone on with Rebels there. So the wall from Fireplace into site was left soft, as we can see. They've used the ace charges on there. They do have spare reinforcements, by the way. They would have had enough to be able to do it. The plant's going down now. They've been able to like walk in and get this done.
And it's over.
There we go. It all falls apart. But yeah, I'm just querying that because the Selma charges go on. There's players above, there's players inside. They could have just shot the Selma charges off. I thought that was the point of leaving the wall soft. But hey, oh, they didn't. That's how it went. So Mowgli's going to try and get something going. If anybody's capable, we know Mowgli certainly is. 1v5 becomes a 1v3 as he manages to get 2. Just misses his opportunity there. I don't think he saw the head on the other side of that peak hole. And he is going to take a few shots through the wall. They don't quite catch him, but just tells him that somebody is inside a kitchen. His big problem is that there's 2 above at the minute. He's going to have to go upstairs to take these fights, but he's just caught up looking for this opportunity inside. 26 seconds left to go. Needs to get a move on, and Rebels have actually played this really well. Look, where they're baiting Mowgli into that line of sight from the vertical. Marto finishes it off inside a kitchen. Really good stuff from Rebels. 3-0 on defense and looking very comfortable.
Extremely comfortable at this point. Yeah, it's weird also seeing Mowgli being the last one left alive and around. Like, one thing I really praised Mowgli for when he first came into the Secret side was, historically, I wasn't his biggest fan. I like him as a person, but as a player, I always had concerns that he would always be a mile ahead of the rest of his team on the entry, would always be the one getting picked off too early on or left, but his team were then trying to always play catch up with him. He looked like he was trying to play a different game to the rest of his team. And coming onto Secret, my big worry about him was, will he be able to adapt into a system where he's got to play a little bit slower, play more as a unit? And the answer was yes. Like, Twister got him to that point where he was playing brilliantly. Now we're at a stage where, at least in these last couple of rounds, he's been kind of playing at the back. He's been the far more passive player for his team. And I don't want to say, let's go back towards old Mowgli, but when you know that you and Noah are the 2 main standout players in this team, the ones that, of course, have won EWC, I would like to see him really involved here, making things happen and just not getting these impactless kills towards the back end of rounds.
Tactical timeout is called in by Team Secret. We're seeing quite a lot of these at kind of 2-0, 3-0 Des. We saw it yesterday. It was 2-0 when the tactical timeout was called that Team Secret were losing. This time it is 3-0. So let's see what Twister can do here. I think there's going to be a lot of work to be done, if I'm honest. Secret feeling really off the pace so far in Chalet, at least on the attacking side. Rebels never really looking particularly threatened. Fenor 7-3, Linko 4-0, so 11-3 between the 2 of them inside 3 rounds. That's some crazy going. You know, if you make that 12, we're only 1 kill short of make that 12, and between the 2 of them, that's like 4 kills around between 2 of them. That's madness, really. So yeah, that's something that Secret need to be dealing with, is this freedom that Rebels are having to get those kills.
Okay, we've had another ban come on through. Stay taken away. Am I taken away? Was played by Linko in a couple of those rounds, and we had a TAC timeout. So let's see if Twister can have the desired impact and get them back on course. I'm going to go things down into the basement though here, Tim. So this is one of the rare maps, I think it's fair to say, we've got in the pool right now that you can play all 4 sites on the map, and very commonly we do see that come out as a thing. Certainly the most versatile in terms of site ordering, what sites we actually play. It's one of the nice things about Charlie overall, but it does then mean there's even more for Secret to have to work their way through because they haven't seen a defense of this site yet. And I don't think you're always expecting to see an attempt to spawn peek coming out, but out goes Marto. Arguably 2 or 3 seconds too late there. Otherwise, yep, could have had himself a 3v.
Yeah, I love the aggression from Rebels there. The 3-0 up. They know that they've got, you know, a good half no matter what. They will be expecting to pick up another round or two at least. But I think, yeah, take the little chance. Just really, you know, just really put Team Secret under it. Just force them to be under more and more pressure. Don't let them breathe in the game. Don't let them get back into it. So you need to keep watching that, I'm sure, but I don't think you'll see him hopping out again. And have the electrical taken out. Second one will go in just to be sure. Oh, don't need to. It will hold it off for long enough. The activation on the electrical is quite long, so they're confident of that. Get that opened up and can start burning through some utility inside. Good early progress from Team Secret.
Yeah, certainly not bad. That main breach being open is it's endless pressure. You can't just stand in the middle of sight at that point, so you're restricted towards blue and playing inside of wine. If you get pressure coming in down that backside or anything coming in through trench, it starts to feel a little bit ugly. It starts to feel very, very claustrophobic, especially if dining control is also lost. So Secret here, I'm got to worry about rushing things too soon. As long as they get these crucial parts, are in a good spot, and that is a good way of doing it. Instead about getting Mowgli more up in the front here, having him be the ace gunner that he has been for a long time, he gets the entry onto Fenno, who's been a nightmare to deal with so far.
Just holding inside a little bit aggressively here, just inside of Wine rather than out by Pillar, and that's exactly why Asa manages to get one. Can he get himself another? Surely he's not going to continue being cheeky and going around this corner. He knows that one's down, I think, outside of Trench, so it's just emboldening him a little bit. Flexi does manage to get one, 2v2. Although now it's starting to fall apart. It's all up to Flexi. 1v1. Drills is down and won't be collected, I don't think. Or is he going to be? They are going for him now. Yeah, he is going to. That's a good move, I think. Get the second gun up on the board.
It's winnable. But we had this situation back in round 1 that was the same. And round he goes, has got rid of 1. On for the second. But who goes where? Ring around the roses. V-Drills versus Marso. And V-Drills is ready. It's his first kill of the game, Tim. And a crucial one to find.
And that's why you pick your teammates up. V-Drills down for the longest time, but they made the time, made the effort to go and get him collected. And then he wins out the 1v1 at the end. Otherwise, it would all have been over at that point. So Team Secret get themselves their first attacking round. Something to build on for them, at least. A positive to work with. And it gets them going. There's been a full site rotation as well, which is one of the things that I do love about Chalet as a map, is that everywhere is viable on this map. And we tend to see maybe basement played a little bit less than the others, but yeah, generally speaking, you can go absolutely anywhere, and Rebels proving that by going through the whole lot. So they're going to have 2 rounds left on defense. They will head back, I would imagine, up to top floor. Master was their starting position. It did come down to a 1v1 at the end, so, you know, there was a little bit of risk there, a little bit of jeopardy. I think they actually defended maybe Bar and Gaming a little bit better, so, you know, who knows, that's open to them as well. Maybe they go there, but yeah, we'll see where they end up.
Like I say, for V-Drills, I think it was a crucial one to win. Like, it's one thing you have to remember is when rookies step into these big leagues as well, it can be very, very nerve-wracking. Yeah, the same thing applies to Smiths over on Fnatic. You know, remember his first game against Virtus Pro, the clip of 3 of Virtus Pro just suddenly jumping all over him when he was playing on Clash on main stairs. I was like, this poor guy, man, just come up to tier 1. He said in his interviews he's only been playing for a year or so as well, which is crazy that he's got to this level so fast. Really nice guy. He comes across to be as well from that interview. But that was a pretty bruising start. And I think for rookies to get a little bit of confidence into them here and just show, you know, you can win out these clutches. You can tango with the best. It's a big confidence builder. So I'm really happy he's managed to get that one done. Still a big hill to climb, mind you. Chalet is definitely one of our more attacker-sided maps. The Secret really need to find at least a second in this half.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think even with Rebels attacking wars being as they are, it's not going to be enough just coming away with a 3-3, sorry, you know, 3-3, 4-2. 3-3 would be magic at this point, but a 4-2 is not going to be ideal. 5-1, forget about it. So holding the angle onto the window here. Fenno just preventing any pressure coming into Solar. Secret decide to dip away from that fight up onto the top floor. There was a lot, it's the Blackbeard, don't worry. There was a lot of pressure came from the Solar side last time. And it didn't, I mean, it got them into position, it got them a plant down. But I'm just having a look and they do seem a little bit more spread out, the Secret. So I think we're going to see pressure coming from both sides this time.
Absolutely. I mean, Feno's still happy to play aggressive. So in comes the repel and manages to get the down onto Oscar. It's a good attempt. They had cover coming in from two sides. I was going to say behind he also had shots coming in from and from the solar windows, but he still managed to kill a shield and not yet finished off. Will need to be at some point. I can't imagine support is very much on the way. There we go. Finally finished off as he's feeding information back towards his team, but they've got 2 kills, Tim. Oscar and Mowgli gone. Not a good start for Secret.
Capital and Blackbeard as well off the board. You've got to focus on that utility. It is a huge loss. When you look at it now, who's going to be the one to brute force in? Who's going to create space inside of site to allow for a plant? And you start really struggling. Linko manages to take down Noah. Find ourselves now 4 versus 2. And looks like the choice of Bar Gaming might just be the right one for them. I did query where they would be going coming into this, and they've gone to what I think was the best site so far. Ace is going to open up that long angle through from double door into library. But right now, Rebels are sitting pretty comfortably. 30 seconds left to go.
Yeah, dug back, and you've also got Asta feeding information with the pulls from below. They know every single movement these last 2 players are taking. All it's going to take is you just step into the line of sight and it will be a free kill going the other way, but they're very much backed away here. Just the one that was left inside of sight, though. Alems has managed to pick off feed drills. Flexi, the poor sod, he is all alone in a 1 versus 4. Alems wants his KD. Give it to him. No. One to Flexi. Round will be over, though. That'll be 4-1 to Rebels with the Secret. This is looking a little bit scary, Tim.
Yeah, a couple of meaningless kills there at the end. Impactless, as it's still going to be a round to Rebels. And like you say, if you're a Secret fan, starting to look a little bit scary right now. 5-1 half, I won't say is catastrophic. That would be 6-0, but it is certainly getting up there towards it, because you just look at it and you think Rebels are surely going to be able to find one site that they can attack onto and that they can get the job done. So a lot of work for Secret to be done. And I would put this down, round 6, as now an essential win of a round.
It is my worry. And the thing is, like, I sometimes for fun will enjoy going off on teams that are playing like crap and just being like, what the bloody hell? Like, Fnatic's game yesterday, don't get me started. It was a painful game on the attacking side for both them and the other side. It was, yeah, not great. And I had a bit of fun with that. I feel bad going off about Secret here, because I don't feel it's apt. Like, yes, they're playing poorly. Yes, they're losing players far too easily. Nothing is really going their way. It'd be so easy to sit here and be like, wow, these guys are ass. They're not playing well. But it's sad to see that downfall again, especially for 2 players on the side that we've already seen win at EWC, and how close they came back at SI. Like, it's crazy to think they were that close just a few months ago, giving us some of the best performances that we've seen in an SI final. Yeah, as it stands, they're very much a shadow of the former themselves, and I really want to see them get back to the way they were, because I know how much hard work Twister has put in, how much Mowgli and Noah have put in with the rest of their team over time. Obviously now the team is very much dispersed, and Savage has gone over towards NA, Tube of course has gone off towards Falcons. A lot of things have changed, but it's just a little bit sad to see.
It is, and there's, as you say, a lot of work to be done. And there's no better time than right now to start it. Pete comes in, Noah manages to get his man. You're not going to get away with that 11. She should know better. Nitro comes out, no chance to pull the detonator on it, so Noah manages to get a second, and that's going to be Asa taken down. But Team Secret cannot keep relying on this. Yes, they are now in a position to win this round, but it is again on the back of a Noah double kill. How many times have we said that? You need to be getting everybody firing, everybody fighting, and winning these rounds. So currently 3 versus 5. This is now even more. I said it at the beginning that it was a must-win round. It is essential that they get this one done.
I think you need the breathing room, don't you, really?
There's
one disappearing. I mean, look, Noah's got in and got you into a 5 versus 3. He's done great work in the early parts of that round. I know, again, this team is still trying to gel, but this is a prime opportunity to say, cool, we've lost Noah here, but he's done the hard work for us. We've got rid of 2 players on the other side. It's a 4v3. We've got a shield on side. We've got a Deimos on side. We've got tons of utility we can sit behind. Like, surely, you can see this one over the line.
Just taking the peek around the corner. The Blackbeard getting aggressive.
Nice.
Mowgli manages to find the kill onto Linko, but Marto fights back, not before a trade. This is good from Secret. Playing as a team, they're looking to get those trades. They're impacting each other's deaths. They've got an opportunity to put the diffuser down as now, which they will take. Oscar secures that. Mowgli with the final kill. Feno taken down. That's going to be a 4-2 It was essential that Secret got that round. They've dug deep and they've brought one back.
It's still a lot to do, I think, but we'll see what the devs thought about that half, guys. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I think the tone was very much set in that first round here. A good half from Rebels, that's one thing to say. But with that clutch in round 1, as we said, the tone was set.
Yeah, I think it's like you said, the biggest difference between a 3-3 and a 4-2.
Yeah.
And I think it highlighted a few things that we saw throughout the rest of the game here so far, is the lack of trading and the lack of cohesion from the rest of the team. It's a 3v1, the bomb is planted, we have one player taking a 1v1, we have another one that is moving too much, so he gets his head as an angle. The trade does not come from Flexi, he misses his shots, and then he loses that gunfight to, honestly, props to Linko, he isolated all of the players. But I think it just highlighted a couple of things that we saw throughout the rest, was yes, Secret is making mistakes, but Rebels are forcing them to make mistakes by playing extremely aggressive.
Yeah.
And I think the aggression, Secret just they don't have the cohesion to face it.
There's a really romantic side of me that thought this was going to be the game that Secret were just going to come alive and they were really going to set themselves up. They get that plant down in round 1. I'm thinking, this is it. This is it. To lose that clutch in the nature that they did, I think set the scene. They managed to somewhat recompose. They got, 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Like you said, it would have been a 3-3, but for that clutch, I think there's been times where there's been some painfully obvious lack of refrags from their side, lack of team play, and that's why they're in the position that they're in. But they did get a couple of rounds all the same.
Yeah, there's one player, though, on the side of Rebels who's absolutely been stepping up, we could say.
Yeah, I think so. That's going to be Feno on the side of Red Bulls. You see, he played a lot of Denari. There was some really curious Denari setups going on across the Chalet map. 1.5 KD on the defensive half as well. He's really come alive for Rebels on the defense specifically, across the whole stage in particular, not even just today.
For me, it's the amount of kills and deaths across 6 rounds. He died every single round, but he got super involved with the gunfights. And it may be funny, but I think he was one of the main stakeholders of the aggression on the side of Rebels. Because so many of defenders are extended holds, he was the one leader that got them super aggressive and got those kicks.
One small positive I will say for Team Secret is we showed a bit of a meme about how Noah's carried them the whole stage and really tried his best. Mowgli stepped up today. And I think as the one of the 2 senior players that remain on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, it was the one we were waiting for, right?
They really needed him to finally come out of it. We know he's a quality player. We've seen him do it at so many international events. We've finally seen a small step up from him. It hasn't necessarily been enough. They are still 2-4 down, attacking on the Chalet. It's not great, but at least there is something there.
Mira, Grim, Azami, Deimos, anything crazy there?
No, so far, I just think all the bans are really the usual ones. I don't think we're also facing 2 teams that have huge Shield's main players as well.
The only thing with the Azami Mirror ban is really, really good. Well, it's good for 2 sides. It's good for the top floor, it's good for the basement, but it's also good for the top floor. Because it means especially for the top floor, it means you can't extend out to the library side. So this might be a reason why Secret have chose to go to Dining Kitchen straight away on their first defense.
Lion, solid snake, the KB. I'm waiting to see that.
Well, defense was the side where Secret almost managed to force that comeback, though, against Shifters. What can they do in the second half?
Thank you very much, Chan. I think it'd be fun at some point, Tim, if we do that part of the show, and then the guys cast the next 3 rounds from the studio.
Do you think?
Yeah, they can just take over. They love talking about it. I'd sit and listen to Leo and actually talk about the game for a few rounds. Happily.
100%. Ooh, let's get into it then. Team Secret now on the defense. We've spoken about the Rebels' attacker win rate. I did check it during the half there. This is coming into today, and it's an interesting stat. So obviously yesterday we joked about them being the 10th best in the league on attack, which would of course make them the worst. They had the worst attacker win rate. They got a couple yesterday. They've now moved up to 9th, you'll be glad to know. So they are now the 9th attacker win rate in the league. And the only one below them is Team Secret, who are now in 10th. They've gone down to 22%. So that's actually a bit of a positive for Team Secret. in an indirect way, because they've overperformed on the attack. They're the ones that have come out and put numbers on the board. At 20%, we wouldn't expect them to be getting 2 rounds if they had stuck to that pattern, that value. So by getting themselves 2 rounds, it puts them more up at kind of 33%. So they have improved that attacker win rate with their performance here on Chalet. And now that means that Rebels have to do the same. Elems, he starts things off as he means to go on, finding one onto Mowgli, and then V drills. It's
Right, hang on.
It's too. Sorry, it's too easy. That's no.
Hang on!
Nope.
Whoa! Whoa! Hello! Is this 2018? What the hell is going on? Alems is popping off. He's about to get an 80 if things carry on. This is ridiculous. Noah's left, and he's got the eye on swim. He's down to a single point of HP, but no. Noah denies him, reminds him, and reminds us all that it is still 2026, I'm afraid.
Elem's nearly got an ace from the double window. I'm just going to leave it at that. Asa manages to get that final kill. Secret, yeah, they've all just run at Elems. 3 of them have just run at Elems. You know, and just got completely caught out in no man's land there, and he's punished them over and over again. Yeah, just no good. No good from Team Secret. A tough round for them, and I'm sure going to be probably a rough one to bounce back from. Leaves them 5-2 down now, and this could become a bit of a speed run if this carries on. Like that happens. These 2 can't now. Those 2 particularly can't happen, and they must know that it's a Nomad. At some point there must have been a call from one. You can hear Nomad's gun sound. I'm sorry, I'm ended up in a rant here. Nomad's gun sound is so unique. There's no way that you don't know that it's Nomad. So how are you just running out of that door? And I don't think it's so much running out, but how are you getting caught out by the air jab on that door? Like, you've got to assume that it would be there. You'd be able to hear it. You know that it's Nomad. Yeah, tough round for Team Secret.
Yeah. Those are the kind of rounds you can somewhat let go and say, okay, he's had a wonderful round. But as we often say to him, for one player to pull off a play like what Alem just did, the other side has to make the mistakes and give him the windows and the gaps to be able to get away with those kind of plays. And that's really what he's got away with. Yeah, at this level, we comment on teams and say the ones that are lower down the table are typically the ones that have small gaps in their gameplay. They have like missed timings. One player will swing from one side, the other will swing 2 seconds later. You give the player that you're trying to swing all the time in the world. Not a bad start to get rid of 2. But again, coming back to that point, like when Alems is getting kills a couple of seconds apart like that, and he can read everything that's coming at him, that's really on you trying to be too reactionary rather than trying to set up a play in the first place to deal with what you know the threat is going to be. So it was a bit of a stinger for Secret, but starting out with 2 kills here and getting yourself into a 5v3, surely it can't go any worse from here, Tim, can it?
Surely. Well, positive start for Team Secret. You know, last round is gone. You write it off. They've got a nice double kill there. Oscar finds it with the Nitro, breaks down the solar-sided push as well. Really good stuff. It means that Rebels have to go back to the drawing board. And with a team like Rebels that have struggled on the attack, this is actually really valuable for Team Secret because, you know, even your best attacking teams in the world, when they lose 2 bodies early on and it's your ace and your Capitao, some of your key utility, they're going to struggle to find, you know, how to adapt and how to get themselves back into the round. So Rebels have probably got even less chance. Lems picks up a 5th kill from that double window. Secret need to stop feeding in there. Oscar manages to get one, gets Lems this time, and that's going to be a 4K for Oscar in the round, and Team Secret get their first defense.
Kind of looking at Alems and saying, whatever you can do, I can do too. And as I mentioned, you can forgive when individual players have big rounds in particular. Often it is enabled by the other side somewhat, but we've had a big round by players on either side now. I want to see a team round coming out of the side of Secret. I really want to see him balance it out as a group here as well. So keep an eye on how the next round plays out and see if they can keep on being competitive. It is a very crucial round, the one that we often speak about, Tim, when we're at this 5-3 scoreline. The Secret get the win here. They're back within striking distance. They're just 1 round behind, and you can see how it's plausible that they can play catch up. Whereas if Rebels win, it's 6-3. They've got a 3-round advantage and have a 2 out of the 3 rounds in the half being won. It then gets hard to see how Secret can play catch up. I guess the big question for Secret, really, and I guess I'm curious to hear your thoughts as well, really. If Secret can't get their win here today, where do they find a win throughout the stage?
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? When you start looking at the matchups, you can kind
They've lost
of...
the Heretics, they've lost to Shifters, they've lost Falcons.
It's only
Falcons.
There's only Falcons that are like the big team, if you will. I'm not downplaying anybody else. Shifters, I keep taking as being they're going to be fighting for top half. But you look at it going through. They've got Twisted Minds, who are top 4 team. They've got Virtus Pro, top 4 team. They've got G2, top 2 team. You know, Virtus Pro probably top 2 team as well. And so, yeah, you're then looking towards Fnatic and GK at the end of the stage as being teams that maybe they can get something out of. But there's a problem with that because how much are they really going to develop and learn against those top teams over the next 3 play days? It's probably going to be limited because it's going to be very, very difficult for them to just compete. So it then gets to the point where your last 2 games might actually be too late for you to do anything about where you are in the league.
Yeah, it feels a bit too little too late then to be able to claw your way into 6th place and getting towards playoffs, absolutely. And again, I think all these guys know what's on the line now. Only the top 4 teams that come out of this group stage or out of the whole league are the ones that make it to EWC. Because, I mean, to be fair, Tim, the funny thing is, Secret don't need to make playoffs. I just remembered they don't need to make it because they won it last year, so they auto-qualify back to EWC anyway. So they have one of the 5 slots for EU. So you know what, Tim? They can lose every game. Who gives a shit? It's fine.
I'm sure it'll go really well for them when they get there at this rate. When they get phased in round 1, I'm sure it'll go really well. But at the minute, we've got Linko low health. Mowgli as well has taken some damage along the way. Marto going to be working up the stairs with that shield. Just pinging out the player on mezzanine. He needs to be careful. I'm not sure he's got... Oh, no, he does have the spawn. I was going to say, I'm not sure he's got any kind of direct support to help him deal with that, but Fenno did have the angle. Marto taking a lot of damage. Lems manages to get off. He's had a bit of resurgence these last few rounds as a Lems, hasn't it? We're going back to like Team Secret and BDS Lems here. Absolutely flying through them. Master manages to get one onto Flexi, and it's going to be all down to Oscar.
Yeah, the hero of the last round. He's got to do it all over again and won't even be given the chance. It's a flawless round for Rebels. Instead at the head of things, if they get to the 6-3 scoreline they are now, it feels a bit too far away for Secret to play catch-up. And unfortunately, that is the way it's going. I guess they can kind of see this whole like group stage now as a boot camp for AWC, thinking about it, Tim. They're already there, like I say. It's chill. It's all good.
I thought I was the overly positive one.
What is it to say? Like
you're taking over my role, Des. You're taking over my role. I think they Des, I would care. I think they care. This is not going well. This is not going well. Rebels 6-3 up at the minute, and Secret really struggling to find themselves another round here on the defense. Could all be over in this next round. Baron Gaming will be the site that they are heading to. What does Secret do here differently? You know, it's difficult to pick one thing, isn't it? I think maybe if they could at least work together a little bit more, like the Thorn there. When you're playing in that sort of triangle up on the top floor, you've got to have support from the other points of that triangle. All 3 of you have got to work together to provide a bit of cover. Really, the Thorn there needed somebody inside a library looking to support, or maybe somebody top blue who pushes down to that double door, and then they can put a bit of pressure on. They can prevent Fenno getting the angle in. Somebody inside of office maybe with that threat onto balcony so that Fenno can't concentrate in that way to try and get that kill. So maybe Team Secret could increase that a little bit, maybe work for each other a little bit, create some crossfires. It might help.
Surya's in place.
It might.
See, I can be positive too. Look, we've swapped back. It's like Freaky Friday. We've got our bodies back. I'm the positive one again.
Well, they're going to end it with a rush, Tim. Here we go. They're getting themselves set up already for the double window by the looks of it. They want to get in there nice and quick. The question is, are they taking notes? Did they see the plant that you can get up now rather than going into the corner right against the wall? They're right up against the desk on towards the left-hand side. We'll see if they go away with it. Now, Noah, he's ready. He's upstairs. He's got the longer. Just spray, bro. Just spray and hope for the best. Okay, no, never mind. He's going to get a chance to get away with it. But no one's challenging him, but he hasn't got a chance here. Off he goes to step for the player outside. He nearly missed every single shot, but it does not matter. The plant is down. However, it's a 5 versus 3, and Noah, he don't want to lose here and now. They managed to bring it down to a 3 versus 1. Fenno has got to hold on all by himself.
Oh, it's very, very difficult when your man count is down there. That is one of the sites that you think, this is actually winnable. There was a bit of me thinking, when it gets to 1v3, Fenor might hit an ace and win this, because it's very difficult to challenge onto the outside there. But a beautiful shot is hit as he comes around that angle, and they manage to get straight onto that diffuser as well to put the pressure to force Fenor around. So a good final 20 seconds there from Team Secret, a good response to that diffuser going down. I think it was a worthwhile play from Rebels. Give it a go, get aggressive, see what happens. You know, maybe if they'd not lost the Ying up above, it'd been a little bit different. But Team Secret, they were able to thrive in the chaos there. So well played, credit where it's due. It's been a rough game for them so far, but they do pull out around there to keep this one going for at least one more round. It's now 6-4.
Yeah. I still stand by what I said. When it's a 6-3 scoreline, it's still probably a bit much to try and recover. Like, Rebels have tried to pull a fast one there. They've tried to get over the fast plant. They've tried to just overwhelm them with a textbook hit. We've seen this a million times at this point, Tim. And to be fair, Noah, like I say, he weren't taking that one lying down. Quite literally, he's got himself out and got a couple of big kills that have really set his team up to be able to recover. Now it's a question, could they do 2 more in a row? I don't think they
10 seconds
can,
remaining.
but I'll happily be surprised.
5 seconds
Okay,
left
back
before
to,
insertion.
we go over to Master and Office. That's going to be the next
Attackers
defensive
must
side for
locate and
Secret to
defuse the
try
bomb.
and hold on to. We've seen them hold it in round 8. They were successful. It is one of the 2 defensive sides that they've won. So they've got something to build on here. The Denari comes back along as well. We will see those very long trip connectors used. You can see one running from the bathtub all the way down to piano just to prevent anybody hopping in through those windows. And we're going to have immediate... We've seen this consistently every round where attackers have been attacking onto this top floor site. It has been immediate pressure onto solar windows, and we've got that again.
Okay, let's see how they get away with it then. It's more about trying to keep themselves busy, I think, and keep Rebels busy in the early round. Like, don't give them too much time to get themselves established inside the building and setting up crossfires and everything else. The problem with this side is I think you can afford to play at that at least for a while until you flood in towards this top floor. Get yourself on the surround. You're ready with the gadgetry. LM's in a spot again where hopefully we don't see the 4K being warped. This is a little bit cheeky as an attempt here, but this is what I mean. I like seeing them try something. Mogi at least got himself down as a result and finished off by Fenor, who calls him while he's down the fire. Seeing him finished off. 2-4 on the side of Rebels. Oh no, it's Fenor again, Tim. We saw it earlier in the game. 15 and 8, he steps up to. Oscar one back with a C4. 2 versus 2 comes through as Fenor hits the 3K. It's him and Marto against Flexi.
Oscar's been a bit of a demon with the nitros, I'll give him that at least. But yeah, Fenor comes through, makes it another one. Phenomenal finish there from the Dokkaebi, showing the value, just hitting shots with the SMG. And that is going to be Rebels closing out a win on Chalet. And Team Secret's wars continue.
Yeah, outside of a few rounds there where I thought Secret showed a couple of flashes of brilliance from individuals more than anything else. I feel for Rebels, it was a pretty dominant affair, and also showing they can indeed play Chalet Tim. Maybe there's a good reason why it's always been banned away from them. However, we'll go to a break. When we come back, our desk will break it down for you.
Rebels steal away the full 3 points from this matchup, and that means we get to speak to the winners. We speak to the brains behind this roster as we have Kizzy on the line. Congratulations and good evening. 3 points, Kizzy. You must be very happy with those.
Yeah, it was a good game for us. I'm proud about our attack. Like, we're getting better every week. If you guys remember, like last week we just won one attack, and that's pretty sad. But next week, like that week, like we work hard, like we changing some things, and yeah, if we count like yesterday and today, like we get 5 attacks, so we're getting better.
Just picking up on that, Kizzy. Obviously, you know, you said that you was working on the things. What things did you work on in particular? Because the attack looks very strong today. There was a lot of multi kills, for example.
Yeah, I mean, like, because like I think we talking a lot like during scrims about bans, you know, like about what up we should abuse, like what type of the play style, you know, and I think we getting sync because like before we didn't know each other, so we kind of mix our ideas and try to get better every day. That's our goal every day, and I think it's working. I hope it's working.
I feel like watching you guys today, I feel like I can see some kind of identity coming up with you guys. And I think we saw that into the game in the way that you were, especially in defense, trying to be extremely aggressive, trying to fight early on into the map, trying to not let them settle. Was that purely a game plan against Secret, or is that more your global play style that you're going to go with using the strength of your players?
Yeah, that was like the game plan for today because like we kind of know like because we have a VOD about them, you know. So the game plan was like just scare them, and like be aggro. And also I think that's our play style. I think the team is gonna start to realize that, but we are ready. Like we had a lot of play styles on defense too. But like for this specific game, like we choose that, and I think works.
Do you think that the fact that you guys played 3 of the 4 best teams in EML in the first like 3 play days?
It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, like you guys had such a hard path into stage 1. So like, do you think it actually helped the guys think that they had it in them? Because realistically, they beat Falcons, and then even the 2 games that you guys lost, like if it wasn't for the attacks, you could have won them, you know. And even these ones, like every time it was a 7-4, it was kind of close, you know. It was not a stomp. So do you think it actually helped the team figure out their identity and also give them confidence that they had it in them to actually be a great pro team?
Yeah, of course, bro. Like I was sad about the game yesterday because I feel like the games were in our hands, but whatever. Like we learning from this like every day. If you lose and you don't learn anything, like you're doing something wrong, you know. So I think yeah, that's it. Like about you were saying like about the hard teams. I think that's good for us. But like we cannot like expect like we're gonna win the other games because like we did a good job against the good teams, you know, because like the next game is gonna be more easy, like easier, and we need to keep improving, like to keep like work hard, you know, and yeah, that's it, bro. But yeah, definitely like this is a good way for us, you know.
Yeah, we were talking about that as well, how you had some hard games and then the game today. And then, well, next Monday you're playing G2. So once again, thanks so much for your time, Kizzy, and best of luck with the Super Week next week.
Thank you. See you, G2. See you, bro.
Ooh, I like it at the end there. I mean, with the way this game went, and especially the improvement that we're seeing on the attacks, it might be an actual fair fight.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these clips and looking at the highlights here and incredible multi-kills.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that G2 game, which is gonna be all about TDM. Look at this, like we see a 1v3 clutch. We see this incredible.
He's rolling back the years here, by the way.
Yeah, that has to be one of the quickest 4Ks in EML this stage. Like
this kill as well.
The amount of kills that were just thrown at their faces, and then look at the rest of the kills here. Multiple triple kills on the side of LMs after that, and then there was the round here, like the one with Feno with on the KB. Wow, just wow.
Finishes off. I think the big thing for me is we expected Rebels to be strong on defense. We know that. Kizzy just said we're working on our attacks. We've been working on our attacks. And they managed to get, you know, a couple over the line, 3 over the line to get the job done. What I will say, actually, is that the stark difference, I think, was the pace. When Rebels have been on the defense, they've been annoying, they've been aggressive, they've been playing flanking constantly, a lot of movement, creating a little bit of chaos, a little bit of confusion. They started to bring that on the attack today. We saw quick plants, we saw the Dokkaebi, we saw people just in places that you didn't really expect, and it was all in coordination and all in sync as well. Yes, other than the Lems, you know, 4 people peeking him on the double window. That round aside, every other attacking round was pretty good and pretty fast-paced from them, so I hope we see more of that.
Yeah.
And for players that have made a step up to this league as well, we've seen some players make a step up to this league on other teams that have really struggled. The guys on the side of Rebels don't seem to be struggling in the kills department as well. They've definitely got what it takes. Now they've got that little bit of confidence in them. I think they represent a tough task for any team.
Slowly but surely, I'm starting to think that if they continue on that path, especially as it will get to play easier teams, quote unquote, they might just be in a position to make it to playoffs and steal that away from a Fnatic, from a Shifters, from teams that are really close to getting that 6th spot. I think Rebels right now, I wouldn't put them in the Need a Miracle anymore in my tier list, because I think they have that level.
All right, well, that seems very, very good and very positive for them. But those players that you're mentioning, of course, what this whole stage 1 is about is for the teams to qualify to EWC. That is what we're playing for here inside. Our players find that a very big tournament. Obviously, it's a $2 million prize pool. It qualifies you to the Six Invitational if you win EWC by August. You know you're competing in the biggest tournament of the year. And especially for our viewers at home as well, have you missed out on the Six Invitational in Paris? Have you been there, and do you want to experience it all again in Paris? The tickets are live at rebook.com. You can search for R6 Siege and also use the code R6S15 for 15% discount on the tickets. So Siege action, good games, discounted.
Yep.
I don't see why you shouldn't.
And I've been there before. You know, it's at Porte de Versailles, so I lived there for 3 years actually. So I know the space really well. I can tell you this is going to be amazing because this is where Paris Games Week was being held before that. So you're going to have a lot of space for activations. You can play casual games. You have food and beverage, and all of that to be experienced. You know, different esports titles every week. Yeah. And I think the cool thing is, honestly, also, there is some kind of pressure for the players also representing their orgs there. In reality, when you see the amount of cash prize that's available for organizations playing EWC across multiple titles, organizations such as G2, such as Falcons, it means a lot for their organization. It's a big chunk of their revenue, that partner program.
Yeah, with the club, the standings and everything, but just Siege specifically, that winning, getting that ticket to the Sixth Invitational is huge.
First team to qualify
to qualify, undoubtedly, you would be there from being the EWC champions. That makes it absolutely massive. Teams were already taking this event so seriously, like it was a major the last couple of years anyway, and even now you've got a tangible benefit at the end of it that you will be there at the Sixth Invitational come the end of the year, which is huge. Because like I say it so often, that is the first goal for any team. They want to make sure they're at that event.
Yeah. And then as Secret, as we just saw, has already qualified for that event due to winning it last year. They already have that security of making it to that event. For our next game, though, when we're talking about Falcons and G2, big contenders to make it to EWC eventually. And I feel like this is a long-awaited matchup. We finally get to see Shaiko against his old team. You know, so much history between Shaiko and the core of that Falcons roster. I'm excited.
Super excited. To be honest, I've seen Shaiko since the rebuild of that team. As Team BDS, when he wanted to get Bride on the roster, he had to wait a couple of years to get Bride initially. And then after that, he had to wait another couple of years to get Likefak. And that core together stayed 4 years. They won one major together, Yon Shopping, in 2022. And ever since then, they've been completely unable to win a grand final outside of EWC. For these guys to face each other, you can see it typing with a smile on his face.
They're already doing it. I can see it.
They already know what it feels like. And this is going to be a brother in arms facing each other. It's going to be a weird one.
Still remember it. Still remember the Bride announcement. You know, they filmed it out in Paris with Shaiko and Bride there as well. And of course, this is Shaiko going up against his former team. We've got a couple of pictures to show you. We're going to hit you in the nostalgia here because Shaiko, there he is on the right-hand side of your screen, back in Sweden, back in 2022, lifting. Oh, well, he's not lifting it, but he's with the squad lifting that major trophy. He went all the way. And then on the left-hand side of your screen is maybe where it hits in the feels a little bit.
The heartbreak.
This is in Paris this year. This is the final game. This is after the final game that Shaiko ever played with this roster, with his brothers, you know, ultimately. And yes, he has moved on to different things. And yes, both of these squads might go and they might win silverware in the future, but they'll have never have got it done together with Shaiko, with Bride, you know, especially in terms of that Sixth Invitational when it was supposed to be in Paris. So it's huge that he's going up against these guys.
Unironically, I think that if there is pressure somewhere in this matchup, it's on Falcons. They are the ones that initiated this move. They are the ones that initiated Shaiko going to G2 eventually. Yep. They are the ones that wanted to get Joom. And so in this kind of matchup, when Revenge Kenna is served cold 3 months later, in reality, Falcons need to win that to prove that it was the right play.
Yeah, it's a big task from both these teams. A big one for all of our viewers as well. Two big teams, a big fragfest as well, so we're hoping to see for this matchup, especially given that these two teams are inside our top 4. We say these are the contending teams that we expect to make it to international events to win silverware, as you so beautifully said. But let's take a look at the map, Vito, as well. I want to see where the series takes it to. We're going to a concert, and we've seen this map from both these teams.
We did. I'm just looking at the final 2 maps. They couldn't be in a way more different. You know, Border all about the Frag Fest. We didn't end up going there. We ended up going to Consulate now. Both of these teams played Consulate yesterday. Different set of circumstances, I would say. G2 arguably should have lost it.
Yeah.
Got themselves over the line in big thanks due to Benja and Almal, but played it yesterday and really had to show everything. I think for Falcons, they played Team Secret there yesterday. It was a pretty straightforward game, but it's a good map for Falcons. It's been one of their home maps for a very, very long time, Leo.
The real pivotal point here is for G2. Because like you said, they should have lost yesterday. And why should they have lost yesterday? Because their attacks were really good, but their defenses were horrible. And Doki said that in the interview. They have had less than 24 hours to have basically a huge rework on that defense side. It's supposed to be a defense side of the map. And they're going to have to start attack, which is fine if they can develop their playstyle like they used to yesterday. But realistically, the big thing they need to change, you know, they've only had 24 hours to change it. So this is going to be the big one.
Any predictions before we go into the match? Because the lobby's almost ready. Who takes it in this best of one?
I'm predicting a lively match. I'm predicting a lot of chat either way. I think on the balance things, I think Falcons have probably looked better across the stage. But in games like this, honestly, form goes out the window with two top teams who can raise their level and raise their motivations.
I think in general, history tends to serve the revenge plate or meal the right way. And I think in that aspect, I think G2 might have the upper hand just because of the mental warfare.
Ooh, this matchup has it all. A Fragafest star quality. Shaiko against his former team, and it's ready to go on Consulate.
Indeed it is, and probably arguably everyone would say game of the day. A showdown between two of our top 4 teams here in Europe, Tim, and I think this may well deliver the best siege we're going to see today. Who walks away as the winner? I can't tell. The audience can't. Can you?
Absolutely not. As I said at the beginning of the show, I do favour Falcons a little bit here. G2 a little bit wobbly yesterday, and I don't know, I feel like G2 maybe on a dip, Falcons on a rise. Falcons historically, you know, have done well against G2, so I do like them for it, but it is absolutely anybody's is this matchup. It's going to be an absolute classic. I'm hoping that we get a bit of a barn burner, that we get plenty of rounds out of it, and we don't have somebody, we've seen it before between these two, where somebody kind of just crumbles a little bit and it's like a 7-1, 7-2, and you're left thinking, oh, I was, you know, really looking forward to that game, and it's over before you know it. But yeah, so hopefully that's all I'm really bothered about, is let's go the distance, let's have plenty of good siege between these two and just see who comes out on top.
Not in seeking to be a hater in saying this, but I either see this being the kind of game that, like you say, is a barn burner, it goes really close, or G2 just don't show up in fine form and Falcons walk away with a, I don't want to say an easy win, but a comfortable win is the best way I can probably put it. I can't see a world where Falcons completely roll over and G2 just stomp them all the way through. But I think it's also fair to say for both teams, they've maybe not been as decisively dominant as we maybe would have expected coming into the stage. You know, G2 had that scare against GK on day one. Falcons, of course, have lost throughout the stage as well. I think both are still fighting to have that crown atop their head come the end of the stage, given VP currently are looking like the ones who are going to be in that commanding position. And as one of our main top 4 versus top 4 games today, I think this one carries an awful lot of weight to how this stage could conclude. So let's get into it. Falcons start off on the defense. G2 are on the attack. We're kicking things off here on the first floor. Inside a piano and in towards Expo. Now, as you probably expect, it means taking that top floor first. There is a lot of soft flooring on Consulate, so you need to have top floor control, deny the defenders from playing through those verticals. But you also got to worry about potentially someone charging around downstairs, just impulses, just Soluses, you name it. Tell you what, Doki's lucky not to lose his life. They're very close and may well lose it still. No, Leakafat whiffing his shots. And Doki gets in with the first kill of the game.
Yeah, Leakafac's got to win that one, especially coming and getting somebody whilst they're in that repel animation. Yes, Doki can still fight, but it's a little bit more tricky. Leakafac's really got to be winning that one for his team.
He is kind of right. It was a bit troll. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you wouldn't normally see that. It was certainly a bold move, shall we say, from Doki. But look, it's paid dividends. They've got themselves the opener. It's 5 versus 4, and just 4 versus 4 as June manages to take down Stompen. So that gets Falcons underway as well. And I hope that the rest of the game is as back and forward as this first minute has been. It's been at a breakneck speed as well, really. 2 kills within the first minute. Brilliant stuff. I've just had a look at the head-to-head between these two when Falcons took over the roster back in 2025, just after the Boston SI, and it is 5-2 in favour of Falcons. Yeah, very, very dominant in this matchup.
I know Doki's spoken before.
If I look before that as BDS, I'm certain that I'm right, that it's the same, more of the same.
Yeah. I know Doki's definitely spoken before about how tough these guys can be to beat. They just always seem to beat them, they always seem to beat us, is what he says whenever you ask him about it. Obviously needs to try and flip the script a little bit today. They've made their own changes. They want to prove what they can do. Benja yesterday certainly put himself up there in the leaderboard. I think he's currently top rated for G2 throughout the entire stage as well. Has been having a brilliant time so far. In here, he's trying to bait out a plan as he knows the Falcons have this upstairs control. G2 haven't bothered in trying to go for a full top floor clear, but Alamau hits the deck. That's not an ideal start. Benja also took a little lick of damage there as he realizes it's not safe to plant just yet.
Performing
but Doki
triage.
hits the second. Benja in to recover his captain. It's a 3 versus 2.
Doom continues fighting here, getting aggressive. He knows the chances there. Finds 2. Benja and Alamau make it 3 in the round overall. Doki trying to get going what he can. He's got the track onto users. Takes a lot of damage. Surely it's a matter of time. It's actually Doom who's going to back his teammate up. 4 for the round. Brilliant start.
Yeah, really good start. I mean, it was a great start for G2 as well. Doki getting himself a couple, getting themselves in a position to go for the plant and the execute. But I think it was then when things started going wrong, when the verticals were being opened up and they realized, okay, maybe this isn't quite as safe as we were hoping for. And I think the Alamau down certainly started to see things thrown to the wind then as well. If he was still on his feet, he can cover Benja off on the flank. You don't see that push coming in from June that ultimately decided the outcome of that round. So it was very back and forth in terms of momentum throughout the round overall, but on the Falcons managed to hold on to. Good first round by them. I don't think G2 will be too dissuaded though, given how well they started out in that round.
Users and Doom show there. Of course, Doom wanting to put up a good performance today, going up against the player that he replaced. Chaco coming into the G2 roster as he left Falcons, and Doom was the one that they brought in. So there's a little bit of probably a point to prove here in Doom's mind as well, that the right decision was made. Questions will be answered. So we move on into round 2. It's going to be the basement. Doom is on the Thorn. Keep an eye on him. He's just played a Riz Bloom under that art window, so I think we're going to see him playing around there on that mid floor, trying to keep hold of some of the map. I'm fascinated to see. Falcons aren't generally like a heavy roam team. We've certainly seen it more from them recently. In the older versions of these rosters, they would be very kind of sight and turtle based a lot of the time. We have, like I say, seen Leakafat getting out on the roam a little bit more. Maybe Doom has opened that up, Solotov. So they are, you know, certainly playing a bit of an extension here. Solotov, Leakafat, both up on that top floor. So G2, full map clearance required.
Yeah, back in the old days of BDS, back when Lems was still around, always used to say the only way that you know they're roaming is when Lems is playing on the Valkyrie. Everyone else was playing turtle operators and not wanting to leave sight. It was ridiculous. And we said this when they merged with, of course, the 2 boys from M&M in Yusus and Solotov, that it gave them a little bit more of an X factor. They could identify a gap and step into it, and they would happily do that. And Solotov still plays that very aggressive style. This stage in particular, you've seen Solotov and Leakafat be the 2 aggressive players on the team, and you've had Doom sort of fill the midline for the team. He's been the one covering their retreat back towards site an awful lot. So they have Brede and Yusus as your backline. So they've very much established a more, I'd say, standard setup for a team. It feels like they have that optionality now, which is really, really important, I think, in the current age of Siege. So it's good to see, and it also helps that, as we saw yesterday, Brede and Yusus are pretty terrifying as a backline. But here we go, though. We already found out with Doom getting 1 up to 5 kills inside just a couple of rounds. Leakafat collects the second, gets Solotov in for a third, and then that's it then. We've completed the trifecta, and their 3 frontliners have got a kill.
G2 so far having no luck getting anywhere near site at this point. Just a reminder, it is a basement site.
There it is.
All the fighting is going on those top 2 floors. Solotov gets one, Leakafat taken down by Alamau. Somehow G2 are still in this round. They're still in touch. There's a minute 15 left on the clock, and they've got Stomping alive on the Blackbeard, so that's a real good bit of utility for them to be able to use to create some space. Alamau's going to try and get down onto that basement level to join him as well. As I said, there's been no real pressure onto site. G2 are going to try and find that now with the yellow stairs approach. Alamau moving in from the back, so it's very much a split push between them, but they're going to be getting some damage done there to Alamau. They need to be careful.
There's the environmental and green. I think someone tagged it. Yeah, he just stepped into the line of fire and just literally lost over half his HP. That is unfortunate. Stomping going to send it in here on the Blackbeard. They've got to find a kill or 2 out of somewhere, and it's simply not arriving. Alamau's down to 1 HP. Solotov will manage to get him. Yes, down in the process. But that's 3 in the round for Solotov. Another solid one out of Falcons.
Yeah, it was. I mean, the top two, the first two kills up on the top floor were phenomenal. Well, one was mid floor. June got Shaiko and Piano, and then they got Leakafak up on. Leakafak got Doki up on the top floor, and it was just they were just really good, solid kills, and it just makes me look at Falcons, and this is what I was sort of thinking might happen coming in. They just look really on their game today. They had a good game yesterday, and they've dialed it up a notch. We see the kill from Leakafak there as he dropped the hatch at the same time, hitting him on the fadeaway. Beautiful stuff, and yeah, very solid. And look, G2, they need to wake up very quickly, or they're going to be 4-0 down before they know it.
It may even be after this third round if they find them losing this one too. Romalio steps in for attack timeout because, as you say, they sort of need to get themselves into fighting form pretty quick. You can't afford to be going into that second half 5-1 down. It is gonna suck. So let's see if they can turn things around here as we step onto this top floor site. And of course, they danced around it for the most part until now, but in a spot where you need to get something done, you'll be forgiven for not realizing that second round was down in the basement because, as you said during the round, Tim, all the action was happening everywhere else. There was never really much going on with the site itself until the very end of it, when we had Alamau trying to work through a little bit of a backstab and stomping, charging down through yellow. So it's good to see Falcons playing the map as well and making sure G2 are not just losing resource, but also players in trying to having to clear through the map and get some form of control to then start thinking about what the site looks like. Really well played by Falcons so far. And you can see why they're 4-0 on this map as well over recent history. It's terrifying.
Yeah, they're just very good here. I like how much of the map they use. You know, we spoke about this difference between extensions and playing a more turtle style of play, and the way that they extend here and how much of the map they use simultaneously makes Falcons very difficult to play against, because you have to spread yourself thin to try and deal with them. Breeder is going to look to get not too aggressive, but he's in a position to attack if needed on to the closet breach there that has been opened up. Drone goes out for Doki. He's not getting quite as aggressive into admin this time. He wants to make sure he's clear. I think he will have seen the head of the player on copy door, so he's just going to be careful about getting in there on the rappel. It's quite a nice rappel to go into, actually. This isn't a pro play, but it could be quite handy to zip in through with Amaru, because you can dive behind the filing cabinet and then take your fights as you need to. In comes a rappel, though, talking about zipping on it.
Oh, man.
That's going to be Alamau missing a few shots there, but does it down, gets the pistol. Leakafak, June, one apiece, 3 versus 3 as the Nitro goes out. They survive that. Stomping comes out big with a triple. Leakafak manages to close him down. It's 1v2 still.
Let's calm down now. Let's not let Leakafak clutch up. Doki has got the diffuser. Going for a plant in the other side, on A site here as well. So Leakafak's got a choice, try and hold and hope that Benja swings, or turn around and deal with the diffuser. I don't even think he's heard it going down here. Now he'll be forced into action. It's not on G2 to make anything happen. Steps across, baits out the swing from Benja, but doesn't quite have the angle on him. G2 to be careful about this one. I say that as Doki holds the angle. Leakafak put in the mud. A good recovery, and from Alamau especially, that's what opened that round up. Gets the down onto Breed A inside a meeting. Didn't quite finish him off, but gets the down regardless. That opens up for Doki to go for the plant, but then starts applying pressure immediately in towards the other side. And off the back of that, G2 just had so much room to work with. So really good play from Alamau.
Yeah, perfect timing really for G2 to pick up the round there. It's been a tough start for them. Falcons have really put them under pressure immediately. They've come out of the gates at 100 miles an hour of Falcons, and it's been tough to kind of keep hold of the coattails, I think, for G2 just to stay in touch. But we're going to see those last bans come out. It's going to be Grim and Thorn. Not too much of a surprise either way. We're seeing far more for Thorn play recently since those changes. For anybody who doesn't know, the trigger time, particularly on those Razor Blooms, was reduced, so it makes them much more of an entry denial tool, whereas used to kind of be what we would call more area denial. So it was maybe about, you know, stopping somebody being able to plant, or it was quite easy to move away from them, whereas now a lot more tricky. So Thorn certainly rising in popularity recently. 2-1 it is then to Falcons, and we're going to be going to Piano for round 4.
All right, so much things that we saw back in round 1. It's about playing that dance, really trying to deal with the top floor. G2 did ignore it last time around, didn't try and go for the full clear, and as they tried to bait out a plant with Benja going in, that is when the ceiling started opening up above them, so they've got to be respectful of that. If nothing else, I'd like to see them actually get up there and try and take top floor first. I think having a sledge on side is certainly pointing in towards that, and the butt coming along for Doki. But as also referenced back in round 1, you can even find yourself playing underneath with a Pulse or a Solus. That's exactly what June is doing in this round. So he could be a bit of a nuisance for G2 to deal with.
watching for that main door run out. G2 just being cautious here, and no surprise with the level of aggression that Falcons have shown so far, and the Doom is doing exactly that here. The question is, G2 might have been watching main door, but are they watching secret wall? Are they watching everywhere that they're going to be punished from? Nade goes into bathroom, clear out any utility in there. This is quick progress here from G2. They're not messing about. In goes the blitz, and Alamau is going to be looking to chase away any of these top floor roamers and get G2 established. Nitro comes out, gets shot out of the air, I think there. Solitov does manage to find one with one from below though. Leakafak onto Alamau, and despite the aggression coming out of G2, they really wanted to take it to Falcons in this round. They are still finding themselves behind. Breeder will be taken out, so it leaves us now 3 versus 4.
You take that every single day of the week, though, as Falcons. You know, your Electro Claws are already down. Breede's, I believe, is committed to C4 as part of that, too. And he's in a spot where you've killed one, but in return, you've taken off the blitz and you've got rid of some of the vertical destruction. That's a dream. It's like I said back in the second round, like they're playing around the map. They're looking to burn resource and ideally players away from G2. They've done a wonderful job of that so far. They're now left with very little to actually work with G2 except for time. That's great. Oh, my God. Okay. All right, okay, it's all good, it's okay. Shaiko's back, guys, it's fine, don't worry about it.
Well, we've just rolled back a few years to Finker LMG. That's where we're at. So Benja manages to get Solitov, and it looks like it's going to be another round going in G2's favour. However, Leakavac might have something to say about it. Takes down Shaiko. Old teammate is removed. That's going to leave us now 1 versus 2. Doesn't have the best gun in the game, it's fair to say, to be doing this with, but has at least given himself an opportunity. G2 don't have diffuser in hand at the minute. That's one question that I would ask.
Though. I think unless he gets one of the vertical, this is ridiculous. It shouldn't be too much of a bother for him to step across and pick that up, though. Yes, it went down inside a meeting, so surely one they can get. Just right now trying to sniff a Leakavac and Benja while his nose was keen, and it gave him his target. G2 off the back of that Shaiko 2K on yellow. Snatched the round back.
Yeah, I'm surprised Leakavac didn't have a... It's not a criticism. I'm surprised he didn't have a look over to that vertical. Benja opened up a new one with the sledge. He'd opened up a couple. And I think that, you know, Leakavac maybe just thought, no, he's going to come back to that one. That's the better angle. But after a couple of seconds, didn't really then pay any attention to the new one and did lose his life from there. But certainly not an easy thing. Tactical timeout is going to be called. And I would have really thought it'd be G2 that would be doing this before anybody. But no, it's going to be Falcons after G2 have come back at them with 2 rounds. We are getting the back and forth that we dreamed of from these two as we sit 2-2, and Falcons, they're trying to change the momentum.
It's weird in a way because I think Falcons have actually played this really well so far. I guess when you've lost 2 rounds on the bounce, you're a little bit like, right, okay, this has got the potential to run away from us now. Let's slow down, figure out what we've got to do to course correct a little bit. Because they started out okay, as I said. They've dealt with the initial aggression coming out of G2 in the majority of these rounds. Round 1, admittedly, maybe not quite so successfully from Leakavac on his first swing in towards admin. But they have made G2 had to work for it. It's just been as we started to chew our way through the round that things have then started to look worse and worse. So got to be really careful here and make sure this will turn into a fast bleed on the side of Falcons. Due to get one more, though, and I can imagine they'll be very happy with 3 attacks on Consulate, Tim.
Let me speak.
Yeah, I would have thought so, definitely. I think that's certainly not a bad... That's a hell of a bottle of water there. We've already seen this before. I'm sure it was Alamau, but that's bigger than last time. Is this what we're doing now? Is this just like, for every 100 likes, we'll make the bottle of water bigger? Is it that kind of hype? Or like, what are we doing?
They'll just be drinking straight from a fire hydrant at some point, I'm sure. It'd be ridiculous. Well, man, staying hydrated. A reminder to have a nice little drink of water. I've actually got a nice iced coffee here, some of all things.
I don't do coffee at all. I don't actually do caffeine at all. But yeah.
I can't imagine what you'd be like. You're already a nightmare without caffeine in your system.
Attackers are heading out.
Yeah, no, I don't do any caffeine.
Bouncing off the walls.
Not for any like real purposeful specific reason. It's just I guess I don't like tea and coffee. Don't say it too loudly. They might take my passport off me for not liking tea. But as a Brit, of course. But yeah, I've never really drunk any hot drinks like that particularly. And then I'm going off at a wild tangent here. I get a lot of zero drinks. I've got a friend who's diabetic, so I just naturally buy zero for when they're around. So I don't really consume any. But let's get back to Siege. We're back into round 5. It's 2-2. We've come out of the tack timeout. Falcons need to switch up the momentum because G2 have got themselves back-to-back attacks, even though Falcons had a big man advantage in round 4. So they're going to be kicking themselves for throwing that one away. I think it was 3 versus 5 at a point, and G2 have brought that back. 3 versus 4. There was a crossover of Breeder kind of being downed. But yeah, 3 versus 4 and G2 managed to get it won. So Falcons need to make sure that this one doesn't start to slip away.
Absolutely. Well, we've had the timeout, like I say, so hopefully they've got a little bit of course correction in the system, and they should be able to get back to winning ways here after losing the last 2. It has been a bit more conservative, a little more careful, especially from G2. I think they were also expecting some shenanigans off the back of a tactical timeout. There's also a lot of map that you've got to work through, and depending on the downstairs, it is a full map clear coming on through. Here goes Shaiko hunting down his old team. The only 2 kills he's found so far in this game were on yellow stairs. They were big, impactful kills at that, and saw his team getting the round over the line. You do wonder if you'll see him kick into 2nd gear at some point too.
Vertical work is being undertaken, but oddly enough, it's been undertaken up on the top floor with the basement site, and it's because Falcons have been holding the entire map. So G2 wanting to make sure that they can't play anybody in piano, and there are some angles that are like 3-floor angles as well, not the end of the world. They could be prepping for like a serious post plant. If you get the diffuser down round about red car, you can actually hold it from top floor. So it wastes an awful lot of time to go up there and try and get the kill, and it's a difficult angle to fight. So there could be a little bit of that in mind as well. But yeah, G2 now able to get into piano. Benj is in there, he's dropped down, and he can start that proper vertical work down into sight. Stomping on the thermite tells me that it is going to be a main breach approach, and right now Falcons are just kind of waiting for their moment here. Solotov is going to drop himself back down to the basement. He was playing with that idea of getting up onto the 1st floor. Alamo manages to find Jumu, who was doing the same thing. So Falcons' decision to make now. You're 5 versus 4. Do you leave Leakafak up here or not?
I think you do. Like, obviously, he can blink himself down, and he's down in basement now. It's a switch shell in that case. 1 for 1 going back and forth, but no, that's what you want. Leakafak getting himself involved, but there's trade after trade after trade, and yet again, Alamo does it. Charges on 4, 3 kills in the round, but Yusuf has been absolutely mad these last few play days. In a spot to win out of 1 versus 1 here. Alamo's got no idea where he is, though. This one's going to be over and done. Denied the 4K, and Falcons get the round, Tim, but it's closer than they would have liked.
Yeah, that's a serious rescue attempt coming in from Yusuf. 1 versus 3, hits 2 with the pistol, and then manages to keep himself out of danger. Beautiful stuff.
I want to say there'll be a fun stat in there somewhere about the number of multi-kills that Yusuf has picked up throughout the stage, because, as I say, he has been unbelievable as a reliable backline player for his team throughout the stage so far. Of course, as we've already said, Falcons maybe not have been the most consistent. We want to see to be more from them, but I say he's definitely been up there alongside Brede in terms of consistency. Now can they make it a 4-2? Only one way to find out. I think G2 will feel a little bit robbed if they can't get another round here and make it a 3-3, because their attacks have been good. And that round came down to a 1v1. It shouldn't really be a 1v3 that Yusuf is walking away the winner of.
Top floor final defense for Falcons. It's been their last choice site on both rotations. We spoke about top floors a little bit yesterday, and I think it's a point given that we are starting to see, and it's. I'm not saying that I've been saying this for years. I've been complaining about Cafe top floor for years, but the reason kind of spreads to some other top floors, and I look at them and I think it's no surprise that we are starting to see this kind of shift to teams not really favouring top floor sites and using them as their 3rd choice, whereas otherwise they've sometimes been a little bit higher in the rankings. Piano historically has been the 3rd choice on console, for example, but the way I explained it yesterday, for me looking in, I look at top floors and I think it limits you a little bit as a defence, because it's difficult to play verticality upwards as a defender. You've got maybe Solis, maybe Pulse, who can do those things, but even then they're a little bit limited in the way they can do it compared to, say, a Buck, who we've just seen there. So I think with the top floor sites, you're limiting your extension, you're limiting your roam capability. Falcons playing in basement, they've got players on mid floor, they've got players on top floor. G2 have got to clear the whole map. When it comes to top floor, the attackers can often just focus directly into site, whether that be Nighthaven, whether that be Consulate, whether that be Bank, whether that be Cafe, and I think because of that we are starting to see them slip in popularity.
When you're talking about that, Tim, I was curious to go and look at the numbers, and sure enough, Yusuf is right up there. A couple of 3Ks, 2 4Ks. Now he's had 2 1v3s that he's won out as well. It's been absolutely enormous for Falcons throughout the stage so far. I've got no doubt that it will continue. Either way, we're about halfway into the round at this point. Falcons are finding themselves slowly being pushed further back in towards site. There is no Deimos on side to go fishing around underneath here to move players around upstairs, but there is at least going to be the buck from Benji that can do a lot of the same stuff. Opening up front desk here, which now makes the push up through spiral stairs a little more deadly. You can see through to the player behind it, but that's very, very quickly patched over by Leakfat with a Kiva barrier.
Stompin just drops into spiral stairs, so that's going to mean that there's only Alamau left outside of the map now. He's up on the roof, droning, feeding intel into his team, calling the shots. Solotov does find the challenge, and that is a big one for Falcons, leaving Solotov in place, but Alamau's there for the backup. Manages to find his man from the skylight, and they nearly get caught out as well there as Brede swings around. Toxic Babe in hand, only takes one bullet, and is pretty fortunate that that's the case. 50 seconds left on the clock. G2 not quite in enough control of start yet, but Alamau gets another from the same location. Leakafak going to be kicking himself there. 4 versus 3, 35 seconds. G2 need to start getting some site control next.
They've got the numbers advantage, absolutely, but as I said during our Fortress game early, the clock becomes the 6th man as it wears down to those final 20. G2 can't afford to make any mistakes. They'll certainly try their very best, but no, Brede being shut down, that is a big one for them. Into a second, they're protecting him as Shaiko gets the diffuser down. June left, 1 versus 3. He'll get away with nothing. Shaiko takes him out, and G2 get that 3-3 split they were looking for.
Yeah, that's a really good half for G2 particularly there, but I think both teams have had their moments, and look, I'm already going to say I will not be surprised whatsoever to see this one go to overtime at this rate, because both teams are playing brilliantly.
Well, we'll see if it does, Tim, but first got to go to our desk. Guys, what do you make of that one?
3-3 at the halftime. I'd say for G2's good recovery, because let's be honest, it didn't start that easy for them.
Yeah, I would say so. I think it's been very balanced, actually, as you would expect from these two teams. Yeah. I suppose the tactical approach, the utility aspect of the game is all nice and balanced. And even when not, both of these teams have had big individual moments. You've had multi-kills coming in. Usus gets that 1 versus 3 clutch as well. But I think realistically, Falcons on the defense, they're always going to have that utility advantage. They present in multiple problems, a lot of different operators, a lot of key powerful positions. When G2 were attacking kind of slowly in a more default manner, that's where they were coming unstuck. When they somewhat circumvented the utility and went a little bit more direct to site, that's where they actually found their success.
Potential, like that game plan on their side is very obvious, because if you look at the bans, they get rid of Solid Snake, they get rid of the KB, so they're trying to get rid of the, I guess, the faster, aggressive playstyle of G2 and box them in to problem-solve utility. Now the thing is, it's not accounting for Alamau's style, which is a little bit iconic. As you can see, he doesn't really care about the utility. He wants to circumvent that, so he's going to drone the connector window on the top floor bomb side. And as soon as he spots an opportunity, one player here looking at yellow window, for example, then he rebels in, just like this. And so Stompin gets aggressive on the meeting player, supporting him here, going straight from the breach into meeting. And so Alamau is just there to try and distract him as much as possible. He's eventually going to abandon the smoke and take his own gunfight. Eventually, Falcon is ready for it, and they trade things. But I want you to pay attention to one single detail, and that detail is not a detail because it's Stompin, and Stompin is the king. And you're going to see why. All of this was triggered by Alamau to grasp the attention of everyone. Alamau is running in the bomb site, he's shooting everywhere, everyone is focusing on him. Brede in meeting, a player in yellow, another player in CEO, all of them all think of Alamau there. And so look at Stompin, who's quietly getting into meeting, and is going to get his first gunfight. He's going to injure Brede. Second thing, Solotov is spotted on the inside. He dies to Stompin, who's holding him. Third thing, Jum, who was spotted initially into CEO, will be able to get spotted on his turn by Stompin, who goes and kill him as well, instantly getting a triple kill from Stompin. So they're just creating an alarm, and Stompin can just abuse that. And then in the end, it's beautifully played. You know, it's a 2v1. They played perfectly. They got a good crosshair. They plant. But the most important thing is, as soon as they find the gap, they're just incredible at finding that opportunity and closing the round.
All right, and we're looking at the bench here. We're seeing an Azami, Solid Snake. I'm seeing a Solus and a Monty. Anything in particular there?
Yeah, particularly, I mean, Azami's never a surprise. Azami's utility is crazy good on every single site, inside of every single map, to be honest, not just in Consulate. The Solus ban is very, very important. I think Falcons are one of the teams that still recognizes that Solus is one of the top defender operators, particularly for attack in denying the plants as well.
Yeah, it is. So we'll have a look at how the second half unfolds as we send it back to the casters.
You guys carry on. I was sipping some coffee and enjoying that. Thank you much for the breakdown, Leo. And I think anything else, Tim, it just goes to show what we all know and have known about G2 for a long time, is they're all gunners at the best times. And when they're all on, bloody hell, are they hard to stop. You know, Alamar, I think, especially after his first play day, he had a rough time. He was 2-9. Since then, he's only got better. 7-4 on the second play day, 17-9 yesterday. So far today, he finds himself at 9-4. Something has happened this stage because he is a little bit of a gunner.
Well, he's hydrated, isn't he?
That's it.
He's
It's all about the water bottles.
That's it. He's keeping himself well hydrated. You know, maybe there's a correlation there. Size of water bottle, number of kills. So we go into the second half, round 7. Going to be top floor to kick things off. So definite contrast here for G2, where Falcons were leaving this top floor site to the end of their rotation. G2 have taken it as their primary choice. We did see, I said before, G2 kind of the pioneers of the defense of the Visa side of this, the Visa Stairs admin side, in behind the vending machine, using trip connectors, you know, all that sort of stuff that makes it difficult to push onto this side. A lot of that has been done by G2 to begin with, so it doesn't surprise me to see them still carrying a lot of confidence for this top floor site, but I would imagine they are going to come under a lot of pressure. Now, so far, we often look at the entry conversion. There's only been 2 rounds that have gone the way of the entry kill. And I think this could be another one of them. If Falcons are able to get that first kill, G2 may become under more and more pressure and struggle to hold on. Whereas if G2 get it, I think they're going to be very difficult to break down.
I know you remember the tournament very well, Tim, when Benja had been on G2 30 days and went to go on and lift a hammer. It was pretty mental. But the fun thing about that tournament was he had twice as many explosive kills as the person in second place. 36-18. It was ludicrous. And what operators did he play a lot of that tournament? A lot of Sledge, a lot of Mute. He's winding back the ears and still showed that he can do it, even without being able to cook nades. Does get a kill, uses it there for the trade. Doki then trades him. Striker elsewhere gets a kill. The team play between these teams so far has just been brilliant. The trade play has been phenomenal.
Doom's just going to go seeking. He knows that there's one inside a coffee somewhere, inside a coffin somewhere, but he just can't quite get the angle on him. And I predicted maybe the entry kill would be decisive in this round, and it's looking like it still could be the case. G2, 3 versus 2. 55 seconds, so plenty for Falcons to work with. Doom and Leakerfact just need to get themselves positioned here. Doom is low health, so certainly not ideal for taking fights or perhaps like Razor Blooms, for example. Whee! However, Leakerfact gets perfect position onto Stomp and takes him down. A 4v2 becomes a 2v2. G2 might just be sweating a little bit.
It sucks. In the 2v3, you're coming up against a Grim and a Lion. Just again, the punishment they can give. You stand still, you're screwed. You move, you're screwed. And they've really capitalized on that to bring it to a 2v2. June with work to do. A nice attempt for the C4, but off comes Shiko to one side. Leakerfact left, up against his old teammate and against Alamar. Probably the last 2 you want to face off against. Shoko collecting both of those final couple of kills, and G2, they pull ahead.
Yeah, they get that first defense done. Now, considering that Falcons kind of saw that top floor as a third choice site, I would suggest there's going to be at least one more power site for G2 here. Whether that be basement or piano, we'll see where the best performance comes in. But I think this really puts Falcons on the back foot a little bit at this point. And it was Benja who got things rolling. We see... I don't know whether they're... I can only assume they're aware of his location in there, and Brede was going for the challenge, but they maybe just didn't think that Benja would be coming through and swinging it so aggressively. But I think, honestly, I mean, like, it's something that G2 have done really well today, is play with that aggression. They've been happy to take the fight to Falcons. They've been happy. After those first 2 rounds where Falcons kind of had the run of things, I looked at it thinking, oh, you know, I don't know how G2 are going to fare in the gunfights today, because June particularly was just absolutely on one. Solotov as well. But it's really died down for Falcons, and G2 have been able to kind of beat them into submission over the last few rounds.
10 seconds left.
It was that big conversation you and I had the day before the stage got started. We were having a good natter on last Sunday and saying, you know, for Falcons, this is the stage where they slip down to 3rd, 4th place. I'd be shocked if they go much lower than that, to be fair, but down to 3rd or 4th. Not quite on it, you know. No one that I spoke to, 15 of the coaches or players that I spoke to at Salt Lake, I said, you know, who are your top 3 to win it? No one said Falcons. It's just taking a little bit of time to adapt with Doom on side, I think, and that isn't at all to blame Doom for that. It's just a little bit of a system change that's coming. They're not quite playing the same way they did back when Shiko was on side, and I pointed towards that with Leakerfact and Solotov taking more of those entry roles while Doom was quite happily sat in the middle, which is weird because he was the entry for Secret, of course, for a long time, playing brilliantly in that position as well. How times have changed, and they're still trying to figure out exactly what that system needs to look like. But they can still fight their way into this game. There's a reason why they're 4-0 on this map. We'll see how they carry on throughout this half, and especially across the next couple of rounds to see if they have a hope in hell of fighting on back. They're at least aware of one off towards the left-hand side of Long Death, sat inside of that corridor. They need to pinch onto him really before he has a chance to escape, though. But as with all things G2, there is always support from other teammates nearby. Two of them, in fact, here.
Yeah, looking to try and get maybe a bit of presence in bathroom, certainly at least holding that angle through, cutting off any rotations one side to the other. G2 will have to go through site instead, and it might just allow a little bit more access to be found to yellow stairs. Bit of damage. No, there wasn't any damage done, actually. I thought they really had caught the player who was running across bathroom door, but they got away with that late rotate, and we are still 5 versus 5 at the halfway mark. Nitro is in hand, ready to go for Benja. I always love a pre-pulled Nitro just ready to go. You don't get that rip sound then, and sometimes it can just catch them unawares, but with no opportunities, and just had to go back into the pocket and onto the gun.
I'll find you. I mean, part of the worry is Falcons have been staring at the same windows and the same entry points in towards the map for the last, what, minute and a half or so now almost. It's not looking good. Juma trying to take matters into his own hands. He's charged right towards the middle of sight and got away with the freebie. Benja should have known where he was coming from because of the reverse track, and sure enough, yet again, there is a trade waiting. Doki's there to swing on it. It's another 3 versus 3.
55 seconds, so there is time now for Falcons to work with Juma's bought them that essentially with that aggressive push and taking a little bit of space. So how do they think about getting this diffuser down? Brede is in on the blitz. Diffuser in hand, but
that's risky.
G2 are just holding back for the time being. Shaco manages to find Leaker fight. Can he do any more damage? He knows that the push is coming from Lounge. Brede, first kill of the game is to pick up Shaco, and we're going to see a down as well. Doki finished off by Solitov. A 3v3 becomes a 1v2. Stomping has the vertical though, Des. He has the height advantage. Can he stop them? But exactly that. Knows where they go in 15 seconds. Needs to stop the plant.
They need to be able to get inside, though, is the problem. He can still have another angle he might be able to work with. Sees the shield, and no! Gets what he needs on the back of that one. Stomping, about to clutch up big. Doesn't need to do anything. Let him try and plant and then come off the back of it. Sure enough, he's got the vertical angle. Knows there is no time, but he's missed him by a matter of pixels. But he's still found the man. Stomping comes out with a big clutch, and that'll be G2 going up to 5 and 3.
There's absolutely no panic in the man, is there? He goes and he can't find the diffuser going down. In most people's minds, you're thinking, have I missed him? The diffuser's going to go down. There's a million things going through there. Stomping, cool as you like, just finds his kill, goes down, disables the diffuser. Easy as that. G2 hold on well. It was a good push from Falcons as well. 3 versus 3. They've managed to find a couple of kills. They get an opportunity to put the diffuser down. Brede, I've got to ask a question a little bit. That movement inside a site with the blitz. I know it's difficult when you've got somebody up above. You don't know exactly where they are, but it just felt again, you know, like he's, I don't know, I'm just questioning that decision making a little bit there. I think he gave the opportunity to the player up above.
I'll tell you what, you might look at Stomping's stats so far throughout the game and say, oh, they've not really been great. He's not playing super well versus the rest of his team, but that's...
It's not a great match without a Stomping glitch.
Is Doki okay? I'm not 100% sure he is, but I ask myself that question every week. But to come back to the point, I know Stomping stats ain't been big, but as Leo pointed out in that first half, there was one round where he was instrumental to getting it over the line. You've had another just now where he's won out a clutch, yet he still sits at 4 and 6. But 2 of the 5 rounds they've got, you can very largely put down to the efforts of Stomping. Great stuff so far. G2 looking good. They've got 2 rounds on the bounce now, Tim. Falcons are probably going to start feeling very, very worried. They haven't got attack timeout they can make use of. They used it after round 4 when they were down at 2 and 2 because G2 have won 2 attacks back to back. They're on their own here. They've got to figure this one out.
Love this. Hot breach, straight in he goes. Very aggressive from Leakerfact, wanting to take admin quickly. It's kind of a note to Doki, really. Anything you can do, I can do too, as we saw Doki taking the aggressive rappel on into admin when he was looking to get control upstairs. Don't know that they're aware of Leakerfact's presence just yet. Doki is going to be just having a little peek out of the window. I love to see the continued aggression from G2. They're certainly not, despite having a couple of rounds in the bank, dipping away from it. They want to take the fights. They want to find the kills. This is going to be a garage site that Falcons are attacking onto, so a lot of work for them to do down from the point that they've taken that initial entry, but Solotov is going to find the kill onto Benja. That's going to be the sentry gone and a lot of utility with him.
Absolutely. I mean, that's at least a small sigh of relief for Falcons. I guess, okay, we've got the entry, we've got the man advantage. Surely we continue pushing off the back of that and convert from here. G2 still looking to be aggressive in towards lobby. Don't want to concede that away too early on. Shaiko still standing here and ready to fight. It's always that big question that a lot of teams will probably ask themselves is, okay, we've lost one. Do we potentially lose another here, or do we get back to site and just try and cut our losses and see how we can play? I think the recognition from G2 being that if you give them a 5 versus 4 on site and just back away now and give Falcons all this time to be able to focus on getting ready for an execute, they're probably going to be able to pull it off. You have to continue being aggressive here.
Shaiko just told he's going to get his chance. Is he going to take it? Of course he is. He always does. Manages to get the kill onto Solotov, and that's his signal to drop away. 2 minutes wasted and a kill to boot as well. Great stuff. Breede is pressuring with the blitz though. He's got himself into yellow, and he's just feeding intel back into his team, and also just opportunity spotted. Is anybody going to poke their head into a hole? Is anybody trying to take a rotate whilst Leakerfact starts getting that work done above? Nitro is placed. It's going to be more of a pre-place than an instant detonate. I think he's just waiting for that noise. Is he going to get the opportunity though? The push comes in as Davos drops down into the smoke. Shaiko gets one, stomping another, but Falcons fight back, Des.
Jim has just dropped into the middle of a war zone there and come away with a couple of kills. Magic. Now it's Doki's turn. Can he clutch up? We've already seen him come out of stomping. No, he cannot. June completes a brilliant round for himself. 3 kills in it. And Falcons, you can literally see the relief on June's face there. They've got a round back. This ain't going to be a 6-3. They can still fight their way through.
I'm not sure what the level of intel was for Doki there. I'm sure there was a ping in main garage, so I think that's where he was sprinting towards to try and take that challenge, you know, which is very much Doki's playstyle. If he thinks there's an opportunity there, he will take it, but just got ahead of himself there. I don't think there was a full read on what was going on inside of site. He had no idea about the Deimos on his left, so just got caught completely out there. And unfortunately for Cheetah, it was a pretty winnable 1v2. There was a possibility, you know, if Doki holds his angle down, it forces a bit of movement from the attackers. Somebody might have presented him with the opportunity. They might not have done, you know, in the cold light of day, it can always go either way, but I think just getting a little bit carried away, wanting to pressure that initial, June was a little bit low health as well, just wanting to pressure that initial bit of intel that he'd got, but ultimately Falcons did well. They take the round, and it leaves us now 5-4 still in G2's favour.
But that crucial one where they're only a round behind, it can still be recovered. But there are 3 in a row. Well, not 3 in a row, but 3 more to play out here where Falcons need to win 2 of them. It does feel like it's a big ask on the attacking side of Consulate. Given how things have gone so far on this map, you know, G2 managed to do it in round 3 and 4, winning back-to-back attacks. Falcons have either got to do it here, and then, of course, in our 3rd round, or they've got to do 2 back-to-back. It does feel like a tall order, as G2 have put up some pretty good defenses so far. But let's see how we fare up on this top floor. We were here earlier on. It was a G2 shutout, a big Shaiko 3K to see the close. Benja getting the entry, as he has done in 2 of the 3 rounds in this half. So let's see if we can see the entry being secured by the attackers first and foremost, because Falcons, they need another good start.
Straight away on to connect to window, we've got users. And we're going to have attention towards closet wall as well. Not going to be open though. Hard breach charges still in pocket for Solotov as he's going to look to support with the Grim on connector window. It is the top floor start. G2 won this back in round 7. G2 now are going to be hoping that they can follow the same rotation and get the same outcome. So it's top floor, which they won in round 7, and then it's piano, which they won in round 8. If they can do that, they win the game. It's 7-4, job done. But I've got a feeling that this one has got a twist in its tail before it's done. Falcon's going to be looking to mix things up, but Leakerfact taken down. That's a big loss underneath. It creates a lot of security now with the puck off the board. Benji getting that early pickup. G2, 5 versus 4.
Yeah, Benja 3-1 on the entry in this half now. That's pretty impressive. Given, again, you're playing a more slightly defensive role, I guess, and playing with the mute, you're trying to play behind the C4s that you've got. Really looking in towards Shaiko, in towards Doki to be the ones that go aggressive, or Alamau, God forbid. has been showing that he can do it all as well. But has very much got himself at the front of a lot of these rounds and is causing chaos in the Falcons' ranks. Taking rid of the book at the end of the world, but of course that now means they can't get underneath and do any work from there. Alamal taken dangerously low as Falcons start to get their foothold inside of admin. It will force G2 back in towards side team, but I think they'll be very happy knowing they're in a 5 versus 4 here, can just fall back and get ready to play their crossfires.
Solotov's just holding that angle, hoping somebody gives him something, a little bit of a rotate, a little bit of a movement, but I don't think G2 will do at this point. Very aware of exactly where that pressure is. Beautiful Nitro, it's as easy as that.
Honestly.
Just having a not just having a real day, he's having a real stage. Phenomenal stuff. What a pickup he has been for G2. Coming back into them, just gets more explosive, more utility work done, and leaves G2 now 4 versus 2. Doesn't matter that he's been taken out. He's done his damage for the round.
That's it. Like, he has solo won the round for them. And this can happen time and time again. It was Shaiko's 3K earlier, Stomping's clutch that he won out. Back in the first half, we pointed towards the Benja 3K, towards the Alamal 3K. G2 just keep on putting up these big hero plays to see them over the line. And Falcons haven't seen a multi-kill since those first couple of rounds. That is why G2 so far have won, what, 5 of the last 7? They're in dominant form, Tim, and probably about to go up towards match point. There they are, up to 6 and 4, and Falcons are in danger.
Yeah, very much so. Falcons now, they have to get everything right. They're going to need to win Piano. They're going to need to win Garage. I can't see G2 taking us to the splits out of Archives and Tellers. Falcons have already had their tactical timeout. They had it after round 4 when G2 reeled them back in. They started 2-0 and G2 got them back to 2-2. That brought out the tactical timeout. So this is all on the players to figure out now. There will be no involvement from the coach. Beautiful C4 that. Just again, a little bit of intel, a little bit of a sound cue from hearing them around the hatch and just predicts it beautifully, Benja. So G2, they're just playing with confidence at the minute, and you can see it in every gunfight they go into. They kind of go into the gunfight knowing they're going to win it. And funnily enough in Siege, that will often be the difference maker. 6-4. G2 just need one more. We go to Piano.
Finally get to overcome their nemesis. What did you say earlier? It was the last 7 times they've met. Falcons won 5?
5-2. Yep, 5-2. And it is the last 5 consecutively, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'll double check quickly, but I'm pretty sure it's like the last 5 consecutively, or at least the last 4.
I might beat you there, to be fair. I've got it up. Yeah, it's the last 5 consecutively. You are absolutely right. Last time G2 beat them was in stage 1 last year. It's quite a long time ago. It's taken 12 months, but we're back at that point where they're about to get the win that they have been looking for. And as I was speaking about earlier on, I feel like beating Falcons, given how G2 have played so far, probably puts them on course to lock in a top 2 spot. There's obviously still a lot of play days to go. There's 5 more yet after today, a lot more teams to play. But if you've got a win against one of the top 4, fair to say you're pushing yourself straight up. Ever Riho's call coming in just a second. No one's died, so we'll see if we can get away with it. Trico's the admin now. He decides no.
We will see. There we go. We'll see. There we go. We get everybody out of the lobby. I was just going to say we'll see and just wait for the official comm, but it's obviously been there. So we get everybody out. We'll get everybody back in as soon as we can. Shaiko's word, unfortunately, is not law in Rainbow Six Siege. He may be very good, but he doesn't get to call the shots.
What I do love, I mean, speaking about Shaiko for a second, was we've kind of seen him growing in confidence in all chat, I think it's fair to say. He had a really brutal shutdown of one of the APAC teams. I forget who it was. We were talking a bit of smack in chat, and he stepped up and said something, and it was a proper everyone just shuts up moment. I was just like, ooh, yes. Whereas before, you'd very, very rarely ever hear him saying anything. So at least that side of him is starting to come out more. Maybe he's kind of building into the energy of G2. It's kind of one thing you and I have often, we've had the pleasure of casting a number of the finals that Falcons were in, and unfortunately fell just short, always coming in second place, 4 tournaments inside the space of 18 months. It was heartbreaking for them. We'd often say, heads drop. It seems like comms go very, very quiet. I think at least on G2, you're going to see that energy always be that little bit higher. And hopefully, of course, the Falcons too moving forwards, their energy stays higher, because both of these teams have the caliber and quality to be able to compete for trophies and, dare I say it, hammers.
I don't know who this technical pause is going to suit the most, really. Of course, the players can't communicate at this point, so just left with their own thoughts. Does it allow Falcons to kind of regather and recenter a little bit, or does it start playing on your mind the position you're in? I think, personally, if I put myself in that position, I think I'd rather be, on the G2 sides of the thing. If you're having to have a pause, it's, not necessarily ideal for anybody, but if you can at least do it in the comfort of knowing we've got 2 rounds to the good here. You know, I think it'd be a much more chill period of time rather than having to sit there and think, right, what do we need to do? What do I need to change? Kind of, you know, questioning your own gameplay. Is there some way that I can step up? Is there, you know, how are we going to do this? I think it'd be much better to be on the other side of it, a little bit more relaxed.
I actually disagree. Shock horror, Tim, I'm disagreeing with you.
Whoa, that's quite all right, Des. That's quite all right.
Because you've got Leakafak on the other side, I can only imagine he's been sitting there stewing on this and thinking, okay, then what's working, what's not working, what have I got to do when we get back into things here to get things on track? He'll probably come out with a verbal vomit to his team and just have loads of ideas and feedback to share and ways they can try and improve things here and get things back on course. That kind of like unofficial timeout in your own head as an IGL probably isn't all that bad, I think. The rest of the players, yeah, maybe not.
We'll get back in just as soon as we can. Well, this one has not disappointed. We came in saying that it was, you know, likely going to be game of the day. It was the one that everybody was going to be excited about. And so far, it has absolutely not disappointed. We are 6-4 to G2. If you're just joining us, if you maybe don't know exactly where we're up to on the score, G2 have been, I would say, in control of the majority of this. They find themselves on the defense now. They're currently 4-1 on the defense. Falcons only managing to secure 1 attack so far, and they're going to need 2 more back-to-back. So they really are up against it at the minute, Falcons. But either way, it's been fantastic, Siege. We've seen big performances coming out of Doom, Solotov, Leakafak as well, all doing really well on the side of Falcons. Very quiet from Brede today. I did question that decision-making of the Blitz play when they were in the 2v1, and Stompin was able to find the kill onto him, and yeah, a couple of instances so far through the stage where I think Brede has maybe just struggled a little bit. And this is from somebody who thinks Brede is one of the best support players that, you know, the game has seen. I really like Brede's play, and I think he's a smart player, but just seen something, I don't know, a little bit off the last few play days. And then on the side of G2, it's all been Benja, Alamau, Shaiko's getting in on the action as well. 30 kills between those 3. You know, 9, 10, 11, Shaiko, Alamau, Benja, respectively. So G2 just that little cut above at the minute in terms of depth, I think it is really. You know, the other players on the side of Falcons not quite stepping up to the same degree.
I think yesterday may have flattered them a little bit as well. You know, Brede went 12-3 yesterday. He looked absolutely phenomenal. I was like, wow, you know, him and Yusus topping the kill leaderboard. They look brilliant. They were against Secret. It's also worth remembering against yesterday, and G2 are definitely a cut above. You know, one thing that also worth mentioning throughout this game, I touched on it a little bit earlier, air quotes, the hero plays that I often speak about with G2. They've got various players that can step up and just drop an absolute nuke in a given round and win it from an unwinnable position. Outside of Yusus' 1v3 that he then came down to winning on the clock against Alamai in the 1 versus 1, G2 have won every round that they've walked away with a multi-killing so far, and of course had Stompin's clutch. The same thing applies to Falcons. The 2 rounds they won at the very, very start of the game was down to a June 4K and a Solotov 3K. It just goes to show that that star power that G2 are commanding right now is just that little bit extra beyond what Falcons can offer. And sometimes that is as simple as it comes down to who's flying off on the day. That does then somewhat ignore how those multi-kills are coming about. We saw Stompins earlier on, the play that he made off the back of the crazy entry coming out from Alamau that also set him up for success in the round. But again, Falcons need a hero, and who is it gonna be? Got to find out now in round 11.
That's it. You're looking towards those big names, aren't you? You're looking towards who's going to step up, who's going to grab a hold of this one. And again, you know, I refer back to the entry. It's been an interest. There's only been 3 rounds so far that have gone with the entry. So it just shows really how up and down, how back and forth this match has been, because getting that opening kill is by certainly no means a guarantee, but it's definitely going to help. Stompin takes down Leakafak. 5 versus 4, Sledge off the board. This is not going to be easy. They're on a garage attack, and they've just lost their verticality.
And it's heartbreaking because Leakafat feels, what more can I do? He was spraying at where Stompin's head was going to be, but twice Stompin has stepped out, got a tag on towards him without taking a single point of damage himself. That's going to be a little bit of a tilter, and now all Leakafat can do is watch on, call for his team, try and guide them. In the past, I've heard a few IGLs that would die quite early in rounds and turn around and say, oh, well, at least you get to recall my team for the rest of it. I'm like, yeah, but I think your team would rather you still be alive and be a gun up throughout that round, admittedly. So at least here you can call for the team, but it is a very valuable gun gone.
Brede hoping again somebody is going to give him the opportunity, that somebody's going to stray across that window. But G2 have actually done really well at not putting themselves in bad positions throughout this game. I thought it was going to be Garage. Not for a second did I think we'd see the split side coming out of G2. What a play that is. I think I even went as far as to say that we wouldn't see it from them. So here we are. And we've got Dokkaebi Cole coming into Shaiko. He's also Deimos tracked at the same time, by the way. They're really trying to make life difficult for him, but Alamau is there, manages to get a kill onto the Dokkaebi, backing up his teammate. 5 versus 3. G2 could be on the downhill here.
It's not looking good, is it? They need, again, someone to step up and go big for them here, but I don't think G2 will give them a single chance. Solisov holding off around lobby right now, knows he's pinned in on a couple of sides, he's in a lot of risk, and Shaiko steps round, gets one, gets two, and Alamau's in for another double. A dominant defensive half by G2 and a solid performance sees them bringing down their rivals in Falcons.
Yeah, a great outcome from what has been an exciting game of Siege between G2 and Falcons. G2 overturning those recent run of results against Falcons and getting the win this time. Big 3 points.
Absolutely massive, propelling themselves up towards the top of the leaderboard as well. It's them and Virtus Pro starting to draw a little bit clear of the rest of the back. But we'll go to a break, and when we come back, our desk will break down what was no doubt your match of the day. See you in a few.
Let's go, guys. Holy shit, boys. Nice.
Pick up the pace. Ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the coach. Breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
A big victory for G2 over Falcons, and we get to speak to the winners. We have Elamau on the line to ask him a few questions. Good evening, and congratulations on the victory here. Elamau, with that, you take 5 points from this week. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, we're happy with that. We knew it was gonna be probably maybe the toughest week, playing 2 tough opponents, and I'm glad we came out with 5 points.
Hi, Carl. Congratulations on the victory. I want to show you a quick clip that we saw of Doki during the game.
Oh, I can't wait to see actually.
It's not a great match without a stomp and glad.
Doki once said to us a couple of weeks ago in the interview that when you guys are having fun, when you're having a lot of fun and the vibes in the team are good, that's when you play the best. Do you think that contributed to the game today against Falcons?
Yeah, I think we're having a lot of fun, and I think one thing that is working quite well for us is actually starting on attack. We kind of like warm up a little bit more our brains, because like on the other hand, when we start defense, we started a little bit too slow. So I think today actually worked out for us that they picked defense, and we actually could have won more attacks though. I felt like we could have won like 4 or 5, but it was a good game.
Was there much talk in your camp about Shaiko going up against his former team, or did you guys not really mention it?
I mean, we didn't mention this stage, I think, but like he really wanted to play against them, but during the kickoff we didn't have the opportunity to play against them, right? But like we were actually quite anxious. To be honest, I might have gotten $200 actually. Shaiko said the MVP would have 200 euros, so I'm actually curious who got the MVP. If it was me or Benji.
Maybe we can check pre-sport. I was actually gonna ask you the question because I was checking your individual stats, and I did a comparison between week 1 and week 2. And so let's just say that you had a game where you went to a 9 in week 1. So I will say that it was a great improvement. And I'm just looking at yesterday, you dropped double digits. Today, you dropped double digits again, I think. So what's going on? Like it's not supposed to be your role, and then suddenly we're back to Fraga Limao from like 3 years ago.
It's just random, Ofama. This is actually another concept we've been working on the team. Like the meta is random, stats is random, everything is narrative. Focus on the wins. That's it.
Yeah, and rappelling in connector window at 2 in the round on top
random.
Side.
It's completely random.
Playing Maverick, getting pistol kills. Why not?
I felt like I was watching one of your streams where you just do something super randomly. Oh, we have the comparison now. Okay, so you were almost at 30 kills from the.
And alright.
All right. So, but like more seriously, like, is there any reasons or? Do you call certain things in a way where you can actually explode and have like a role where you can get frag heavy? Or is it usual that when you play more traditional, I see you more on the shields and you're on the backline, there is not really an opportunity for you to get into the field and really get aggressive and get your frags. But sometimes you just find a gap, and I feel like I see you like from 2 or 3 years ago, really able to play your game style.
Yeah, I mean, I feel it's like on the first week, on the game against... was GK, I think, right? The one that went like 2 and 9.
Yeah.
Like, I think was probably like the best game that I GL, I think, during the stage, and we were losing like 6-3, and then we had to clutch like 3 rounds with the Monty, and like I didn't even got like any kills that game, but like I actually helped the team a lot to win with the cows playing the Monty. But what I say is like random, because like yesterday against Shifters, I was playing the Monty doing like pretty much the same role as I was doing against GK, but like because they let me get some kills, I got some kills, and at the end of the day, it is random. Like, so I guess like only your teammates and your team can really know like the effect you have in your team. Like, it doesn't matter if I kill a lot or I kill like less. Like, I still gonna have a great impact on the team, and I think that's also for the other teammates, for every other player and every other team. So yeah, don't listen to the critics. Don't listen to the haters. Focus on winning.
I think honestly, if we look at the attack stats, there's still one thing that we can look at to prove that you're a good IGL though. Because like if you look at it, Consulate is historically defender-sided, and you guys have had some of the best attacks we've seen from any team on that map. You know, like I think we can still look at that and feel like, okay, that's a great proof that you have a way to call that's first and foremost unique, but also that works and pays off.
Yeah, and I would say like also like we've been winning like some big rounds. Like the hard rounds are the ones that we're winning more. Like the ones like we stop and then we think about what to do, and maybe I say something, maybe other players say something, and then like we do a plan during the mid round, and maybe we were not even like supposed to do that from the beginning, but like we adapt and we change a little bit, and it's something we don't do on scrims, right? Because on scrims like everyone just throws, like if you are on a 3v5 on scrims, like people just like start running around, like nobody gives a shit. So like it's something that we don't even practice, and we have to come on the game day and perform and call good. So yeah, it's definitely something we're doing great this season.
All right, well, all this talk about stats that you said were random and IGLing aside, production did confirm to us you were the MVP, so anything you want to say about that?
Whoa, Shaco owes me 200 euros! Well, I mean, it was a fun game, guys. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the production, everything. It was enjoyable.
Awesome. Well, if I were you, I would go and speak to Shaiko right now about those 200 euros. Thanks so much for your time, LMO, and good luck next week in the Super Week.
Thank you. Thank you. See ya.
Anything that makes them happy, I guess. Anything that makes them help winning out this game here. Because 3 points against an opponent like Falcons in this case, super important in the long run.
Yeah, let's bring it back to the context of the overall league is that you want to end up in the top 4. You want to end up with the best possible advantage in the playoffs to get yourself through the WC. G2 have just taken a massive leap by doing that, by beating out one of their direct rivals in a 6-point game for those positions come the final league table. And I think they did it with... Yeah, I think I would just agree with Carl's assessment. I think some of the attacks slightly could have been better, but it gave them a good start. A 3-3 half attacking consulate is no mean feat, even though they feel they could have done better. And then they kicked on from their defenses, and it was same again. Alama was playing really, really well again today. I think actually for the most part, most G2 players played pretty well across the board today as well, which is one thing that we've been looking for them to do, is to have quite a consistent team performance, and I think they put that together today.
And I think we've seen a consistent story also on the side of G2 of being aggressive, being proactive, whether it is in attack, but also in defense, which is something I cannot always say for Falcons. I felt like Falcons had the game plan of playing behind utility and playing quite passive in defense. And in the end, that gives a lot of room for G2 to try and, poke around, find gaps. And when it came to defense, they had two very different styles. G2 didn't stop. You could see them in the highlights. They were swinging hard. They were doing extended holds. They had a lot of roamers. Like, they were willing to take on the fight. And I think you can see that in the face cams as well. On the side of Falcons, everything was serious. Yeah. They were focused. They had a game plan, and it was strategy, and they needed to win. On the side of G2, we have Doki saying 6-7, 6-7, and we have someone that's, they're taking it with to have fun. And I think in general, from my experience, when we were like that in a team, we won. When
you play fast, when you play loose,
exactly.
You're confident.
When you play like in a scrim and you're confident and you're confident with the rest of the team, it just works out.
It does. And now that we're over halfway point of the day, we'll pull up the standings once again. Not only just to show the context of where we find ourselves now with this last match having played out just there. We see G2 currently in second, Falcons in third. But it also has implications on our next match. We have Fnatic versus Shifters, right? This is the prime example of a 6-pointer game. When we talk about the potential 5th or 6th spot going into playoffs, either of these teams has a very solid chance of them.
Yeah, and it's obviously changed slightly because of some of the games that happened earlier, but at the start of today, Fnatic against Shifters was 5th against 6th. Now, that's absolutely massive because both of these teams have aspirations of being top teams, of going to events. They're both partner organizations, and they want to be there. To do that, they probably need to break the current established top 4 inside of the EML League. And that's what makes this game so big, because both teams have had pain points in recent history and not quite achieved those goals. So I think the fact that they're against an opponent that's in a similar place in the standings, that has shown both good and bad things, makes it a massive game for them.
And both of these teams, they have historic reasons to try and make it for the major. I mean, on one side, you've got Fnatic, huge organizations who've made enormous roster changes at every single season and always disappointed. If they can finally make it to an event without being invited, that would be huge. And on the side of Shifters, it's a team that used to be at every event before that, when the coaching staff was with Wolves, and that then had to recreate an entire team from scratch, had to follow the steps of the previous BDS roster, and are looking to at least be a top 4 team or a contender that goes to all of these events. And realistically, with the new hierarchy that's set up with EML, it's a tough one for them to try and break in that top 4. For both of these teams, this is very important.
And for some of these players, it could be very personal as well, this matchup, right? We spoke to Citizen yesterday about having to go up against his former teammate.
Yeah, and he said it's going to feel good when I beat that boy. Citizen about Nath in the interview. Obviously, these two guys, and we can see it for not for the longest time, actually. I think it's actually surprising how little they've teamed together. But in recent history, they've teamed together a lot. You can see the history between the two players. They were on Dark Zero together, most recently Team Secret. They've now gone their separate ways. They've gone on to Fnatic and they've gone on to Shifters. And both players, I think, with the stints in NA, it didn't quite go well at Team Secret, have now found their new homes where they both seem to be settled in quite well respectively. And I think a little bit of rivalry between the two is, I like it.
Yeah, I like it. And there's one player on the side of Fnatic as well who we have to talk about in the situation, because we already highlighted him earlier today as our monster in the panorama. But if anything, for Fnatic, Deadshot has been instrumental.
He's been the main win condition, really. I mean, when one player goes crazy and drops 2 aces within 2 play days, who continues to go step by step and get other multi kills, I mean, realistically, it is a great thing, but it's also, I would say, a double-edged sword, in the sense that if you start to rely too much on one player going crazy to win your games and not on your team play enough, then whenever he does not show up, what's your win condition?
That is going to be the question for this game. One more question we'll have before we can send it into our game is, where are we going? What map is selected for this matchup? Lair.
Ooh, lovely. I mean, Fnatic banning out Clubhouse makes sense, especially given they would probably have to start attack. And we saw it didn't go too well the last 2 times they played it. They're going to play Lair, which is one of Fnatic's favorite maps. They won it twice in kickoff. It was basically where their wins came from. And for Shifters as well, it's their #1 map preference. So these two teams in similar standings in the league table, going to their #1 preference map, I think it's all to play for.
Ooh, I like that. #1 preference for both these teams. But the 4th match of the day is ready to go.
Thank you very much, Anne. Indeed it is. And Tim, this is one we've been looking forward to, because we've seen ups and downs from Fnatic. We've seen Shifters putting in a bit of a shift, I think it's fair to say, and maybe even making a case, a challenge for the top 4 if one of those top 4 begin to slip. I think it's fair to say many will back Shifters today, but maybe Fnatic can surprise us going into a map that they love.
Yeah, both of these teams have had good performances. We can't discount Fnatic's match day 2 performance against GK. GK a little bit up and down, it's fair to say, but it was a solid in the server performance either way from Fnatic. They got a 7-2 win, very, very comfortable. Other than that, it's been a little bit up and down for them. It was, there was a few rough moments yesterday against Heretics. Still got the win, but still question marks there. But we've got to remember, there is a definite newness to this roster for Fnatic. So still, we need to afford them the time that we do everybody else to settle into it. Going up against Shifters, it's not going to be an easy day for them today. Shifters have looked like a very organised team so far, as we would expect with Laloon, Helby and the rest of the backroom staff that are involved there over at Shifters. So that's not been too much of a surprise, but it's something Fnatic need to be aware of. They're very structured, work together well as a team, and Fnatic are going to have to do the same, and they're going to have to break that down.
I did actually drop Liluna a message earlier and just kind of said, how do you think things are going? Because from the outside, things look amazing. She was like, yeah, obviously feeling very, very optimistic. It's like our early rounds are great at the minute. We're still working on developing out the mid-round as a team as well. But I think overall, from what we've seen start to finish, has generally been pretty positive for the side of Shifters. Doesn't mean there isn't work still to do, and clearly behind the scenes there is still more to do. Hopefully here on Lair, they can demonstrate that they're only going from strength to strength, and I'm sure Fnatic are very keen to prove the same. Maybe they just become a day 2 team, Tim, and they absolutely frag out on day 2 of the week. Who knows?
It could be. It could just be all the even number games. So you don't want to play them on game 6 or game 8 because you could be in trouble. Who knows? We'll see how things go. But let's get into Lair. Straight up to the top floor. It's going to be Shifters starting on the defense. Lasmo will be on the Tachanka. That's going to be the main plant denial plan for Shifters. He will likely play himself. It could be a couple of places for the Tachanka. We can see it kind of in the double door between the 2 sites. So he's got the angle to fire onto the default plant spot, or it can be sometimes the playing behind desk. It's a little bit aggressive for the Tachanka there. You can end up losing them from there. So a couple of kind of deeper positions are often preferred.
Absolutely. Well, for now, of course, it's about getting inside the building. Ops is always one of the go-to points, especially for this top floor. We've also got to worry about the mirror window, obviously potential C4s that can come in from below, so you have to make sure there's no one downstairs, which is why you can see one of the players is currently hovering around downstairs on drones, making sure that it is 100% clear. Also, please confirm that it is. For now, not going to break their way in, but this is where a shield normally comes in handy. And Smith, that's where the attention turns towards him to start applying pressure on towards Blaz.
just going to have a little swap there as Robbie on the Azami decides to take over the mirror window and is going to be finding himself under a lot of pressure straight away. Nade comes in. This is why he's taken over it, because he wants to be able to just close off that with a keeper barricade to provide a little bit of a safer avenue out of there. Doesn't manage to do too much damage. Deepak's taken a little bit underneath on the Deimos, but not going to be the end of the world, and he should be able to continue on that roll underneath.
Yeah, a lot of frag grenades being brought along in the round, by the way. 8, it's worth stressing. In part to make the mirror move, but also to get control of Rocket. Toss nades up there, force the player to run down, or find themselves in a dangerous spot like you're going to see now. Have to get themselves back out of here, potentially into the waiting arms of Window, but no joy to be found just yet. However, as long as they still keep on holding around here, Fnatic could yet find themselves with a pick. My only worry is, with 2 minutes in, they haven't yet managed to secure that entry, despite committing a lot of resource into getting control.
Haven't got the entry, but have got some map control. They've got themselves up to the inside of the default plant spot, as it is. And we're going to have Citizen now charging forward, trying to get aggressive towards
gadget would be so useful here.
Yeah, exactly.
So
That
much.
gets a scan for the entirety of site there. They should have a good idea of everybody's location. Citizen nearly loses his life.
This is really good. Again, you've used nades so well this round to make players move, and this one finally rewards them with a kill. We're coming down to that last 30, mind you, and Blaz is still in a pretty dangerous position here, can do a lot of work. Citizen's got one. Must know that Blaz has got himself tucked in because of that stake. They make it into another. Lasmo at least gets one back, and it is Citizen to fall. Trying to look for a second. Out comes the fire, but in a 4 versus 2, surely this one is over and done with. Blaz left between a rock and a hard place. Wizard with the close. It was a very slow control round for Fnatic, Tim, but an excellent one. They take round number 1.
Yeah, I like that from them. They didn't get ahead of themselves. They just step by step, went in. They weren't concerned that they didn't have the entry kill. They were happy to just take some map control. Citizen then using some good aggression in towards Bathroom and that Soliton scan to just really open things up, and it all went perfectly from there, really, for Fnatic. Really good first round. Good attack onto top floor of Lair, and it's 1-0.
Absolutely. But like, again, the use of the nades was the main part towards that. There was nothing on the side of the defenders. There are shifters to deal with it. There was no Jaeger, as you probably come to expect, or Ramai. Sometimes you see Ramai getting picked up in that position, but there obviously wasn't a concern for them. So they're very much free to toss nades wherever the hell they wanted to try and force players back. But we'll give it to shifters. They were good at stepping back into position and dodging these angles that were being held that Fnatic hoped players would be forced into. Of course, it came up until display itself, and yes, while it looks a little bit slow and controlled and not necessarily an explosive frag fest of Fnatic charging on forward and overwhelming shifters, they did so by playing it like a game of chess. Really good stuff. We head downstairs onto that first floor, and we'll see if Fnatic can have a repeat here. It's going to be another take of the top floor, I expect, and we've got the mirror set upstairs, which means shifters, as we've seen already several times tonight, want to make sure they control the verticals of that site, try and deny Fnatic away. I guess the question for Fnatic comes in, do you want to try and establish top floor control or ignore it and rely instead on utility to get the job done? There is no warden on the other side. That could prove to be a bit of a stinger for them if they find themselves full white screened and being smoked out.
Robbie just going to shoot out the barricade there. I'm not sure if he maybe has a little bit of knowledge, has maybe heard the approach onto the window by Deadshot, so he's just kind of giving him a little bit of a pre-warning that you're not going to get in here too easily. Don't expect to just come walking on in. But for the time being, Deadshot is being patient. He's just waiting his time outside of there. Something that they need to be aware of, because with the top floor hold, we know how vital it is that you keep those positions, particularly that are up above where the plant spots would be. So you can't allow yourself to be forced deep back to mask wall, for example, because you just can't control site then. You can't do anything that you need to do. So shifters need to make sure they're digging their heels in here. They don't want to be pushed around. At the minute, they're doing a pretty good job.
I do like that Citizen has been locked in playing the Snake, by the way, across these first few rounds. Like we've seen in clips on social media that he's very much the IGL, making a lot of calling for them at the minute. And him having all the information where he can call out where players are and then construct a plan based on where his teammates are. Ideal person to have that info on side. Deadshot, of course, joining up with the Decay. He's only going to make life hell for the defenders too. With no mute on side in this round, it's going to be quite hard, I think, to slow Fnatic down.
big question is going to be over the blitz for me. How much work can Smith get done? If he's able to get in there and get disruptive, it could be perfect for them. Deepak manages to pick up Robbie, one of the big players for Shifters yesterday. Robbie and Freck had a great day.
Oh,
that's
so
going to
good.
be the other one dead. Deadshot manages to get him, and that's going to be 5 versus 3. Fnatic starting to gain that top floor control now. Blaz taken down, taken out, and that leaves us now with only Nath and Lasmo left alive. Smith takes a lot of damage, but it's not going to matter because Deadshot's just killing everybody at this point. Lasmo manages to shut him down, but it is still 4 versus 1 in favor of Fnatic.
It's Lasmo also being left in that 1vx. I would be shocked if Shifters don't call an attack timeout because they are getting battered here. Even if Lasmo clutches up, it has not been a great round for them. He's got 3 to bring down. They surely have the coordination here for Fnatic to see it over the line. 30 seconds to play. He's got 1 HP to his name. A single bullet will be enough, and sure enough, Citizen finds him in the back. A great round by Fnatic, Tim, and like I said, maybe they're just day 2 Andes. I don't know what it is, but they look really good in those first 2 rounds.
Yeah, they really do look great. They just need, like I said, the even-numbered play days, don't they? But yeah, good start from them. Also getting, the attacking win, not only on top floor, but on that mid-floor side as well. Now, it's not always the easiest to attack onto, isn't that one? Finding the space, they didn't need to get the diffuser down, but finding the space, for example, to put the diffuser down, we see players a lot of the time, teams trying to play in behind sense walls, smokes. It takes so much utility, and if you don't get that top floor clear right, it's usually for nothing anyway. So yeah, good second round win for Fnatic, and they are certainly, as the play days roll by, starting to convince me little by little.
I think what I'm really enjoying seeing today that was missing a little bit yesterday was the blind spots in their attacks based on information, was really stinging them at points. Missed thronings on towards things, not playing as a team, players going out of turn. Whereas here it feels when they start moving on forwards, 1 kill spirals into 2, spirals into 3. They really ride off the momentum of the gaps that they start opening up by getting the entries. Like I say, I really thought Shifters might find themselves in for a solid attack time out there, hopefully to try and course correct and get things turned around. Maybe believe it, then get it done back up on this top floor. Again, not massive changes away in terms of what they're playing. The Mute is back, the Mirror's back, the Azami's back, the Shank is back. Which for all points towards them believing it's an approach to the game that is their problem, and it is so much the operators they have on side. And that's a good start. It's Deepak to fall down.
Just trying to give a...
Where did he just die, by the way?
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. It was, I mean, if he's going in on the Deimos, he'll have been underneath. So I would expect it to be. Last time he went in through weapons, it was just outside. Yeah, he's been going towards, it looks like it may have come from Rocket Door, and he's been taken down. So it's a little bit easy for Fnatic, for Shifters rather. Fnatic have got to be more careful of that sort of thing.
I'll take it. Robbie's on the fantasy team and need him to do well. He's been very much up there in terms of contribution throughout the stage. The same with Freck, actually. Those two, I think, are top for multi-kills and also top towards EPS as well. The results they've been having, of course, they're still waiting to see if Shifters can really compete to be a top 4 team. Those two have been instrumental to that point. But here we go, a set-piece play coming out from Fnatic. Again, no doubt Citizen calling a bit of info off the back of that snake, and in we go. In beyond towards the wall, and they step, the C4 comes out, but doesn't get rid of Smith. Eating all that inside the shield, but he can't quite find a kill. It's a double swing in, they get away with it. Wisdom might find Freck elsewhere, but it's a bit of a turnaround still to achieve. Nathan Blaz, the final 2. Shifters finally on the board.
Couldn't have come too soon for them. I think getting that top floor, that's why they've gone back there. It's their #1 site choice. It's where they'd expect to be getting round wins. And they've done a much better job that time of getting it over the line. So it just means that they're not too far behind on the defense here. They can look still at a 4-2, but I think they're going to be aiming for a 3-3 at the least now. No surprise to see Solid Snake taken away.
Yes, that has been the big X factor, I think, that's been winning these rounds for Fnatic overall. I'm curious to see what we now see him step onto. I can only imagine it'll be another Intel operator. Yesterday, he played the Deimos a couple of times when they didn't have the Snake on side, which was a bit strange. It was like, well, Snake's available, just play it. Deimos doesn't quite offer the same amount of information collection. We were speaking about this earlier on. Yes, he can only see the same floor, but it's more the fact that he can see everything all at once that's so valuable. Now they'll have to try and make do with just the Deimos, which got killed very early on in that previous round, but they'll pair it up alongside the DKB. So in all 3 rounds we've seen so far, they've had 2 Intel operators. That is carrying on. They're just here without the Deimos.
Yeah, not surprised to see Citizen switching across onto that particular operator. Again, just an absolute nuisance at the minute. He will continue trying to have that same sort of impact with it. So Shifters take us on the defense down to basement finally. This is the first time that we've seen them down in lab. And again, just having a look at their presence around the map. They've got 3 on that first floor at the minute. The vertical hold didn't really serve them too well when they were in bunks and briefing. So they're going to be, you know, obviously needing to improve that this time. They need to think, be aware as much as possible, you know, where is the pressure coming from for Fnatic? They've done a very good job of this clearance a lot of the time. So where is the pressure coming from? And then being in the position ready to deal with it rather than getting caught out, which they did a couple of times when they were trying to hold that top floor.
Absolutely. Well, now you probably see a slightly slower round, more like we saw back in round 1. Yes, there is no mute on side, but as mentioned, the snake will mean Fnatic have to be a little bit more cautious. Got at least the verticals early on. Not forgetting that we are attacking down into the basement. This is up on top floor. Just want to make sure there's no cheekiness coming out from the players on the side of Shifters. And they're right to be cautious because Robbie and Blaz are the ones who are currently holding around Armory, looking to be a little bit of a nuisance. So Fnatic need to identify that and force them back down.
Got the solid ping on at least one player, so that's going to give Fnatic something to work on. Getting themselves inside of the map confidently now. They've got first floor not under control, but they've got a lot of presence there. So in the next 30 seconds or so, we're going to start seeing these gunshots happen. Shifters are going to be pressed. They are going to have to react. It's who comes out on top of that? Who's going to have the numbers advantage when that moment comes?
This is very weird. Like, they don't have a large part of first floor control, and there was 3 players a second ago on Shifters, all still up there, looking to waste a bit of time. It looks like they've large dropped away now, except for the one who was still dancing around. Even he now has fallen back too. So Shifters all back on site. Fnatic, you've got 1 minute and 15 with which to work out an attack here.
Going to hear that door could be called coming out, so that's going to tell them that there's at least somebody nearby. I think you would be expecting the presence on here. I was just well aware of that drawn hole off to his side. It's one of the few that you can get a headshot through as a drawn hole, but Laz is just going to be watching for any sort of pressure that they try to mount there. Does step up, does take a little bit of damage, but elsewhere, Freck has managed to take out Deadshot. Deepek, though, just walks into sight. There's a trade there, Robbie. Deepek get each other. 4 versus 3, 40 seconds left to go, and it's not looking good for Fnatic as Smith is taken down as well. Lasmo makes it a double as he finds Citizen, and it's all up to Wizard. He does have the book above. I was going to say he can open himself up some new angles, but he just won't get a chance. Final kill comes in, and it's going to be 2-2. Shifters have woken up.
Just a little bit limp there, I think, Fnatic. It was almost like waiting to be beaten. And I've long said this, if a team is too slow on the attacking side, the defenders at some point will just come out and try and trip you up. If they get the idea that you're starting to get set up and starting to get cozy, that's the best time to go and stab them in the back, rip a couple of players out, and just completely blow up the round. We saw it when they got the spawn peak onto the Deimos. We saw this weird kind of flip attack that came out from the side of Fnatic. The good way to disrupt them, I think, is to get up in their face early. And while they weren't super early in getting aggressive, they turned on the aggression at the right time, and Fnatic just fell apart from there. Very much a team that right now feels they benefit from structure. So when all 5 players are up, they look good. But as soon as they start losing players, that's when Fnatic seem to really start floundering a little bit.
2 more defenses to go. Back to bunks and briefing. We saw this back in round 2. Fnatic got the win. The top floor hold was not successful from Shifters. Gonna have to be a focus for them. Just having a look at the utility that they've brought along and wondering what really helps them hold on to this top floor. They've no deployable shields. They do have a couple of barbed wires that they can use to at least slow down or gain a bit of intel on any possible approaches. They've got the keeper barricades. And then other than that, the mirror windows, but no other traps or anything. We're not seeing the Thorn, you know, we're not seeing anything like the Legion, the Ella, that have all become very popular recently, and I think really could have helped them hold on to this top floor. Maybe a Goyo, just to really give that area denial.
Time to race him. We've seen this a million times before. You shoot out the window, you get an impact out there, a C4 normally to try to get away, but they miss. You still hear that exothermic go off, even though Freck tried to trick it away. And that means they've got direct access in towards site. You can't play in behind the pillar. A little bit harder to deny on towards the main green door plant that we see coming in so often. Smith being on the shield is certainly going to be the focus of that plant going down, but I feel for this to work, They need a little bit of presence elsewhere. You can't just rely on the main breach as you go to. Really, you need to be establishing top floor control too.
Yeah, you absolutely do. It's like you said, it's not a one-dimensional attack. There's a lot of things that need to go right on this attack. Top floor control, need a presence in green. Maybe if you're going to work in through the breach, you need that utility in place. So it's going to be smoke canisters. There's 2 in the hands of Smith. He's going to be the one who has to go in with the Monty shield. They've got the Capitao as well to provide a bit of smoke cover. And it's about creating confusion inside a site. But step one has got to be that top floor control.
Well, Freck has just realised middle of site maybe a little bit too dangerous and has got himself away. It's where a nade, if they had one, could follow through to try and make something happen. Don't think he fancies pulling off a Marto here, Tim, but you never know. Keep your eyes open. Wizard into getting rid of Blaz. That's the mirror taken off, and the C4 disappearing with it at the same time. Now going and trying to get the plant down, but they can see him, Tim. He's not fully covered by the smoke. This might need to pull off here as well. He's going to try and stick, but no, Nate can't quite hit the shots. He'll commit. Pros don't fake, I'm afraid. A 5v3 for Fnatic and a post plant that Shifters need to rescue.
Yeah, Nath was the win condition there, and missing his shots may well just cost Shifters the round. Being the Solace, it was up to him to spot that plant, whether it was in smoke, whether it wasn't. He knew where the plant was. He just couldn't find those bullets. Always tough fighting through the floors like that. Out comes some utility to try and back up the Thermite. It does manage to get the kill onto Citizen, so that gets something going for Shifters on this retake, but they've got 7 seconds there. I just don't see any way that they get this done now. Fnatic fighting well to just waste as much time as possible. Final 2 kills come in, and it is going to be a round for Fnatic. It was good from them, but they did give an opportunity for Nave to put that diffuser on the deck if he'd have been able to find those shots.
And then it becomes a little bit harder to recover for sure. Yeah, Shifters in a level there, maybe not quite as aggressive in their defense as they could have been. Honestly expected when Nate was in position to start challenging onto the diffuser, I thought we'd see 2 players on the side of Fnatic explode into the top, because normally that's the game plan. Someone goes in for the plant, and that is when you push in deep on top floor and try and contest the players that are looking to play through the vertical. But even though he was left untouched, still couldn't get away with what he needed to. 3-2 for Fnatic then on the attacking side, Tim. I'd say that's pretty good so far, given how difficult some of those attacks on Club looked yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad at all, especially with the opportunity to finish it out 4-2. I think if Fnatic get a 4-2 attacking half here on Lair, I would really favour them to take the matchup overall. There's obviously always 2 halves, as you like to say, and Shifters may well find a little bit of extra energy, but right now it just feels like it's not really working for Shifters. You know, the ideas that they've got, Fnatic didn't even take top floor off them there, and normally I'd have said it's a little bit of a death sentence, and it should have been. They've had the line. It's just difficult to find those shots, and right now Fnatic have got the answers, and it just feels like one of those days where for Shifters, no matter what they try and do, it's just not coming together.
When Shifters last played this map, it was against Secret a couple of months ago, and they came away as the winners 7-5, and just bearing in mind that was when Savage was still around, when Nathan Citizen were on side, so it was different Secret they were playing against anyway. They relied on a lot of those rounds on getting the diffuser down. It was a very objective focused game, but it also relied on a lot of multi kills coming in. Freck got 3 of them throughout that game, and every single round where he did, they managed to walk away with the round win. So they're going to be turning towards him, and no doubt others on side. Lasmo, the one who's really putting up numbers so far when we get into that second half to keep them going. Either way, as you said, I think Fnatic will feel quite emboldened by this, especially if they can get a 4-2 here. They get away with freebie? No, they do not. They're top managing to get this wall opened up, and it's another case where Shifters have failed to deny a wall being opened up with a mirror window on it.
1 minute into the round, just the entry's been very, very even so far. I was wondering how that was going. It's 3-2 in favour of Fnatic, and every single round has been converted, by the way, in the direction of the entry, so certainly something that is worth paying attention to. Nath is going to head down those stairs, just trying to relocate a little bit on the Thorn. I think maybe just provide a little bit of a surprise presence underneath. Prevent the Deimos doing too much work. Deepek is going to be in range at the minute. Will look to get forward. Does take a little bit of damage there, but wins the fight. And that is just the story of this game so far for me. Shifters doing the right thing, trying to challenge those power points, and still just can't get it done. Deepek finds the kill, and now it's going to be the Monty bullying Freck at the minute. He does pick up Wizard, but that will be all as Smith finds the kill. Like you say, good trade. Taking down the mute, creating a bit of space. 3 versus 3 though, as Blaz finds Deepek, and that loses their underfloor presence.
C4 has been put there and not quite triggered. The Mob Blast has gone down now, so he won't be able to use it anyway. Smith tries his best, but again, there is a trade. A 1v1. Citizen coming up against Robbie. Both at 2 and 4. Someone's got to break that spree.
Who is it going to be? Time will tell. Citizen goes to put the diffuser down on the ground. Is he going to stick it? He sent up the smoke to try and create a bit of cover. Robbie had the opportunity, I think. He reads it right, and he manages to get this. Yeah, okay. Excited about that
baby.
one.
Let's go.
It was a beautiful read from Robbie there, knowing that Citizen's instinct would be get out of sight once the diffuser goes down. Just reads it, drops him to the ground, and then he's able to get the kill at his leisure. That gives us a 3-3 half, and it is anybody's.
All things are equal. And what do you guys think? What you and the guys think about that one?
It is very equal. It's very close as well, and I like that. I believe a big reason as to why it's so close is because everything that Fnatic is trying to do with their shields.
Yeah, well, we can see what they're trying to do. How many times have we called a Fnatic game and gone, we don't know what they're trying to do? This time they're trying to use the shields, particularly just to try and force movement, to try and get reactions. First and foremost, Smith playing on the blitz, chasing people all the way back into the site. Then he jumps on the back beard. This time it doesn't quite work well. Tries to jump in the display window, a double jump in as well there with Wizard. Does get C4, does get taken out. But again, the shield, what does that facilitate? It facilitates his teammates playing around him and forces enemy movement. And then in round 5, a decisive round that Fnatic actually won. Shield play to get into the building. The shield in Smith gets the plant down. Unfortunate, I would say, from the side of Shifters. They didn't deny that plant, but even then, gets active with that shield, gets himself out there. It's good to see Fnatic sticking to a game plan, getting behind it, playing the shields. Yes, Smith has only gone 3 and 3, but he's having huge impact in every round they play into whether they win or lose it.
And that's the big thing that Fnatic was missing. They were missing someone that could play towards the meta, someone that could be constantly playing on the shield. And let's take an example at round 4 where they don't play with a shield. And let's take a look at how static they are. Look, it's taken them 2 minutes to get initial control on the basement bomb site. They need to problem solve the blue stairs. And look, he is playing on Hibana. He forgets he does the flashes. He brings out the breach charges in the middle of the gunfight. They lose one of their players there. Ying has to jump alone here, completely isolated on Candelas that were not effective. And effectively, they've lost the plot here. 4v3, they don't have control. And so that's the biggest limitation to their playstyle right now. They're crouching on the shield.
But there'll be a lot of people looking at Fnatic of last year, looking at Fnatic of kickoff and going, well, what's the improvement? Why have they got 6 points? Why are they looking suddenly really competitive and 1v1 away from a 4-2 half, which would have been a really, really good setup for them. And that's a big reason why. It's not perfect, it's not polished right now, but it is developing.
I'm seeing experienced player in the side of Deepek, of Citizen, of Deadshot, players that have that experience and have the talent. I'm seeing Smith who can play on the shields. It's good, it's promising for Fnatic. Now, for Shifters, it's their turn to be the ones that are proactive. And as we say this, we see the first mountain ban coming. I'm anticipating the double electricity ban. For that map, I understand why it makes sense. It also means, though, that they're going to face Mira, they're going to face Azami. And they're going to face
Azami up on the top floor behind the desk is so tricky to play against.
By the way, one single ban outside of the Shields ban means that whatever happens, Blitz, Blackbird, it will be open.
It's a Fnatic game, and so far we've had no crash out yet from our endless desk.
No, it's great.
I'm super happy. I can't wait to watch the second half.
Yeah, just don't go and check the football score, Leo.
We won't say any more. We won't say any more.
I won't say any more. I don't want him to get upset.
You've dropped that one in there. We will just leave it at that.
Bomb located by attackers.
Right, let's get back into it. Second half, here we go. Fnatic Shifters turning out to be a great game. We were expecting, I think, we kind of expect it as a little bit of a low-key one to watch. Obviously it's difficult when you've got G2 and Falcons on the ballot to focus anywhere else, really. But we knew that this one could be a close affair, and so far it has been. Fnatic 3, Shifters 3, and we go Fnatic onto the defense now. They are going to take top floor to begin with, and see whether they can improve. The thing is, it's going to be a tight finish, I would imagine. I can't see either one of these teams going for a 5-1 half at the minute. They're very close, in terms of skill, in terms of everything else. So I think 4-2 would be the best. So I think we're in for a 7-5 at the least, maybe even a bit of overtime, and we'll see how it plays out. Fnatic, very good defensive win rate so far. There's 71% before today.
Well, hopefully they keep on building on it. To be fair to after yesterday on Club, I wouldn't be surprised if their attack one wasn't quite so hot. There'll be a few questions to be asked, but defensively, as we said yesterday, both teams were pretty good in the defense, just neither could attack. So it's always going to help the stats overall. But today is a new day. It's an even play day, Tim, which means surely we see prime time Fnatic. As you can see, they've had 3 attacks on side. That can only set them up for a good defensive half. Deadshot, the Miracle Man yesterday. In fact, the only player to not get 1 ace, but 2 aces in this stage. No other player has collected an ace yet inside of EML. Want to try and make it a 3rd. Deepet with a great reverse angle on towards Robbie. He was trying to work a bit of magic underneath on the Deimos. Certainly not a bad one to pick off, because now a lot of that vertical threat is going to be removed.
Just manages to get the angle down onto the Selma there, shoots it out. Always a little bit of a risk because you're kind of leaving yourself exposed for that time from the breach, but it's a difficult breach to swing that widely whilst keeping yourself safe. So it was a calculated risk and it came off. Got Robbie out of it then on the Deimos, so not going to be too much verticality here. As we've seen from Deepek, it is usually the Deimos that goes underneath. That might mean if Deadshot makes a choice here and gets himself back behind that desk that Fresh spoke about, he manages to get, or just kill people. If he gets himself back behind the desk, he's actually going to be really safe with the keeper barricades and everything, because there's no verticality to play onto him.
They may well try their best, but spraying through a floor with a rifle doesn't really sound like my idea of fun, Tim. They'll be there all day long. Great C4, and it's a big double coming out for Wizard. A wave of the wand, and that pretty much is this round wraps up Blaz. In a 1 versus 3, it's a lot to recover. And I just get a feeling, Tim, that it's going to be impossible. They'll dig back. They'll play behind the C4. 2 smokes to play behind. This is not going to be pretty for Blaz, but if he can pull it off, well, it'll be a magic man of his own.
Blaz just holding the angle, hoping somebody's going to give him something. I tell you what, they try to. Wizard moves across on the Valkyrie. Needs to be careful. Does get away with it. Doesn't take any damage whatsoever. 30 seconds left to go. So Blaz needs to start making a move. It's hands-off keyboards time for Fnatic. You've got your angles. You've got your crosses. You don't really need to do much else except Blaz. Let him move on into sight, pick up the kill as they do. Wizard steps out and gets that one, and it is going to be a first successful defense for Fnatic, and this is the problem for Shifters. As I said, 71% defensive win rate for Fnatic coming into today, and they continue that trend, get themselves the first lockdown, and Shifters find themselves on the back foot.
This is where they'll be really challenged here, Shifters. They've got to show on the attacking side that they can adapt. And fair play to Wizard. It's a wonderful drop away underneath to get away with that C4 that really shouldn't have happened. You'd hope they'd have been able to catch you on a flank drone or anything along those lines, but no. Does the damage and hands in that deathly blow. 4-3, down to the basement we step. Fnatic, I can imagine, looking at their lineup already, Tim, will want to play out around the map here. Waste a bunch of time, shoot through drones. Ideally, pick up the ram or the sledge if they lose the ability for that vertical destruction once again. Either way, don't sit back in sight and turn up for the entire round, else Leo will lose it. Can't be having that today. I really want to know if he actually went away to go and look at the score and then actually read it and then was just like, screw you guys. I bet he was fuming.
Right, okay, here we go. Let's continue on with Fnatic's defences. 4-3 they lead, and they're taking us now down to the basement. We're seeing a much more kind of standard rotation from Fnatic. Top floor basement, and then it'll be bunks and briefing to round it out. We've got Ella on side for Citizen. It's exact sort of operator for him to use and just get a little bit loosey-goosey around that middle floor and get active, and you just know he's going to get some success. Deadshot on the Solus is pretty terrifying as well. He's playing right up on the top floor, so Fnatic just forcing Shifters to waste as much time as possible by clearing the whole map.
There's the entry. This is kind of what I was saying for Fnatic, was if you can get out there and waste time, then fantastic, but losing players out on the roam is also not going to be a great idea. I'll come back to what I was saying when we had G2 and Falcons playing on Consulate. When G2 lost the entry, they recommitted to being out on the roam with 2 more players to try and get a response back, but look, it's just going from bad to worse. A second one found by Nath on the front door as Wizard tried to rejoin his team in a 5v3. Surely Shifters can't see this one slip through their fingers.
Reloading. So much back and forth in this game. It's one team or the other just seems to come out and win rounds consecutively, and it's so difficult for them to get any breathing space between the two of them. look to, he knows that the Blackbeard's coming down the stairs. Doesn't matter as we see him taken out, but Robbie does manage to get Citizen as he tries to double down on that. 2 versus 4 it stands. Robbie and Nath both, I won't say quite low health. Nath's about just above half, whereas Robbie is low health. Deimos track comes in. He's maybe not going to be too keen on chasing him down because 1 bullet through a soft wall would likely be enough to take Robbie out of this. So it's more going to be feed that information into your teammate so that they know exactly where Deepak is located. Do they know about Smith? No, they do not. He drops the defuse, but he can't get the second, nor the third. Blaz manages to cut him down. That's a good trade. 3 versus 1, an opportunity to put the diffuser down. Look at the health on the side of Shifters, though.
That's it. Okay, we've made 2 or 3 shots and maybe could have got away with something, but Shifters aren't going to let that one slide through their fingers. If you see a 5v3 inside 60 seconds disappear, you've got major problems. So I'm glad they managed to pull one back here and still keep it competitive. And as it stands, spoke about the success rate that we've seen from Fnatic on defense. The first one was really, really good. That second one then just caught out a little bit in the early round. I think you can't be losing the Solus that early on either, but it was well done by Shifters to get in there so quickly, be aggressive and punish the roam game.
4-4 it stands then as Shifters get a round on the board and the back and forth continues. From round 4 onwards, it has been 1 round about, each team just winning them alternatively and keeping us guessing as to where this one is going to go. And we're going to have a little bit of a tech pause while we just get an issue worked out. Fnatic will continue on the defense. I think they're going to take us probably back up to the top. Sorry, no, it's the 3rd defensive round. So it'll be the bunks and briefing site this time around, almost certainly. Just thinking about how Shifters are going to deal with that. They haven't had too much success with the shield there. I always like the shield for getting in and clearing roamers and extensions, getting up close and personal, and it could be a good way of attacking this top floor, but they just need to get Lasmo a little bit more activated on it.
For sure. Quick tech pause there. We get these little issues behind the scenes ironed out. I believe it is on Fnatic's side. So when we get back into game, hopefully that doesn't come up again. And it is for Citizen, as also I've been told by production. With all the flashes on his face, Tim, it normally is a sign that something is happening on the computer, which is always a good thing. So I imagine we'll be getting back into the game very shortly.
Yeah, as you say, those changing colours, if you just sat on the menu, you don't tend to get those. So hopefully we will be back in before too long. And just looking, the entry battle has continued as well. We've so far only had 1 round that hasn't gone in favour of the entry. It's 5-3 in favour of Fnatic on entry, and it's that 1 round that has kind of flipped it so that we have a 4-4 scoreline overall. Yeah, I think, again, Fnatic having the better of it and can just continue doing what they're doing, especially on the defense. I think, you know, just they put Citizen on the Ella last time around. He was on the Thorn round before that. I think just keep doing that same thing, giving him a bit of freedom along with Deadshot. Let them two go and cause problems while Deepak Smith and Wizard look to kind of keep a hold of the core of the site.
Sure, and it's about the roam game being sensible, if you get me. Like, I'm not saying that Solus of last round in Deadshot wasn't being sensible, but you're getting picked off that early on, then Wizard being clamped down on as he tried to retreat back towards his team. You can't really afford that to be happening, because the crazy thing was Shifters were also pushing into the top floor, but it was down on the first floor where we saw the Solus fall. So maybe a little bit too soon to be bleeding out players there, but you'll give it to them. It's 1 round. The first one was very, very good. So we'll see what happens as we build into it a little bit further. It's going to feel weird not casting tomorrow, Tim, as well, I've got to say. We cast on...
We've done a lot.
We cast last week, we cast Saturday, we cast yesterday, we cast today. Tomorrow I'll be sat here in the evening just like, what do I do? Outside of watching England play, of course, at 9 o'clock.
I was going to say, you need to be careful about teasing Leo today, really, because it's our turn tomorrow. And
yeah, but we're not on broadcast tomorrow, therefore it's okay.
No, but it could still be in the group chat.
It's on mute, it's not a problem.
I've watched a lot of England in my lifetime, and I know their capacity to disappoint when it comes to football results is ever present. So we will see what happens. It'll be Medics who's giving it the biggest ones, of course, with it being Croatia that we're playing. But yeah, we'll see how that one goes tomorrow.
Oh, it'll all go off in the group chat. It happens inevitably every time that someone's country plays someone else's country. The stick starts getting rolled out. Like, Xenox supports Everton, weirdly, as an Aussie supports Premier League team in Everton. Every time they play, or we play them, or you play them.
Pretty one way, that though, isn't it?
It is pretty one way. They are basically a free punching bag, let's be honest. Just don't tell him we said that. He'll get really upset. It could be worse. You could be Manic, who supports Tottenham Hotspur.
Oof, yeah, it could be, you know.
God, I wish they got relegated.
It's tougher and tougher, doesn't it? Right, we're back into it. We're back into the action. It's round 9, and it's going to be Bunks and Briefing as suggested. The defensive lineup will see. How many have we got? 4 up on the top floor, 1 inside of sight. I like Wizard being. I like this combination actually. We've got the Warden, we've got the Solus, we've got the Smoke. Brilliant stuff, really. Plenty of shotguns to get those holes opened up if you need to switch them around. That's a great read, by the way, there from Citizen. Look how much damage he's done to Lasmo on that Blackbeard. It's just going to completely back him up now. He's going to have to be so much more careful. I said I'd like to see Shifters take the shield in to go across this top floor clearance. Sorry, it was actually Deadshot who went around there. Just the prediction that it was going to be the Blackbeard straight with the shot at feet level. Really like that.
And so just to get some good chip damage down, that a single C4 or a couple of impacts could prove to be enough. And oh, would you look at that? That's exactly what they've got available to them in back pocket. Or equally, the deep smokes could also work a little bit of wonder. Now, as always, this top floor is going to be the entry point for Shifters who want to get in here and try and force players back. You can see Napoff in the distance, waiting outside sight on that Thermite. They managed to get rid of Deadshot again. The entry death 2 rounds in a row here, this time falling down to Freck rather than Robbie. Still not going to complain about it because he could have been their denial later into the round.
Yeah, that's one of your big win conditions that you've just lost there. Really not ideal for Fnatic. Deadshot, I think the play initially onto the Blackbeard fine, but going on that second out of the breach, I think, you know, giving an operator like Solus to Deadshot who's going to want to get aggressive, you're really risking losing that win condition for the late round, and that's exactly what has happened. So Fnatic have maybe got a problem to solve later on should that diffuser come in and start going down. Still, 4 versus 4 as it stands. Nif's just kind of hanging around at the minute. He's got diffuser in hand. He's waiting for his moment. He's waiting for the signal, but it is top floor that needs to be dealt with, and Lasmo has been significantly slowed because of that damage that Deadshot did.
That's it. Well, here he is. Oh, no. I just thought for a second he might get away with it, but this is the risk of not fully clearing that top floor. Yep. We saw Fnatic almost pay the price for it back in the first half when Nate was the one, ironically, in the reverse spot on the Solus who couldn't stop the plant going down. Well, here, he won't even get a chance to get the plant down. That's diffuser down in the middle of sight. Freck in for a team kill. Not great. Gets his teammate in the way through. So they've got rid of 1 and lost 2 in the process. Smith picks up yet another kill in the round as well. Robbie left 1 versus 3. Feels like Fnatic are about to pull ahead yet again.
Has some information on that top floor. Cannot find his man. Will now have his fight, but Robbie is going to take more damage than he deals out. Final kill comes in. It's going to be Deepak with the shotgun as he moves across the door. And look, I think Fnatic have, I won't say got away with one there, because I think they played the round pretty well, actually, holding on to that top floor. But I think that losing Deadshot early in the round, that should have been a real positive for Shifters. The Solus is gone. You've got an opportunity if that diffuser goes down where it's maybe going to be difficult for them to tell, and then it just all felt a little bit limp. Did that push into sight? Nath kind of goes for it, and maybe there's a gap, but there's not. There's no smokes down. There's no real coverage, and top floor is... We're seeing today basically what happens when you don't clear top floor. We haven't seen one successful top floor clearance, and we haven't seen even a chance of a plant going down. So it tells you everything you need to know.
That's it. Well, that's what they're calling the attack timeout. Tim Laloon stepping in to see if they can get the team back on track, because it's been a bit of a weird one overall. It's been a very chaotic, dare I say. Almost like to a degree, Fnatic are kind of pulling them into this game of unpredictability, and so far Shifters aren't being able to play the game that they've been able to play against other teams, which is good game control from Fnatic overall. And what feels like one of the first times this stage, we're seeing Shifters a little bit perplexed.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think, you know, a perfect time for a tactical timeout, really, not knowing all the answers. They came across a few sticking points there, despite getting the entry, unable to turn it over, unable to get anywhere near that top floor clearance. And I think it's something that a couple of teams need to be looking at, because we've seen it, you know, in other regions as well that we've covered, whereby they're just struggling to get that dealt with and get that top floor clearance sorted. I can't remember the last time I actually saw the top floor defenders on lair for the last couple of months actually pushed away out of that area and, you know, have a real opportunity without utility and bullets raining down on you to put the diffuser down on the ground. So Fnatic will continue. 71% win rate on defense coming into today. It's been a little bit different so far. It's 2-1, so they're down to about 60%. If they can get this one, then we'll be back up to their customary 70+. And it's going to be top floor. They won this back in round 7, and if they get this, it's 2 match points.
Well, let's see if Deadshot can spin it on the other side here and get an early spawn pick. He's certainly looking for it. Is he ready? Almost gets hit on the reverse. I want to say it was Twisted Minds back in the last stage. We saw trying to pull something out like that. Hasham, I believe it was, who got spun on the reverse. It is unfortunate if you get pulled off by that one, but at least Deadshot walks away with his life.
Claymore going to be placed to prevent any runouts. We don't tend to see too many runouts on layer, in fairness. It's quite a rare occasion that we have somebody completely outside of the map. The odd bathroom jump out, I guess, at times will be the only one, but they will certainly be protected from that. Nitro goes out. It's not going to detonate quick enough anyway, I don't think, for the position he was in on the rappel, but doesn't matter because we hear it getting shot out. So Fnatic will lose that bit of utility from Citizen without any gain from it at all.
Slow start at least, and I think that's probably the call that's coming from Lilu is let's get a bit more control in the early round here. Like when we find the entry, we've seen that we can build on top of it. Let's play as a team and try and force the players back, pick up 1 or 2 kills like we did back in round 8. It gave us a lot of success. But Smith is already being a nuisance here, even just inside of Ops itself and keeping them at bay. They've got to try and force him back. Robbie's underneath again, as he has been several times over. Caught out a couple of times while trying to do this, but no one on the side of Fnatic appears to be down there hunting him out in return either.
Will come on to smoke. Won't be too much of a surprise. They'll know exactly where he was, but it's just that absolute pinpoint accuracy that Robert is then able to use to get the kill through the floor. Without that track, he knows that he's roughly in that area, but he can't be anywhere near so specific. The Clash is going to be forced to dance a little dance to try and get away from these nades that keep coming in. But for now, Smith is keeping himself well positioned. Freck does manage to take down Wizard. That leaves us 5 versus 3, and I think it's going to become very difficult for Smith soon. He's going to be getting pushed aggressively anytime now.
Needs someone ready to help him if you're going to try and take on the Blackbeard. Again, as Blackbeard sets around the corner, if he's getting zapped, his shield is constantly bashed out of the way. He can't shoot, he can't do anything. You need a little bit of an assist to come in that position. However, we're down to nearly now 30 seconds left. That can always be a bit of a nervous time for the attackers. It is a 4v3, but that clock becomes the 6th man. Starts to force errors out of the other side. Shifter so far played this round really well, but Nave hits the deck. Freck stepping in, trying to see what he can possibly find here. Can he get Nave up as well and then look to go for the plant? Smith finds one more. Robbie's in looking, but it is all falling apart as Deadshot does what Deadshot does. 2 kills for him, 2 for Smith. Robbie left alone in a 1 versus 3. Fnatic are going to be up to match point here, Tim.
They just didn't really have a plan to deal with the Clash. I think it's held them up massively. Smith's got a kill as well. As we see time ticking down, Shifters lose the round, and beyond those couple of nades, there was no real plan for the Clash, no real plan as to how to dislodge him. Smith had his footwork down, moved around, just got out of the way of those explosives, and then kept himself in a very difficult position. And the problem for the attacking side, Shifters there, was that it didn't allow any pressure then to come in from that side onto site. So as long as Smith is there and saying, it's all right, I've got this locked down, I've got Corridor, I've got R6, it's all under control, everybody else can just focus on the rest. Everybody else can just focus out towards bathroom, focus out towards mezzanine, and look after that. And that's exactly what they've done. Great success there from Fnatic on the defense.
Shifter's probably feeling a little bit beat up by now as well. You've had the timeout to try and get things back on track, but it just simply hasn't happened. The painful thing is, it started out so well. And I feel for Nate because that's probably the 2nd or 3rd time this game now where he's tried to do the right thing. He's tried to get in to make a plan happen. He was downstairs last time around when Fnatic were holding upstairs. In this round, it was trying to get in through the breach there. If he gets away with it and gets into the default spot, we're probably having a different conversation. But that risk of going in through the mass breach arguably is what has cost him there. If you get round to upside, plant inside the wall that way round, I think we're probably looking at something a little bit different in terms of an outcome where Fnatic get into a retake scenario and have to do their very, very best to fight their way back through, but I would have seen Shifters taking it away. Sometimes it's the small decisions like that You look at it and say it's a mistake now, and obviously in hindsight it is. But everything being smoked out, you'd think you'd get away with it. They simply didn't. Sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles.
Yep, not crumbling in the favour of Shifters so far. They're going to get themselves into top floor. It's a basement defence, but they know that they've got a whole map clearance that they need to deal with. Nobody from Fnatic actually up on that very top floor at the minute, but by taking control, it can at least offer a little bit of pressure. And there's the threat of that sledge up above you. Wizard on the Benria just looking to get a little bit aggressive at the window there, and there's a little bit of a mixed approach here from Shifters. You've got a few going straight into warehouse. There's two of them, Robbie and Lasmo, looking to get straight on in there, and then I think elsewhere you've got Freck and Blaz that are going to look to work in, get that mid-floor control and get the sledgehammer swinging so that they can get some verticality in play. But we'll see how well that pays off for them, because at the minute Shifters near sight are moving very quickly here.
Let's not forget about top floor control, forget about ground floor control. We just want the site, boys. My only worry is, we've already seen before, they've ignored it in time past, and Nafe has just been gunned down from above as they've tried. However, I guess they have got quite a lot they can work with here in terms of smokes. In the back pocket of the Capital, fire to keep people away, flashes to throw in deep, and of course, Dockerby calls to help out at the same time. And here we go. Bunch utility being tossed in here as well. Nafe out with the fire. When do they say go to him? They've got to make it happen soon, because they're chewing through that utility piece by piece.
Big problems the Solus up above. Deadshot's just going to be watching. He's got impact nades to open up. As you can see, he's just opened up every angle that he can. And that's really what they need to deal with. Maybe a Dockerby call could come in at the time that the plant's going down and just force Deadshot to choose. But Asmo does think about going in, will go for a second time, start holding onto this. Where's Deadshot? This is his job. He's the win condition. There it is. Manages to find his man. Nafe taken down. Beautiful from Fnatic. How many times can Shifters pay the same price of not taking above?
Apparently, Tim, enough times to see themselves losing the game. Blaz in a 1 versus 5. Fnatic take 3 points away from one of their rivals to make it into playoffs with a fantastic performance here on Lair.
Yeah, Fnatic just proving that it can be an up and down stage, but they've got some real performances in the bag as they get that one done. Full 3 points.
They're going to become very unpredictable and very hard to deal with for a number of teams moving on forwards, but that's all said and done. Let's go to a break. When we come back, our desk will break it down for you. See you in a few.
Let's go, guys. Come on, boys. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Nice, boys. Good fun.
And that is yet another 7-4 that goes in favor of Fnatic. We get to speak to the victors. We have Deepak on the line. Good evening.
Good evening.
Congratulations on the
Thank
3
you.
points as well. Deepak,
Thank you.
you've been with Fnatic from the very beginning, and now you've won the
Yes.
last 3 games in a row. 9 points must be an amazing feeling.
I mean, the only reason we won this game because when the league started, the EML league, I saw Freck say in the intro video, he said, I'm the best Benelux player, or the Dutch player. So I took that personally. So
Deepak,
that's why we won. That's the only reason.
I owe you an apology. The person that wrote Line 9 is me. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. It's not Frank. I'm so sorry. I don't
You
know.
as well, yeah. I mean, I've been watching the interviews, and you've been doubting Fnatic a lot, so...
You know why?
Is there anything you want to say to him about that?
It's fine. There's many haters and doubters, so we just play our game and show how we can play.
I think, you know why? It's because he's just... I need to balance him. You know what I mean? Like, he's just pushing you so hard that if I'm not the one that are pulling you a bit down, we don't have an objective...
I'm just going to sit with a smile on my face.
Yeah, we don't have an
I mean,
objective view on it.
There's a lot of people pulling us down, but we just pull ourselves back up. It's fine. You can say whatever. It's fine.
Well, putting the things in context, like from an objective standpoint, though, like a few things to note. 9 points in a row. That's a good thing. I think a second thing that I'm seeing in the game is a lineup that actually works. Like I see a player that is dedicated to the shields in a shield meta. I see a lineup that has the perfect balance between experienced player and rookies or young players that are hungry. Like I see a lineup that is looking much more cohesive than the previous versions of Fnatic. Do you agree with that statement? Especially you who've seen so many iterations.
Yeah, definitely. Like, our main problem was always like these fundamentals. We couldn't get them down, or like the basics. So we always relied on like this crazy stuff. But like, if you want to be a top team, it's like impossible. You need to have these fundamentals down, and then we look at the crazy stuff we can do after.
Do you know what, Deepak? I actually had 2 questions for you. And the first one was going to be, how does it feel after Robbie saying he was the best Dutch player? Obviously, that one's gone.
yeah.
Not Robbie, not Robbie.
Yeah, Freck, sorry, not Robbie. And the second one was going to be about, do you have anything to say to the haters? So I'm pulling on my third question here.
Oh.
But
Sorry.
It's only fair. It's only fair. You know what, Deepak, win as much as you can, and you can come back here every time and just trash talk me. I will take it.
That's fine.
My third question is a little bit more about map pool, actually, because I think we've seen you've got a very strong lure. You've trying to you're trying to play Clubhouse a little bit. Attack's still not fully figured out on that map yet. But how do you feel your map pool's sitting against some of the top teams?
I feel like our map pool is pretty strong. Like last week, we couldn't even play layer. It was our worst map. It was our permaban.
Really?
So yeah. So we are coming there. We just haven't been a team for a really long time. So we're just really happy with all the points we're getting and like the practice we're getting in. So we're just trying to be the best team on any map possible.
I like that. It's big improvement as well. And I guess with that, with what you're saying there about the improvement that you're making for this new team, where do you see yourselves really like it? Stage 1, maybe stage 2 as well. What's the perspective?
Ooh, it's gonna be hard to say because I feel like EML, any team can beat anyone. So we're just trying to improve by the week and just see how far we can come, even if we win or lose. Like I'm already really proud, but we just want to qualify for the major and EWC.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm glad to hear you're very proud of the team. You should be. 9 points is a good achievement for you guys from these last 3 games. Thank you so much for your time and good luck in the Super Week.
Good evening. Thank you.
I think there is one thing I take away from that is that they were able to just pull out their permaban, work it, and in 1 week have it ready. And that is something that they could never have done had they not had like the right team and the right chemistry to learn a map within 7 days. Because like that's something that takes a lot of time when you don't have that natural chemistry.
And I think that's a good point, actually, because this team, or the old Fnatic, this map was their most successful in kickoff, but obviously different roster, different way of attacking, like Deepak said. We've got to get the fundamentals down before we get the crazy stuff down, and maybe we got that wrong in the past. And I think we're really starting to see that. There's a clear intention behind what they're doing. Everything they're doing is for a purpose, and there's real progression. I said it at the halftime, I still believe it now. It's not polished, it's far from the finished product. There's certainly things to work on. I think maybe a better team than Shifters, maybe a top team in this league would have maybe beaten Fnatic on this map today, but they managed to get the job done. They get the full 9 points, and that's really all they can ask for, the full 9 points. The full 3 points today and 9 points in a row. That's really all they can ask for. I think the additions of Deadshot and Citizen into this roster across the last 2 stages have been really, really good. I know scoreboard shows Deepek on the top today and Smith as well, but I think it feels very balanced.
Deepek on the top today, but also the previous days. Like, honestly, like, have you seen Deepek's stats at kickoff and then at the beginning of the stage? It's like, actually, like if you compare that to 2025, where he was the backline, and honestly, you could not blame him for not having the best stats, because honestly, in the position he was in, it's tough. He's actually, I think, the most consistent player on the lineup from kickoff to here. Maybe Deadshot surpasses him because he had this incredible amount of kills, but I've been very impressed by the resurgence from that player. And I wonder just how much of that is on the back of a team that actually has great cohesion. And the comps that we've heard as well were really good. So there are a lot of good signs for Fnatic. We just need to see that consistency in the long term.
I like it. I'm very happy they're proud of themselves as well, and especially if you put this in the context of the standings, right? Because that's how we start this whole matchup. They were 5th and 6th going into this one. The fact that they do get the full 3 points off this now puts them 3rd.
Yeah.
That's actually incredible if you think about it in the context of making it to playoffs, making it to EWC, making it to a major, like Deepek was saying that their goals eventually will be. But even for a final matchup today, right? We're talking about Geeky, we're talking about Heretics 7th and 9th prior to this play day. Now going up against each other, that's also going to be big for that potential 6th spot in playoffs.
Yeah, it's a tough one because we said before, you know, what was at stake for every matchup, right? And for that one, I'm starting to ask the question of the relegations already. Yeah, that's the reality of it. Like when you go into the stage and you have Heretics, who are probably on paper one of the weakest teams because of the number of rookies, because of their results at kickoff. I think it's important.
And that's actually crazy to me. Why is that crazy to me? Because I look at GK, I look at their experience on the roster, I look at their imports, I look at the players that they've pulled in, and look at all these pictures. This is every single one of their players at an S-tier event. And particularly the 2 guys in the middle, Ask and Groovy, supported by the guy on the left, Yoga, who have played a lot of S-tier events, 6 invitationals. That picture of Ask is from a major grand final. So the fact that we're in a position right now, early on in stage 1, before stage 2 is even played, thinking, hey, this team hasn't quite been at it. We're talking about maybe them being in a relegation 6-pointer already, is kind of a little bit crazy right now.
Yeah, it seems like they haven't found their identity, and that's the problem. We're trying to merge so many different playstyles with so many different backgrounds, is that so far they seem to rely hard on the lurks from Sarx, on some massive plays from Yoga, and I'm just like, okay, cool guys, but like, that's not consistent, right? And I think that eventually they will find their groove. I'm just wondering, like, it should not happen too late, because eventually that will catch up to them if they're not, if they're losing points to teams like Heretics, for example.
There's no doubt in the talent on this roster whatsoever.
No, it's a big difference in experience, though, if we compare them to their opponents for today. I mean, we see it not just in the S-tier events, but also in the way they're playing, right? There were some mistakes that we saw from this roster yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. We've got Heretics on the other side, who are that traditional kind of storyline of a young, hungry team, who really haven't actually ever played an S-tier event. You've obviously got Akwi and Lolo, who did it back in, 2021 SI, where they qualified with Makers. And realistically, all of these players combined probably have less experience than Ask on his own in terms of their tier 1 matches, So I think you've got that youth, hunger element, and yes, raw around the edges. There's no denying that. Kickoff didn't go well, but they qualified to this league on merit, and they have shown improvement in this league in stage 1 on merit as well, and they deserve to be here, but they need to keep improving as well.
Improvement is the biggest thing. We've seen progress from these guys. It's now the moment where they're facing a team that it should be a little bit easier to beat, and so I think now is the moment for them to prove. That's it. That's the big moment where they're looking for the 3 points.
And where are they going to prove it? What map is selected for our final match of the day? We've had 7-4s only. Nighthaven Labs is our final match of the day.
Now, finally, we're getting Nighthaven Labs in the EML. We've been waiting a long time. I'm pretty sure it's the first time we see it in the EML from the whole stage.
Of it, haven't we?
Yeah, I'm just even wondering, like, kickoff, I barely remember watching it.
Yeah.
We're going into the unknown completely. Geeky, new roster, 3 roster changes. Never showed it before. Completely no clue as how they play it. Our only information is that they've binded a little bit, and that they've also not banned it a little bit. So it should be in the middle of their map pool, like it's halfway through. And for the side of Heretics, it's something that they were willing to play quite a lot, but never were offered the spot to play it. So it's also the unknown, never showed it at tier 1 level.
I think GK are going to be happy to be starting on the defense. I think that's massive. If you looked at how Heretics played yesterday on their attacks, it's really where Fnatic found their success. Heretics looked a little bit lost, a little bit disjointed, a little bit uncoordinated. Now, Nighthaven can play out very similarly to how Clubhouse can play out. It's about breaching, it's about taking map control, and it's about executing very, very often. So the fact that GK will have looked at a Clubhouse from Heretics and applied that to Nighthaven, I think is what their game plan will be. Force them to execute and really capitalize when there's those mismatched timings.
Might help them going into that unknown, as you said. But our final match of the day is ready to go.
Thank you very much, Anne. And what a map to end it on, Tim. We often say Labs is one of our favorite maps to cast. And given this is kind of the battle here, really our days, I don't want to say the last chance saloon, but a serious opportunity for these two teams to make a stake and say, we can climb the table, we can fight for a playoff spot. I feel the winner of this game is going to be the one that is given that opportunity.
I'd agree on both counts. Absolutely love a bit of Nighthaven Labs, both playing and watching. And I think this one is, I would put it into the bracket, Fresh mentioned it earlier, a 6-pointer. You know, these two teams I would expect to be fighting for similar places come the end of things here, maybe fighting over that 6th place spot. GK a little bit behind at the minute, 2 points short. They're on 1. Team Heretics are on 3 as it stands. But yeah, if you get 3 points here, not only do you gain 3 for yourself, you deny your opposition that 3 points that they could be getting towards chasing that same position. So it makes it quite a big swing to beat the teams around you. It's always nice to beat the big boys up at the top, but beating the ones around you will always generally be more important, more influential. So we'll see who comes away with the win on this one. But yeah, Nighthaven Labs, absolutely love a bit of that. And I think with I'm going to keep calling them the mystery team of GK, not knowing exactly what we're going to get from them round to round. We will see, you know, how they play this one. They're going to start things on the defense, so it's going to be them initially playing the setups and forcing the hands of Heretics.
Ah, shit. Francis scored.
10 seconds left.
Leo will be happy.
Enjoy the view.
I'm not. That has ruined my evening, well and truly. Absolutely ruined it. Well, at least Labs can save me though, Tim. The one thing I do want to see change in this game compared to what we saw yesterday from Heretics was the attacking. I think it's pretty fair to say, and we'd all agree, attacking yesterday on Club from both Fnatic and from Heretics was pretty disappointing. Dora not far off getting tagged at the very, very start of this round. That could have been a bit of a heartbreak if Yoga got away with that one. I want to see them attacking better. And equally on the other side, Yogg did drop like 17 odd kills, but I think as Fresh pointed out, all but like 6 of his kills were impactless kills. They're in rounds that they lost. They were 3 kills, 3 Ks that he was collecting when he was stuck in a 1 versus 5, for example. So I think we've really got to see GK work better as a unit. And Heretics, I've just got to see some competence on the attacking side.
Oh, all right, to find out whether they have that competence or not. Competent drawn in at least as they check meeting, and they can then start pushing on towards connector to take that space. Akwi working underneath will be able to get some success with the Deimos. There's plenty of verticality in and around pillar. Needs to be careful because the hatch is open, of course. He doesn't want to find himself falling foul of that, and have some last minute trip connectors put out just for watching that jump in. I quite like that one because they'll have, unless they've drawn it, I've absolutely no idea it's there.
Well, they'll be able to chew their way through them, of course, with the use of the Roteros. Pretty good for getting in there and taking away a lot of the utility that might be stacked up, as long as deployable shields being taken out at the same time. Obviously, some question marks will turn towards the mirror. They don't really have any tools to help deal with that. No Twitch on side, no Ash on side, the usual suspects to help clear those away. So for Heretics, what's next is the big question. You've done the early part, you've got the walls opened up, you've got yourself in and taken away a bunch of utility with the Roteros. That's really about as far as you can go. Probably what you're looking at now is after getting in underneath and starting to force players upstairs to move, hopefully into the waiting arms. But a swing coming in from the Warden, that was a very questionable gunfight, but it's one that Yupa comes out on top of.
Great start there for GK, just holding them at bay, preventing them taking electrical, and it's always such a key location. If you can get playing on that door, you really do start determining the outcome of the round with the pressure that you put on around Pillar. Riaz manages to find Yoga though. Yoga had a big day the other day, a lot of kills. He's going to be hoping to emulate that, I'm sure. Nade comes in, just forces them back a little bit, but at the minute Heretic's not really making too much progress. Making a lot of noise out of Connector, trying to get something going from underneath. Here's the opportunity, but no, just dances his way back into a little bit of safety. Yupa continues to fight downwards. Brilliant stuff, even when tracked. Groovy manages to find the kill onto Dora as well. 3 versus 2, 24 seconds to go.
Yeah, Aqua's really got to do more there. Groovy, a couple of shots to the back at least, going slightly low, but nowhere near enough to see him finished off. They know that he's here, but they've got nothing to make him move. A phone call maybe, but down goes Reyes. He's left all by himself, drops on towards 1. 2 more to go as we get towards the last. Gets another. Surely you don't give him the whole lot. No! Yupa with a big round and a 3K collected. He wins in the first round, but my God, was it closer than it needed to be.
Yeah, got a little bit dicey at the end, didn't it? There was a second there where you thought, well, might just be able to get that done, but DK managed to find the answer. Yupa closing it down. Always going to be difficult when you're challenging into a shotgun. Very one-dimensional push. That's my problem there for Heretics. You spoke about, you know, attacking capability, and it was all meeting. It was a jump into electrical, and there was nothing really beyond that. I want to see a presence in IT when you're talking top floor. I want to see a presence either Aqua or Warehouse Catwalk, preferably Catwalk. You know, you've got to get something going on to turn those defenders around. As it was, they were all just stacked up waiting for the fights, you know, and then you sort of have the kind of late effort there towards the end that maybe turns them around, but it just wasn't really coordinated enough for me, and it was, yeah, a bit too one-dimensional.
Okay, well, let's see how they fare attacking into downstairs. It will be to a level somewhat more the same. Vertical play is still involved, but rather than going bottom up, you're going top down, which is why you have the Ram on side. It's why the sledge is also coming along. That doesn't screen it. They want to get themselves control of the upstairs first and work their way through the entirety of the map before looking for an execute. I don't really know what does. And on the side of GK, the question mark then turns towards you. Do you want to play more on site and digging deep, or do you want to play aggressively around the map and look to pick up a couple of players early on? Given we've got a couple of players currently playing up on the first floor, in fact 4 of them are up there right now, they want to take the fight towards Heretics. They want to disrupt them and not let them get all 5 players ready for an execute.
Exothermic charge is going to be doing the work on Animus Wall. This I like much better. They've got multiple avenues of attack there. They've opened the main wall, they've opened Animus Wall, so GK don't know necessarily which side the push is going to come from. They've got an option now to clear out the rest of the map. They've got plenty of time, 40 seconds left on the clock. You know, anything other than a breach in the first 30 seconds is almost unforgivable if you're going to use your bans on Bandit and Kaid. You know, Leo somewhere talking about the bans on Kaid and Bandit, I can guarantee it. But yeah, you've got to at least be making sure that that's done. And Heretics have.
Yeah. It's the early starting point. This is where the pressure starts to mount. See a couple side digging in above, castle barricades that are of course obstructing the way for the defenders to be able to play a bit more safely and retreat back towards site. Now taking out an Aqua, which means Groovy's gonna have to find an alternative way back. The problem being that he's being pinched from the north side as well. I think he wants to win one of these as Yupa steps up and gets rid of one. A bit of cover, that was around bending to the other side of this ground floor as Reyes still trying to look for this first kill to come on through. Heretics getting a little bit stuck here, but hopefully Dora on the shield can unstick them a little bit. Starting to push on forwards, but yet to really force anyone on GK back. Oh, come on, someone.
Gonna try to take the challenge, doesn't work out as Sarks comes away with the kill, both on the secondaries there, and it's going to be 5 versus 3, and Heretics need to start getting a little bit direct and forcing things here because they are losing bodies quickly and need to make a move. Yoga takes down Zara, not looking good now as they're down to just Dora and Lolo. The fact that there's a Blackbeard up is going to help, but the fact that Grubby is on the flank is not going to. He's just going to disappear off. He can do that to just waste time, and it just keeps them checking over their shoulder the whole time. 50 seconds left to go, and again, one-dimensional here from Heretics. GK know exactly which side they are coming from. They can just front it up, and they can just wait for their opportunities. Lolo does find Sarks. I think he was just trying a little bit of a flank there to get on the backside, but DK, 30 seconds left to go. They are holding on nicely.
Very comfortably as well at that. Yeah. I don't want to dig into Heretics too much here, but I will at least a little bit, Tim. I'm feeling a little bit of yesterday. It looks like in that round they were trying to do far too much, trying to control all of the first floor at once without trying to make a little piece play as a team to crunch down onto a player that maybe that was inside a storage. They're trying to control the entire map. And the problem with doing an entire map clear is you need to make sure everyone is invested in doing that with you. You've got to move at good pace still, so you've got enough time to hit site. But by the time they had players actually down in the basement, there was only 2 of them left. They were very much shoot up and spat out. They didn't really manage to make anybody move on the side of GK for the longest period of time. It's a little bit limp. It's a little bit lethargic. We've got to see a little bit more venom in their attacks if they're going to get anything out of this half.
Defensive rotation continues the storage then before we start the whole thing again. I agree with you completely, Des, and I think this is a site that Heretics are probably going to struggle a little bit to attack because, again, you need a number of things happening at the same time in different locations, and for me, that has been one of the problems for them. Everything has come down. I thought that last round started out so well. They got the main wall, they got Animus, but then they didn't really do anything with it, and there was, I don't think they were opening those because there was some big plan to, you know, like use that space. It was, well, you know, we've banned out the things so we can get the breaches. Just you go and get the breaches, and it seemed much more like that. And then ultimately, the push comes with both players in the same location again, similar to how it was in the first round. So I really want to see them splitting up here. It's something I'm going to watch for specifically. Who is where in the map? How many teams of them are there? And you know, where are they putting pressure at the same time?
My main worries are trying to apply too much pressure last time around, so just don't go in pairs, go as a 3, whatever's necessary. For the top floor, you can all work together on this one, and then, you know, coming from a couple of crucial sides, IT no doubt being one of them, and start forcing the defenders away. Keep an eye though on when GK drop away from that second floor. For now, it's the 2 of them playing upstairs, not the end of the world. My eyes naturally gravitate towards Yogg as well. He's down in the basement. Of course, we're defending on the first floor, but when a hit does come on through, well, you know exactly he's going to be feeding information upwards and potentially sending a C4 up there as well.
That's it. He's the win condition for that plant denial, should it come to that. But top floor is going to be where Heretics need to start first. Ruby manages to find Dora. That's going to be the thermite off the board. Not the end of the world here if RT's already been open, but could be problematic in terms of manpower as Sarks manages to find Riaz in a trade. 4 versus 3, 3 versus 2. As Yogg puts that C4 to good use. She called it, Des, and he delivered. Leaves us now 3 versus 2 with only Zara and Lolo to get it done. They do have... No, they don't have top floor control, actually. Sarks is still up there on Aqua Stairs. I'm wondering how much they're aware of that.
I mean, they know there's 2 left as well. They know what the game plan is going to be. Recover the diffuser, try and do something with it. The round going down at least gives away where Lolo is. Zara, maybe they don't know where he is yet, but will do, no doubt, very, very soon. He's now starting to ask the question of side door, but you've just seen Sarks run straight upstairs, Tim. He'll be above them with a shotgun in hand here to be able to potentially deny this. Yogg keep on feeding the information over as to where they're planting. Zara gets rid of Yupa. Not too bad. But like I say, the issue you've got is Sarks is ready with a shotgun above, and Yogg can feed information from below.
If they can get the kill there onto Yogg, then they might have a little bit more to work with. Instead, they've decided they need to get one of them, basically. They can't leave one on either side of them. So they go up to challenge Sarks. 45 seconds left to go. They decide to dip back out of that one again. And by not taking the challenge, look at what's happened. Ooh, I was just going to say, look at what happened. I thought Yogg was going to get that kill, but Zara manages to overturn it. Diffuser in hand. It's all up to Sarks. 1v2. Do they know where he's going to come from? It's a game of cat and mouse. Now he finds the first. That's diffuser down, a little bit too easy. 1 versus 1, and the risk now is if you try to put that diffuser down, you are defenseless.
Oh, I tell you what, I think Sarks has probably overplayed his hand a little bit here. He spent too long trying to do this. That'll be diffuser going down.
Oh, he's come off.
Lolo pulled off. What are you doing, son? What are you doing? Bros don't fake. He should have stuck it the whole way through. Now Lolo's got to try again. Will he be able to get away with a safe angle on this one? They're going to know exactly where he is. He sees him. Lolo, I'm afraid you bottled that one, my friend. That was Heretics' best chance in that first quarter to get around. And instead, he's let Sarks back in.
Yeah, I think he just heard the movement above him. It can be really tough when the sound is filtering. Not trying to make excuses for him, but when the sound's filtering through, you know, those vertical holes, it can be a little bit tough to judge just exactly how far away it is, where it is. And so I think he hears Sarks moving about up there, panics a little bit and thinks, I need to be guns up here. I need to defend myself. He had the opportunity to get it down. There was about half a second left on that. Sarks wasn't in position. I don't think would have been able to react quickly enough. And yeah, he really should have stuck it, but hindsight is a wonderful thing. It's 2020 and Well, I wouldn't have known that at the time, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. But Sark's actually played that really well. He was up and downstairs at different times, you know, got himself into the right place to fight Zara, and then made the choice to get up there to deny the plant. It was really nice stuff from him. Yeah, about a second left on that.
Really felt like could have got away with that as well. Such a shame.
Oh, he would. Yeah, he would.
Just got the fear of God in him. I get what he was trying to do. If he pulls off that kill there, he looks like a genius, but you have to be so precise with that timing. I was worried that Starks had definitely left it a bit too long. Could have stuck it, didn't. GK are up 3-0. Heretics still looking for that first elusive attack.
New camera feed up and running.
Granted, it's also been 2 clutches that GK have won. Upri in round 1 with the 1v1. Starks winning out that 1v2 there. It's been close. Granted, they have another 10 seconds in a round. Very possible Heretics could have got away with a couple of round wins here, but they struggle to get the entry in every single round. They've been very, very slow. It's been very, very tedious working their way through the map. They've tried to do too much sometimes, at others, not quite enough. The balance just feels a little bit out of whack right now, so they've really got to pull themselves together here in round 4.
Yeah, I think what you say is exactly right, and it's actually part of the problem, isn't it? You know, yes, it's been close, and we can look at that as almost a positive for Heretics. You know, they've been really nearly there, they're nearly getting it done, but it's the fact that they've thrown away 2 rounds to clutches, a 1v1 and a 1v2. You know, these are rounds that they should be winning. They have the man advantage. They've almost got the diffuser down on the ground at these points, and so Heretics, they really need to be closing. They're not going to get too many opportunities by the looks of things. So when they are presented to them, they need to make sure that they take them. And I think maybe, you know, they just weren't playing as a team, were they, ultimately? Zara on the Nomads just kind of running into storage with the diffuser in hand, saying, right, I'm going to go on plant. And just the assumption that Sarks was still up above, I think. And you've got to play together.
I wouldn't expect Sarks to complete that full 360 of the whole map base and get
Nor would I,
but fair play, I get it.
You've got to play together in a 2v1 like that. 1, so that you can cover while the plant goes down because it becomes a 1v1. And 2, it's just standard Siege. You have to be in a position to trade your teammates' death if you're in like a 2v1. You have to be. That's how you guarantee the wins, and it's those basics that I think are just slipping a little bit.
What I will say for this round, I really like their lineup for it. I think they've got all the right tools to get the job done. I'm a little bit nervous about Yogg on the Clash on the other side, but everything else that I thought they brought along looks perfect. Having the Capital to help the catwalk, the shield to go and take the ground that you clear out, the Ace, naturally you've got to hard breach things through. The Nomad will help you not get flanked, will help deal with the Clash, and Aku will be underneath on that buck, opening up a lot of the floor, but he's got a bit too soon, arguably, and has died to Dora. At least the trade is there. They still need an answer to the Clash, mind you. Yoga's got himself safe in behind a couple of keepers. He's got the Clash shield that he can make use of. Where we've seen so many teams internationally fail at this point, Tim, is they only focus on IT and catwalk, and it's not quite enough control. Where is the backstab coming from?
Ask managers to find Riaz, and again picks up Zara. 3 versus 2 now. Yogg completely wasting all the time up on that top floor as they continue trying to chase him down Aqua Stairs, but the plant's going down there. How are they getting away with this? 3 versus 2, they've secured it, and they managed to pick up a kill in the post plant as the reactions come in. Sarks does, however, find Lolo. It's all up to Dora. It's all up to Dora, but he does have the shield.
I was about to say, you're against the Clash, though. As soon as you start getting zapped, then again, your shield is removed, you can't shoot. It's vile. In he comes to the step, but no, Sarks tries his very, very best. No, can't find him. Sarks out with the deagle, gets his man. It's another round of close, but no cigar, I'm afraid, for the attack inside of Heretics. GK will go up 4-0.
Yeah, Heretics in big trouble at the minute, and the Mystery team continues to deliver mysteries. They come in today and are winning 4-0 and look extremely comfortable in doing so. And I mean, it wasn't a bad day for them yesterday. 7-4 against Virtus.pro, certainly not a bad result. I think we might break the 7-4 streak that we've got going on today, to be honest. Every game has been 7-4. I'd be surprised at this rate to see this one get there. But look, who knows? Maybe Heretics will find a little bit of a fight back in that second half. But as it stands at the minute, GK are well and truly in the driving seat. Again, I like how they dealt with this situation at the end. Just the patience to say, bring Yogg in on the Clash. Let's react once that shield is coming down, once the shield break is in effect. Really nice stuff.
What I will say, the big thing that really upset them in that round, I said coming in, I love the lineup, I think it's good. They've got all the right tools for the job here. Aku underneath, the Nomad to help deal with the Clash, and also to make sure you aren't getting flanked. What happens? They get flanked. Ask just walks through control, comes up warehouse stairs, kills both players that are inside a warehouse.
10 seconds to insertion.
One, you would hope at least there'd be a drone somewhere. There was one inside lounge that I saw, which Akwi was sat on for most of the time that he was dead. You'd hope there'd be something there to watch him. And if not that, surely an air jab somewhere to stop that kind of thing happening. And these are kind of the basics, you know. You expect to get flanked at some point. You expect aggression to come out of GK, but they paid the price by just not keeping tabs on their flanks. And ultimately, although it came down to a very, very close post plan, I'd say without Ask getting away with that 2K, that probably is going to be a Heretics round for sure. So small things are costing them time and time again. Let's see if they can do it. I've said that 5 times now. Let's see if they can do it in round 5.
Well,
pain.
I am going to say, given what we've seen in the last 4 rounds, that they cannot. We will. Maybe they'll prove me wrong. Who knows? But yeah, they're not winning the situations that they should be, and that's the point. When they're getting themselves to the end of the round, it's another one of those teams that are kind of doing well for 50% of the rounds, keeping themselves competitive, having an opportunity at the end of things, and just not being able to close it out. So Heretics are going to have to switch that up, but they've only got 2 rounds to do it, and then they go on to the defense. But the big problem is that they could do with both of those 2 rounds. Verticality will start. They will look to displace those defenders, get them moving. They are attacking into basement, but for the time being, just looking to clear out that first floor. If we have a look, there are 4 out of 5 GK players up there.
Yeah, not dissimilar to the last time, right? They just try and waste as much time as they can. They won't move until you make them move, and that means you need to get a couple of kills. Akwi at least starts for now and gets rid of Yupa. He's been having a pretty good game so far. Akwi less so. But with that done, you'll probably now spot a couple of players start to fall back on the side of GK because you're now going to worry about the site itself. And sure enough, you've got Ass down there, Yoggers down there, Sarks and Groovy still working their way back down towards Exo at the same time. So some pressure still upstairs to worry about. Sarks probably be the one that will stay up here and try and cause a spot of bother. That's why having a Dokkaebi on side is certainly going to be helpful. But this is for the first time, dare I say, Heretics looking like they're in a good spot.
Just got to build on it now, and the next kill is going to be the one that is important. Just thinks twice about shooting that Vulcan canister. Good decision. They don't want to lose the blitz. As the blitz. Oh no, it is the blitz. The switching it. Well, there we go. I'm just saying the next kill was going to be the important one, and then it's kill after kill after kill for GK.
Okay.
And Zara's managed to get himself a double level things back up. This round's just crazy.
All right, good.
To be honest, Zara gets a third.
Come on now.
That's what it's taking from Heretics. But is it going to be another situation, Des? They've got a 1v2. They've got an opportunity to put the diffuser down, but they haven't dealt with the Solus up above.
He doesn't know where the plant's going down, though, does he? That's the problem. Now I get the idea, but you're a little bit late, so I'm afraid. No, never mind. Okay, they came off the plant and they get the kill. Hooray! Heretics pull off an attack. That's what we're looking for. It gives them at least a bit of breathing room in the second half. Maybe they can snowball it into a second. We'll be optimistic here, Tim. They almost bottled it, if not for Zara's big 2K there towards the end.
It was much better. It was much better, I will say that. I think there was that.
It was, for a time.
There was the bit in the middle of the round where it went wildly wrong, and then Zara went.
They get flanked.
Yeah,
Again, they get flanked. You don't learn your lesson.
No. Zara goes big inside a site, and then there was a moment where you think, oh, they're good. But no, Zara had that covered. I think that was absolutely fine. Groovy was a little bit slow on the. I think he was just trying to. He was kind of stood above what he knew would be the default spot, so I'll just have a look, and then they're not there, I'll use the scanner. But it was just too late at that point. I think it's probably straight on the scanner, just confirm exactly where it is and go straight there. But even then, I think the Pro still loses that. So well played, Heretics. They managed to get themselves around over the line. It is 1-4. Honestly, 2-4 would be an absolute steal with the way this has gone. I know it's been close in a lot of rounds, but Heretics don't deserve 2 rounds, if you ask me, at the minute. They've made too many mistakes in those late rounds. They've been flanked too many times. They haven't learned from it. They haven't shut them down. So, yeah, I think it'd be an absolute steal for them to get that.
Okay. Are they going to get flanked for the 3rd round in a row when they have a man advantage? We will see. There is a lot to look out for in this round because not only have we got the Pulse on side, we've also got the Valkyrie coming along. At least Heretics have shown some respect there and brought along the IQ on the other side to help them deal with the threat of those gadgets. Claws can see the Pulse when he's making use of the gadget at the same time, so they should get a stick this time around. He'll be down there. They've already died to the Pulse once when he was playing downstairs in basement for this site. So hopefully there is a lesson learned there and they adapt to what they've seen before.
IT has been opened, so that's going to at least prevent some of the top floor movement. And I like this again. Heretics looking to move quickly, looking to take the ground that they're given. They get themselves up to catwalk. Drones come back out and they can start pressuring across. They've got somebody inside of electrical, and Upa decides it's time to drop away, and that's going to leave just Sarks on those stairs. So Heretics doing a good job of clearing this top floor pretty quickly.
Absolutely. Got there inside 70 seconds, not at all bad. And now can start getting some vertical control. They've lost no one out to C4s. Granted, GK have held on to all three. They are ready. They're just waiting for them to get a little bit comfortable before they'll start throwing explosives skywards and hoping to catch out at least a couple of them. Yogg, of course, getting a full read on the scan. This is somewhat where the threat, I think, of playing the snake is going to hurt you at the same time. Of course, it's only lateral. You can only see people on your floor. You can't see what's downstairs. It's a bit awkward when trying to trap players that are on stairs themselves, but Sarks is going to fall. That's one C4 offline and one gun gone. And another. Okay,
yeah, just
looking good.
Yeah, they're not looking too bad at the minute with Upa down. I'm not sure that there's going to be an opportunity to collect him. So effectively now 4 versus 3. As I say that, the risk is taken. And we've seen the value in picking your teammates up. One of them won the round earlier after being collected. V-Drills it was who got that one done. So keep an eye on Upa, see if he can maybe achieve the same. Soliton Radar is going to give the details. On to Dora, and again, it starts turning over again. They let the man count slip.
Oh dear, good C4 as well, but doesn't quite find the man. Thought about wrap around and find him, but no. Ask finding another for himself just when it looks to be going good. It kind of feels like the story of the half. At points in several of these rounds have been like, yeah, it's looking good. They got themselves into good spots. They need the control that they need to walk away with, and then it just all crumbles off the back of that. Reyes left in a 1 versus 4. And this only goes one way when there's 20 seconds left on the clock. It means a 5-1 half for GK. Now the big question is, can they attack effectively and see this over the line?
Well, that's it, isn't it? It's all well and good winning this first half, but like you say, you've got to be able to do it on the opposite side as well. Just having a quick look at how GK are currently doing on this. I think they
well,
are
while you look, let's go to the desk.
5-1 half so far in our final game. And as the cast was saying, this might end our 7-4 streak, but the way this game is going.
Yeah, it could do. I think we expected GK to be really, really dominant on their defenses, and I think we've seen that. There's been a couple of times, and I've got a great round that I want to show you actually, where they've maybe left it a little bit too late. This is a 2 versus 2 where Yogg swings the guy, leaves Sarks in a 1 versus 2, and he manages to find the first kill. And then as the player is planting, he decides to jump off. He leaves it all the way till less than 1 second left, and then jumps off the plant, and ultimately Sarks gets the job done. I think that clip there goes to highlight that both teams are still a little bit, there's a lot to be improved on, specifically for the side of Heretics attack, but also for GK, still a little bit disjointed at times, because that was a massive rotation for Sarks as well. Ultimately, probably should have lost that round, but did get away with it in the end.
And even the one round that Heretics is winning, realistically, it's only because you have Zera going crazy inside the basement, because everyone on the side of GK is running around looking for a gunfight. And realistically, that is such a great example of the whole game plan for GK here. GK thought, we are more experienced, we've got better players, we're just going to bring the game into a TDM game. We're going to play our defense by just picking super aggressively. Look at that last round. You see the sledge looking at Sarks down the vertical play? Sarks is quick picking him for like 20 seconds. He doesn't care, and eventually he dies, but it's okay, because then at the same time, Grubby gets aggressive. And it was the whole game plan, I feel like, is like they know Heretics is slow, they know they're a little bit scared. The clutch that we've seen from Lolo, where he struggles to plant and then gets out of it, I think is a testament of their nerves, and they're getting hard punished for it.
Yeah, it shows the difference in experience that we talked about earlier today. Now, going into the second half, anything we need to see from either of these teams?
I think from GK yesterday, when they played Bank, they looked not disjointed. Well, no, I don't know if they looked disjointed, but they looked so solo. It was Sarks below, it was kind of Yogg getting some kills, but separate from his team. It was very, very, very separate. And I think even though they're against a team in Heretics who are still developing, who struggle on their own attacks, they still need to be better. Like, GK needs to be better on their attacks. That's what I want to see improvement. I want to see the fundamentals on lock. No mistakes, no errors, absolutely on lock. And then the executions, the team play, the coordination, the synergy, that's where I think we could see that improvement.
My gut feeling is that we're going to see the same playstyle as we saw on Bank yesterday, which is they remove the Cade and the Bandit so that they can open the walls really quickly. And effectively, as soon as they get the walls open, if you just take a look at the top top floor bomb site, you'll see them get IT control, get garage control, and start pushing either from Aqua, either from Connector.
Yeah.
And we'll see that same spread out strategy that they love to do, the pinching.
Yeah.
I just need to see them act on it together.
And of course, we say it very often, if you ban away a Cade and a Bandit, you're then going to have to play into a Mirror and an Azami
And a Clash.
A Clash.
Yeah.
That is obnoxious.
All right. Well, the second half is about to start. So, one more time, guys. We'll send it back to you. Or, actually, no. We're not. Des, you said earlier today you wanted to listen to us casting. So, do you mind if we join you for a few rounds?
Absolutely. Get in there, boys. Come on.
All 5 of us.
We're already in.
We're here.
Have you ever done a pentacast before?
Yeah, no, that's what we're doing.
It's the first. Welcome to EML. We're
going to call it a
innovative.
mega cast.
Yeah.
That sounds far better, to be fair. You win that one, Tim. Go on then, Leo. Come on, Freshie. I want to hear your analysis on this one. And then Anne can take the play-by-play for this round.
Oh yeah, great idea.
I mean,
I'm serious. Come on. I'm not saying anything else. Over to you to get the round.
I mean, realistically, like the main thing for Heretics at this point, for Geeky, sorry, at this point, is that exactly as like I said, as they've removed Cade and Bandit, their goal is to open the wall as quickly as possible. It's interesting they brought Thatcher. I'm expecting that's for the execution, but what they want to do here in the first like 40 seconds is they want to get IT control, they want to open connector site towards electrical, and they want to get this control as quickly as possible because, like Jack said, look at this, Jack. You have the Fenrir gadget, you have the Clash, you have the mirror windows, and the Azami. All of that will burn a lot of time on the side of Geeky, so they need those walls open as quickly as possible.
Feels like Grubby's going to be very, very important for this execute. He's playing on the Deimos. He's potentially going to look to try and get himself in below to try and get some kills on the verticality, move the Clash out of play, move the Azami, and find some kills there, because that feels like the only real, alongside the Capital, the only real execute operators that they've got going.
And look at the lineup. No roamer here.
Yeah, and time is going to be an issue as well, because it seems like a bit of a rotate coming in right now.
I mean,
They're moving over to the other side here.
It's
Yeah.
unlucky for them. I mean, I just said like their main win condition is getting the bridge open quickly, and it's bugged.
Yeah.
So-
I think we will be going for Rio for that one. It's very clear to see.
That's all right. It's just siege.
Is this what
sometimes.
happens when you pentacast? Like you just wait the game, or?
So that's what they call the caster curse there, right?
Yeah, it absolutely is, mate. Yeah, well done, guys. You broke the game.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, you're welcome for that, by the way. Yeah.
Honestly, I was so hyped up for the Anne play-by-play to close that round. I'm so gutted I'm not going to hear it for a while.
Yeah, it's been like 5 years, I think.
Since we did that?
Yeah.
And it's also like, I'm not sure, you guys can probably relate to this as well, right? If you haven't worked like, you know, a stage for a little while, like say a month or something, like you always have to get back into it. Like the flow of wars and everything as well. So like imagine not having done that for a couple of years and then just being put on the spot.
There was a time, was it during kickoff, when Tim dropped out and I filled in for like 2 rounds and I couldn't remember how to speak about the game whatsoever inside of a casting
What are
setting.
words?
I was like, what is going on? Like, oh, they're pushing that room there and he's got that gun and he's swinging. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. I mean, especially with
Senegal
new match,
won
right?
yet?
Sorry?
Senegal won yet? It's 2-1. Come on! Come on! Come on!
Is it?
Another one.
Odds on
please.
him rage baiting
Is
you?
it?
Rage baiting?
Is he rage
No,
baiting
I'm
me?
actually not rage. Honestly, on my mum's life, I'm not rage baiting. It's 2-1.
It's
There's
free,
like-
it's free one.
3-1.
Oh.
So you lied to us.
I
Jack
can see
disappoints
2-1.
you.
Des, get ready to watch it in a minute.
No.
Sounds like your stream's a little bit behind, mate.
No, I'm watching BBC, mate. Just spam refreshing it to see what's going down. Yeah, it's 3-1. Fair play. Nice try.
I would say that's a decent showing.
Someone has a smug smile on their face here.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no change there, honestly.
I
Talking about
can-
Sark,
Look at me. I am
No,
French.
no.
I'm the best person in the world. Yeah, that's Leo all the time.
I just
Love you,
can we put back Sark scam just for a minute, because I think
Oh, dear.
there's an element of decoration that I've been following throughout Sark's journey.
on the Sark's player cam.
Yes, on the Sark's player cam, that's been there forever. Look at the amount. Look at just how soft that couch looks like and the amount of pillows. I think that it's been something like ever since Sark's debut in Pro League. He's had an enormous amount of pillows on that couch.
What's that on his right side? On the right side of the screen, behind him.
What, the light?
No, the thing in the foreground. Like what's
Like the box.
What's
Is this
this?
the box?
Whatever that
Ah.
Crap,
square rectangular object is. I
With
don't know.
cardboard inside?
Yeah.
Is that pizza boxes?
That's like flat pack furniture or something that's then been like that's a load of crap then to throw away, I imagine.
Maybe.
Are they doing the interview? Can we ask him if he wins the game? Is he on the interview?
No, it's Scrooby.
Oh, groovy.
Yeah, it's Scrooby or
Yeah.
Zara if we do
Aw.
an interview. Yeah. Which, to be fair, you know, for Heretics, there's a lot of work to do if they want to join us on the interview later today. I hope we get this. Well, you know, I would have been excited to see Dora's cat again. But I don't think we're seeing that today.
If it is Zara, we can ask him about his headset.
True.
True.
Oh my god, that cable management. Ooh.
It upsets you, doesn't
actually, we got, just as we get back into this
Leo
rematch,
and Zara's headset.
just actually, I got a little story in my DMs last night from Boomsy, who was previously on Wild talking about Zara's headset, that when he was playing ranked with Zara last week or a couple of nights ago, one of the earpieces in his headset just completely fell off. That's how bad his headset apparently is right now. And every time Leo sees the cable, he's almost vomiting.
I'm just sad because, you know, he's wearing the Heretics jersey. He's got a car branding on his jersey, but he doesn't have a headset branding. So they could have sent him something, but it's not there. It's unlucky.
Rip.
This is what happens when you do a pentacast. Like, you get all the insights on player stories and
Well,
everything.
it was a great time. It's a nice filling on the tech house. It does look like we will be back into the game now.
Completely different site.
But they have
completely
changed the bomb
strategy.
site, and in fairness, I think that's actually fair enough, right? Because obviously it's taken a little bit of time. You've been able to see the stream, the setup, the whole thing. So I think changing bomb sites, getting away from it, is probably the right thing to do from the side of Heretics.
Smart move to move away from a turtle site and just go in a full extension and try to bring the fight to the side of Geeky.
Oh, full operator shot as well.
Yeah,
Probably weren't expecting this.
They'll go for a roam hunt, I think, because you see the ramp for the vertical play, you see the KB and the Lion, they'll take limited control. I like that from Heretics. Like, you've got to use everything that you have at your disposal to win, and realistically, this tech pose is a stop of Geeky's momentum.
Yeah.
If you can reset your mental and get into the gist of, like, bring the fight and the gunplay to Geeky, you can turn the tide of the game.
I'm enjoying this podcast. I don't know about you.
I don't
It's
think
giving
I've
my
heard
voice
it
a rest.
for a while.
Tim, speak your truth. What do you want to say?
Speak your truth. Queen.
Yes, king.
Clock it.
I've enjoyed it even more now.
I'm just hoping this breach goes off, I'm going to be honest, after the final.
Oh, that's a very effective boogie so far.
Good use of
Wow.
Wow! One barbed wire removed. Let's go.
Fantastic.
Oh, does it go open?
In all seriousness, new Thermite, Ask has now got the job done on 3 walls within about 20 seconds. He opened up the main wall up on the top floor in the IT breach, and then he opened both site walls, obviously the Cade and the Bandit Band coming in, knowing that he could get that done. That applies site pressure, and it allows his team to also work
look
the
at
top
this.
floor at the same time with the Dokkaebi.
It's a direct hit. Sox is gonna hit the bomb site at the same time that Ask is droning it, and then Youpo and Grubby can get aggressive on the roamers. I really like this. Yoga can actually help them.
Oh, nope. It's not happening. No.
Yeah, I don't know why he got aggressive alone.
This will be a really crap round, and if you don't play by play, that's all I'm saying.
Oh no. Okay, it was pressure. But Sarks is nearly on the bomb site though, knocking on the doors of Heretics. As they find themselves down on Exo Street, holding some angles, trying to approach towards the side as the players are still outside Animus as well. This could be a big moment if he finds a peek at the right time here. But Dora seems to be aware of what is going on. In the meantime though, Groovy taking some damage somewhere on the other side of the map. But Yellow Ping's coming out. They seem to be aware of the sneak take that Sarks is planning.
Ooh, the sneak take. I like that one, Tim.
Beautiful stuff that wasn't
creative.
it? As Dora continues to hold on to this angle on the door. We're going to see Groovy taken down elsewhere. He's going to be down but not out. Aqui manages to get out there, finish him off 5 versus 3 in favour of Heretics right now. There's a little bit of aggression onto the door, but GK think better of it. They don't want to overcommit to that. They certainly can't be losing any more bodies. 45 seconds left to go. Diffuser's going down. I'm not sure they're aware. There's nothing that they're going to do to stop it. A kill does come in onto Yoga.
Oh, boy.
That is absolutely such tight timing.
Yeah, Sarks is a bit cooked. Go on, Anne, take it.
Oh, Sark's so far away from the upside and a 1v5. Can he do it though? He cannot. A quad kill for Aqui. And they got counter defuse surely in time here. That was an interesting round. We saw players getting killed outside. There was that plant going down.
Two
no
players
force
getting killed outside, actually.
responded to that either.
Let's go, Anne.
Chaos.
I dig it.
I think the
I'm out of a job soon.
The point of that strategy actually worked really well. So remember what we said about like using
Which
the tech
strategy, GK or Heretics?
Heretics. Like the point
I was about to say, I was about to go in on
exactly.
GK. Carry on with Heretics.
No. Like the fact they used the tech pose as a mental reset and we're like, let's actually change, let's go aggressive, let's do an extended hold, and let's bring the gunfight to them, actually worked.
I wanted one thing for GK. I wanted a round to look coherent, and it didn't. Youpo died in Narnia while Sarks was trying to hit the bomb site, whilst other people were doing whatever they were doing whilst Ask was planting in the middle of nowhere. I'm sure they had an overall plan of a 3-2-1, but it certainly did not play out like that. You know, Heretics had a good idea that Starks might have been doing exactly what he was doing. Yeah, and 2 kills outside. I think, yeah, that was not one of the best rounds from GK's point of view. They will now be going back up to the top floor, however. They will be facing exactly the same lineup that they previously would have been and facing probably the same problems. They've got to deal with this army. They've got to deal with the mirror windows. They've got to deal with a Clash, who is, of course, very mobile as well. They're not going to bring the Thatcher this time. They're still going to bring Grubby on the Deimos, presumably going in below. The Dokkaebi has actually been seen to be an effective counter against the Clash, being the fact that he can call, or she can call the Clash, and she can use the EMPs to then push and run at the Clash if the opportunity presents itself.
So who's taking the play-by-play this round? Is it you, Leo?
I have no idea how to do that. First and foremost, I was not familiar with your game.
Baptism by fire.
Only if there's just all the color casting. That's what I want.
I think like
I can do that.
I think
Well,
my.
I tell you what, me and you, Freshie, we can do the colour, and then Leo can do the play-by-play. How's that sound?
All right,
There's no way how. There's no way in the world I can do that. Like I will
Do it
stumble
in
upon
French. Do
every
it in
word.
French, please. Do it in French.
Do it in French.
I'm gonna get banned by Rainbow Six on Twitch if I do that, because only English is allowed on this broadcast.
I think you should do it in French, Leo, and I'm sure they'll forgive you because they'll appreciate how good it is, and it'll be there. Congratulations.
I'm glad you
France
paused
winning
down on his own again. No refrag.
Standards.
Where was
What's
it?
do there?
Outside garage, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, he was just outside the breach, facing a mirror window as a Twitch. Yeah, not a mirror window, a Clash. Sorry, not a mirror window. As a Twitch on his own. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, don't know. It's not looking good. You look at where they're trying to attack from. We've got a couple on meeting side as well. One hanging off the roof towards meeting. So you can see there's a big presence out towards this east side. They want to get meeting too. With this being open, it's not a bad spot to get in. But of course, Lolo's going to try and take Lolo. Lolo, I like that name for him. Lolo will take advantage of that one. Then attempted C4 up over the top on towards the breach, but nothing to be found. Jog steps on forward. And we were speaking a bit about this yesterday, Tim and Jack, I guess everyone else as well. You want to see Jog being involved in more impactful kills, helping them get the round over the line. Wouldn't have been a bad spot to do it there, but Lolo has taken a step back. Let's go.
I am gonna go. I was just gonna see how this engagement is gonna go. Starks managed to push his way inside there. Managed to pick up a kill as Ask finds a double kill out absolutely nowhere on the Dokkaebi. Over to you, Leo.
Dora, no, vous êtes... Dora qui est en train de tout de suite, regardez tout de suite le player sur les cricoles qui prend le kill tout de suite. C'est un 2v2 contre le pilier. Zara qui revient, un 2v1. Maintenant Ask dans une situation très compliquée, seul sur le BP qui récupère le diffuseur. Il doit isoler un des gunfights, sinon il ne pourra pas planter. Ça devient très compliqué pour lui. Il isole le smoke avec son call et c'est assez pour lui pour commencer la plante. Anne, up to you.
Oh, now in Dutch or what?
Go for it. Do it, do it. And that's a 1v1 that he wins. And now he can abuse it.
Tegen Zara. Hij heeft de diffuser. Kan voor de plant gaan, maar 25 seconden. Hij weet ook waar de laatste verdediger is, want hij heeft een ook call die op dit moment afgaat. Wachtend op een volgende. Hij moet toch iets aan die telefoonbel gaan doen op dit moment, anders gaat het fout. Fout eruit en hij gaat in the way van Heretics.
Time right in the way of Heretics.
This was very, very rough. Okay, I excuse everybody who is just sitting at their PC right now thinking, what the hell have I just heard? I've heard 3 different languages. My ears are bleeding, I understand. My sincere apologies. But I think that's a bit enough. I think we need to take a breather. We need to calm ourselves down a little bit. And yeah, I think we'll pass it over to you guys. It was fun. Thank you for letting us.
I was so ready for Fresh to start doing his casting in Chinese as well. It's such a shame. Oh well, c'est magnifique, Leo and Anne. I'm not gonna lie, I think the Dutch casting just sounded like English with a really funny accent, I won't lie. But it is what it is, Tim. As we can see, the round was being won out by Heretics. That's a critical one for them. Otherwise, GK would be up 6-2, and while the game wouldn't be far off over at this point.
No, exactly that. There was one bit of casting there from Leo that I particularly enjoyed and picked up on, and I might
because you recognised it.
I might. Well, no, there's a few bits, but I might integrate, and that was La Plante. I like that when the plant was going down. That's
oh, mate.
That's
I'm about to nick that one. He goes for Le Plante.
That's going to stick around. GK 5-3 then still have the lead by 2 rounds, but they are starting to let it slip away. Heretics are coming back into this one. I said that I didn't think we were going to see a continuation of those 7-4 scorelines, but saying that might not be too far away. We're shaping up for, I'm not sure we've ever had all 5 games have exactly the same scoreline in a night before, but it could certainly be a first. As it stands at the minute, GK not anywhere inside of the building, only 30 seconds in, so not the end of the world. But Heretics just need to continue this momentum that they've got themselves here. They are going to be attacking onto storage and control this time, so it's going to be yet another fight over that top floor, trying to get everything going.
See, speaking about a potential 7-4 scoreline team, hang on a minute. We've got to see GK win around on the attacking side first. Taking them across the first couple, maybe in the third, if we consider this air quotes the off fight. Akwi once again dancing forward on this clash. Always frustrating to try and deal with. Asking the right spot to put a bit of challenge down. That Ram's maybe going to draw it away here. Maybe the attention instead is going to think, no one are pushing that deep. Not one trying to open up the floor, but sure enough, he reveals himself, steps on forward, and now they're in a spot of bother because they can't get full control of IT.
Time to ring.
Kruby's going to be getting the connector wall opened up, so it's time for these defenders to start thinking about exactly how long they're going to be sticking around for. Plenty of keeper barricades for the Azami to play behind, but 5 versus 4 as Yupo has lost his way and lost his life on the Flores. That's going to be Rotero drones lost as well, however many were left in the locker for him. And it's essential GK get the next kill here. They need to bring that confidence back that they were playing with in the first half. It certainly seems to have been tempered by Heretics over the last few. Flashes come in, trying to make it difficult for the man, but Zara, it's too easy. Finds a double, 5 versus 2, and Heretics are cruising on the defense, particularly Zara with another 4K.
C'est terrible. It was awful. They can't let him get away with it, Tim. They cannot let him get away with it. He's planted in the corner. They should have seen him on a drone or had some indication that he stepped across from IT. But I think the clash honestly just scared them off enough that they didn't have enough information in that part of the map. And Zara, as you say, has just been pretty terrifying overall and very difficult to control in this half, and honestly throughout most of the game as well. I've got the stream open on my other screen and people are just like, lol, French, yes, they're loving it. It's brilliant. I liked it. I honestly messaged him saying, Leo, kiss me, that French casting was sexy. I'd listen to that more. That was brilliant.
So good.
As was the play. Like, come on, it's just like, ugh. Bro's floating. He's floating.
Yeah, he was in a flow state there, wasn't he? Just one after another. I think they could have 15 could have run it in there, and he'd just carried on. And he'd just got one after another. So we go down to the basement now for Heretics. 3 rounds in a row. GK unable to secure an attack. I did look at those attacking stats that I said I was going to do at the half, and honestly, coming into today, it wasn't terrible for GK. Around 40%, just short of that. So you know, it's enough to get it over the line when you only need 2 rounds. It's certainly not it was middle of the table. I think it was 6th place overall, so you know, certainly not at the bottom of the table, and they're just struggling to show it as today here on Night Haven Labs.
I love how there are 2 kinds of people in chat. It's great. Those that absolutely loved that casting and others that go, this is in English actually. Oh, come on now. That was a good bit of fun. We've got to try and see how many different like multilingual people we can get. Milos in there and he can do about 10 different languages by himself.
He can just do 5 rounds back to back in different languages.
Just all Milos. It would be absolutely excellent. Yeah. Roll it up and yeah, maybe we can make that happen one day. Time will tell. But now Ask's got himself in, and Fresh was speaking about the speed run to open up several breaches. Well, he's doing the same thing again. We've got Animus open, we've got main breach opened up here. So Ask is like, I've done my part, and can now step back, get back on the drones. That is your reward for being a good boy and getting those walls opened.
Maybe I'll have to do one in full Northern English one time.
No, the world doesn't need that.
No, they don't, you're right. That's when you'd see how much I tone my accent down for you all. Still 5 versus 5 after the first minute. Ram is going to be providing a little bit of verticality down there. Yoga has been much more quiet today. We have had the rehost, so he's not on 0. He is on 2 kills for the day. But yeah, much more quiet than he was yesterday. And like you say, maybe just needing to get a little bit more active, but in that team sense, where he can, maybe kind of support his team a little bit more. For the time being, we have got GK taking that mid-floor control. We've got Zara up there in the lounge. Are they aware?
No, they
no
are.
idea.
No,
no idea that Zara's here. This is going to be an absolute freebie. They cannot keep getting away with this.
He can't keep getting away with this. I sound like an old angry man shouting at a cloud. What the painful part was, obviously, Groovy knew, because he was opening up that wall as well, that there must be something else going on around there. There was castle barricades scattered around, but they've let him get away with an absolute freebie. I guess some of the good news is Yogg had already had the Rams down, so the floor has been opened up. There's still GK that are down. A player here, they get 1, but there is an instant response, and here goes Zark. He's still in the same position. How has he got away with 2? It's a 3v1. Zark's to do it all by himself, but they have opened the door wide. They've welcomed Heretics in, said, please, by all means, take any of my belongings that you wish. They are yours, my lord. It's about to be 5 apiece. It's going to OT, isn't it? I can just see it going there, Tim.
Not yet. It could be 7-5, but we are going to break the...
Leo, how do I say we're going all the way to 15 in French? You need to tell me on WhatsApp, thanks.
15 is 50. I don't know the rest of it.
It'd be like new something, wouldn't it?
Yeah, should be.
Yeah, I'll wait for Leo to sort us out there. I want a plant to go down. I need to turn around and go, allez le plant again, but I can't do it when it's not a plant going down. Attack time out, Tim.
Well, it's not. I'm surprised it's taken this long to come, to be honest. 5-all now as Heretics have really reined GK back in, and it's no surprise. The thing is, for GK, on the attack at the minute, just nothing is working. They started taking mid-floor there. There's just a complete lack of attention to detail, I feel. If Zara's going to be able to stand there on the opposite side of a wall you're breaching, you're giving him the line of sight onto you, by the way. He can't do anything until you open that wall. And he's just able to pick up 2 kills. The first one, I don't forgive, because again, you should be aware of his presence there. You should know that he's in that position. But okay, mistakes happen. First one goes down, but like you said, for the second one, to occur from him in the same position and still no attention having been paid to him, that's unforgivable, really. So GK have got some big problems to sort out in this tack timeout.
How does this translate? Yeah, so Leo's giving it to me, and I'm convinced he's trying to troll me. Tim, can you do that? You can speak better French than me.
I've got a translation of it here, but I don't know if it's what Leo's told you. Where is it? If you can send it me, I'll...
On va juste about this match, round 15. I have no idea how you say that. We got another extra time. That's what Anne sent me. That's definitely not tied at the end. That is guaranteed. Easy observer comes on and just goes, what the F? Yeah, me too, bro. Me too. That was not bad, she said.
I've never tried speaking Dutch. It seems like a really hard language.
I got told a lot of naughty words by Easy once, to be fair. They have a wonderful way of doing insults where they mix, like, the name of a disease and an animal, basically. It's a really interesting combination. I won't say it on broadcast because I'll get in trouble, but there are some really interesting insults. In fact, I can say it in English. They say things like cancer dog, but translates into Dutch, and that's a bad word. And I'm like, you could say that in English, would be like, right, that's a weird insult. I don't know. Languages have got some really, really weird, wonderful things about them. It's like GK and their inability to attack, I guess. Hey, they got an entry. Good start. Let's go.
Yeah, that's at least something for them to build on after the tactical timeout. 5 versus 4, and they've managed to take the mirror off the board. The black mirrors, of course, will still be in place, so it's no loss of utility. But more importantly, to be honest, is having Zara off the board. 8 kills just since the rehost. If we have a look how he's doing overall, he's 14-6 coming into this round. So yeah, absolutely huge to take Zara down at the minute, because the next closest to him is Akui with 7 kills, half as many. So that we've all been there in ranks. We've got to we've got the carry, boys. We're okay now. You know, there might just be a bit of that attitude going on, having taken Zara down. 5 versus 4 will be leveled out, though, as Riaz steps up and manages to get Yoga, goes for a little bit more, doesn't find his man, but it's just going to slow things down, if nothing else.
I don't trust these foreign words that are being sent in our group chat now. I'm not going to say any of them.
It's a dodgy game, isn't it? It's a dodgy game to be saying words you don't personally understand on the broadcast.
I only trust Anne because she's too nice to not get me in trouble, I think.
Yeah, I would trust them. I don't think Leo would get you in trouble either.
No, Leo would be okay. Easy, I definitely don't trust. And Fresh, I don't trust, but he only speaks English, so I know what he's saying anyway. It's fine. Either way, as it stands at the 4 versus 4, if Reyes managed to step out and get the second that he was looking for earlier. Different conversation we're having right now. As it stands, we're down to that last 50. And I'm getting a little bit nervous for GK. This felt like the golden opportunity, getting that entry to get something. They punch a window. There is no punish. There is no swing. Come on, man. Come on, man. At least they can defend well, Tim. I'll give Heretics that. The attacking has been shocking this game, but fair play. They can both of them can defend well.
Yes, they certainly can, Des. And honestly, I've got a feeling that GK are going to lose this on an inability to just get one attack. I think that's very possibly what's going to happen. We're going to be going to storage for our next site, I would imagine, unless Heretics decide to completely switch it up like G2 did earlier when they went to the split site. They might go to kitchen, who knows. But yeah, I just don't see that GK are going to turn anything around. They managed to get the entry that time. It's actually the first entry that they've got on attack. They took Zara down, #1 player for Heretics, and then everybody else just stepped up and filled his shoes. So absolutely no problems for Heretics. They're cruising right now. Momentum is truly with them, and if GK don't get off the tracks, they might just find themselves getting run straight over.
I think it's we hanna der extra tide is how you say it in Dutch.
Okay.
We hanna der extra tide. You've got to say that. If we
I love how we've got into languages with Des.
Harder G. There is no G. It's a silent G. It sounds like H. We hanna der extra tide. We gan? Is it gan rather than H? I'm taking a language class over here, Tim. I know the Siege on, but language learning right now is really important to me. I've developed a sudden passion in the last 10 minutes.
I can see that. I can see that. Okay.
Come on, please. GK, just one, please. You say the word like you are choking in a train. What does that even mean? Why choking in a train specifically?
Very difficult.
I don't get it. Tim, carry on.
It's the same with French. Those sounds at the back of your throat are very difficult to make because we don't have any of those sounds in English. So
I hope Anne and Easy realise how daft their language sounds right now. If you have to explain to someone, you make this sound by sound like you're choking on a train, I don't know what to tell you.
Is it? Are GK okay? I've got to ask, are GK okay right now? Yoga's just following Ask as he heads up the stairs, waiting for the wall to be opened. You know, there's maybe... I don't know, is there any droning to be done or, you know, anything else maybe? He's there, ready and waiting for the boogie drone to go in, so he will have to drop down because of the lip that is in front of the thing, so the boogie drone wouldn't have got through. But he does open up the lines of sight that they need through IT down into storage. So 1 minute 30 into the round. No entry kill just yet. Looking at the top floor, we've still got Zara and Riaz and Akwi up there. 3 to be cleared out. I don't see a plant going down whilst they manage that. There's nobody actually down in basement, despite Dora being on the pulse. So, well, who knows? They've got IT control. They could technically plant in behind the pillar, but I'm not sure they're going to get the opportunity. Sarks manages to take down Lolo. Big start.
Yeah, again, they had the entry previously and then found themselves dropping players as the round progressed. So let's try and hold on this time. Yeah, boys, you've got the advantage. We've only got 60 seconds to play. So granted, there's not tons of time to work with here. There's a very fair chance you get found out by someone like Dora with a C4 playing on that pulse. Up they step and a couple of shots come on through. Reyes, that is very cheeky. But at the same time he's tried to do it, Yupa has spotted and got a kill behind him. It's ring around the roses what the Nora is going on. Either way, 3 versus 4. Heretics on the back foot as the plant is now going down.
Going to be secured. There we go. Ask does manage to see it through. 4 versus 2. This is going to overtime. 4 versus 1 as Akwi manages to get one back onto Starks. Leaves us now with about 25 seconds left for him to find the 1v3. I get the feeling as he comes around this corner, he's going to find himself no more. There we go. Ask led prone, ready for his man, takes him down, and that is going to be us going to overtime, Des.
You've ruined it.
No, I didn't. I mixed it up.
Extra tide. That's so used to. I can't do it how the French do it.
Oh, I thought that was the 15. I thought that was just for the 15.
The French one is the 15 one. We hand nailed the extra tide is overtime, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to try and repeat that, sorry. I know what it's in Japanese, though, which is Enchosen Nihairuzo. That's we're going to overtime.
There we go.
I'm prepping that one for November.
We really are going global today, aren't we? We really are.
What can I say, Tim? Look, we've cast a lot the last week. It's the last game. It's been interesting, which for those who don't know, I haven't spoken about this for a number of years now. Wow. When we as casters say the word interesting, it's a very polite way of either saying it genuinely is interesting or it's not so great, but you've got to be polite about it. You say, yeah, it's been a really interesting game. And it can mean one of many things. It's the most versatile word in a caster's dictionary. Unless you can think of a better one.
Let's see who can be the most versatile in overtime, Des.
We've got a game on our hands. That's a classic one.
We do. We do have a game on our hands right now. Heretics are on the defense, and that is a big advantage to them. Defensive halves have been 5-1 either way. So Heretics have got a real chance of getting this done. They can go to their preferred sites. It's going to be tank and assembly to start with. Should they win this, I think we will see them up on the top floor for their next defense. If we get there, they might have a successful attack. Who knows? History doesn't suggest it'll be the case, but who knows? You know, maybe they did get one, maybe they'll get a second.
If it gets there, sure. It feels like the kind of game where round 15 is all but guaranteed, so prepare your French team. You're going to need it. Because of how it's played out so far, both teams being so dominant on the defense, you'd expect on their primary sites they should get away with a win, but going to an off-site / tertiary / secondary, whatever way they want to rotate it around, it could prove to be quite interesting. I'm just waiting for a round 50. See, I used the word interesting there. It could be quite interesting. Does that mean it's going to be a good round or a bad round? I'll let you, the viewer, decide. Groovy in with the entry. As Lolo's going to be the first to fall, so we are very much where we were back in the previous round with GK starting out strong. We need to see them translate that. Now! Yes! Yes! 2, not bad. 4 versus 2. Surely, Tim, they can see it over the line, but look who's still alive. Zara, as you've already said, he's been electric throughout this game. He could yet be the X factor that keeps them in this round.
The strike will come in. Ask managers to fight. How have we got here that they can't get an attacking round until round 12, and then they come in and absolutely dominate 2 in a row? Ask managers to get the diffuser down. Zara knows that it's going to be a tough one. They know exactly where he is. Going to try to move downstairs, takes a ton of damage there, and he's got to get all the way down to the basement. I think he knows that it's not happening, so he's just going to see if he can maybe get an exit kill or 2. 21 seconds left for him to kill 4 and disable the diffuser. It's going to be a big ask.
It is. And Big Ask is actually under the team, to be honest with you, Tim. He's on the team that's about to win.
He is.
They are in a 4 versus 1, and this looks unrecoverable. But for GK, to be fair, I think what's really helped them is carrying on that attacking side of things, where they've warmed into the half a little bit. They've got a win when they really needed it at the very end of things. They've rolled into OT, carried on that momentum, and got themselves another one. I'm a little bit concerned now about switching sides, because we're going to have to see Heretics, after not playing attack for seven rounds, figure out what needed to do right here. Okay, what worked for us earlier on in the game? We've been so focused on our defensive side. How do we pull an attack out here and make this work? And more importantly, what I want to know is where do GK choose to take us?
That's the real... I mean, they won everywhere, so not a major problem. The only one that they lost was down in basement, so that would be... This is not often that we see. This is a late overtime tactical timeout. That's going to be called in by Heretics. But yeah, the basement is the one place that GK lost on the defense, so I would expect it to be anywhere other than there.
It is puzzling to leave the tack timeout until this late in the game, isn't it? You'd imagine it would have come out a little bit sooner when you probably could have secured the win and got it over the line and done. But instead, they've pulled on through. Fair play to them and have managed to get themselves right up to this point. Heretics need something big in this next round. They need the attacking round win. Otherwise, it'll be GK walking away with the 8-6. And I said at the head of the game, whoever wins this one for me is the only one really left with a shot at being able to push for our top 6 outside of a generational collapse by all the teams above them. But it feels unlikely. GK, I think, need it more. They're down on 1 point at the minute. Heretics have got 3. And if you're curious about what sits above them, it's Shifters on 4, Rebels on 5, Twisted Minds on 6, Falcons on 7. I said it's the end time signs when Fnatic are in 3rd place with 9 points and 3 wins in a row. It's still balm. It's absolutely balmy to see in the table.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Right, we've got the Denari being brought along, so we've got the trip connectors going at his top floor. I just want to have a look at how that went down for them previously. They won it twice, played it twice. Didn't, oh no, they did bring the Denari in round 1, didn't bring it in round 4, so we've got kind of differing strategies coming along. They did have the mirror available in the first one, but not the 4th one, so we've kind of got a hybrid of those 2 strats. It was the Clash that was brought along in round 4. That's not going to be the case here. Jaeger instead. Ella's a difference as well, so quite a mix-up here. I like this from GK, rather than repeating what worked previously for them.
The group chat is in tatters, Tim. Are you ready with your translation if it gets there?
Yeah, I can say that.
Leo sorted you out. All right, all right. I'm counting on you. I'm counting on you.
I can say that, don't worry.
You've got to also count on Heretics, though, to be able to win the attack, which is where the main challenge, I think, is going to come. That's probably more difficult to achieve here than you pulling off the translation, admittedly. Yours takes a couple of seconds. Theirs means 3 minutes of perfection to see it over the line. Now, to start things out, we've seen it a million times over. They're starting things out, opening up all the breaches and getting themselves focused on having angles in towards the site. Where we saw them get a little bit stuck back in the first half on this site in particular was focusing very heavy on IT and on catwalk, not really giving themselves other angles to hit them from the flank or from different directions to give them a bit of a backstab as things moved on forward. I'm not wholly convinced we're going to see much of the same building out here, as a lot of them are focused on this south side of the map.
Well, we're just going to be holding that angle through IT for the time being. I don't think he's going to get too aggressive. Just looking to support his teammate with the push on, but it's not looking like it's going to work. The Blackbeard's going to be taken out by Groovy, despite the pressure that was put on him. There comes the response. Zara manages to find him. 4 versus 3, though. Yaga goes big. We've been waiting for it all night. Finds himself a double, and it looks like GK are going to do this in 14. Yupa managing to find Riaz, and it is now all up to Akui. He is on the Deimos. He is working his way up catwalk stairs, but they want him dead. They want it bad, and GK get it. They take the win. It's going to be 8-6, a 2-point victory for GK.
The game took us around the world and took us all the way through to overtime. Sadly, you won't get to hear Tim and his friends, but I'm sure Leo can give us a good one on the desk anyway. Let's throw it to Anne and the boys now to wrap up the show.
Thank you very much, guys. Close game. We saw that in the end. It was really a game of 2 halves, right? 5-1, 5-1. And then in the end, finally, we see an attacking round being won. It was key.
It was a game of 2 halves and an overtime. I don't know what was going on. GK finally managed to string it together going into the final round in terms of 12 to get an attack done, and then the first one in overtime. It was one of the most defender-sided Night Havens I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that's because of the map. I would say that's because of the 2 teams and how they were attacking it, if I'm being honest.
I think liking the fundamentals of like any single trade potential, like literally like the amount of open engagements lost where with like there is no possible trade because they're all spread out, because they're not working as a team, and that worked. Like honestly, that worked for both teams, and it was just a matter of who's gonna win the attack in overtime. It happened to be GK, and they could just close it out.
There's a time in the second half where I want to say it was GK on the attack. Obviously, it was GK on the attack. They went to punch the mirror window in catwalk, and the guy was there on the external doorway from IT side, ready to trade the player swinging. And the Azami peeked out, killed the guy catwalk, got back in, peeked out and killed the guy on the door. That type of thing was happening very, very often. But I think for both of these teams, obviously defense is always going to be dominant whenever you've got the Azami, whenever you've got the Clash, the Mirror, all those powerful operators that we can talk about, and you can cause problems for the other team in terms of them solving that from the utility. How are they going to play into it, around it? Are they going to go direct, rush, whatever that may be? But also when those teams are kind of not together in terms of the way they want to play, it only has to be a second or so of being disjointed, and that's all it takes for a defender to be able to capitalize on it.
If you think about it, like the only attack run won by Heretics is on the back of Zara going absolutely mental with his Twitch, and on the side of GK it was very similar, like on the back of 1 or 2 individuals that go crazy and some great multi kills. It's all good and well. Like you can see they're getting hyped, and you can see that everyone is willing and has the level to put in the work and the multi kills. But it's just a little bit, you know, annoying when you know that you need to rely on someone going crazy to win, and you cannot win strictly based on your team play.
And I think both of these teams will rue the fact that they didn't get it in regulation. Heretics had a great chance. Yes, the first half was bad. Could have got the comeback. Maybe should have got the comeback. And then the same for GK. You know, the fact of the matter is they were in a very, very dominant position going into that halftime. And actually, we probably hold them to a slightly higher standard with their experience, and we would expect a little bit better team play. And they maybe escaped a little bit, fortunately, to be getting a victory inside of this game. But should have maybe got 3 points from their first half as well.
It means a good thing for us, though, because for the first time this stage, we get to speak to the winners as well. We get to speak to GK. We have Gruby on the line. Congratulations on your overtime victory here, but that must have been an intense game from you guys' side.
Yeah, first thing, hello. Yeah, I mean, it was intense game, kind of, for us, but we do a bit of trolling, as we showed against G2 first game as well, so for us it's a kind of normal game, but it was a decent game.
Gruby, my friend, congratulations. Long time no speak. I think, dare I ask what's going on? Is it just the fact that it's some new players into the team and you're still finding your rhythm? Because you've shown us some good stuff, and you've shown us some not so good stuff as well, I would say.
Yeah, I think it's like there's 3 things that are like, they obviously show up for us. Like we are a team basically for 2 weeks, I would say, like that we are actually fully scrimming with each other. So for us, like, you know, going to T1 again with each other, blah, blah, like it's a kind of hard road for us because everything that we have to find out, we have to do it on the official game. So it's like we have to find it the hard way.
Yeah.
The second one is, I think it's like, we managed to play well, like we managed to control the game, like we are controlling the game, we know what they're gonna do, so we counter them well. But I think when there's like the match point comes to us, or like when we are close to close the win, like we are getting closer, I think there's a point where the hesitation in ourselves like starts to show up. So we hesitate of our movement, like the stuff that we are doing. So, you know, we become a bit a slower team, like instead of a faster, and like keep rolling over them. And yeah, I think the hesitation part is like the most important thing for us, and like it shows up that we cannot, like we kind of lose it, you know, and we are afraid sometimes to even play the game, I would say, which is not really true because everyone is really good and we are obviously not scared, but like it just like you can imagine that by watching, you know.
Yeah.
I think, Gruby, looking at that lineup, I think I agree with Jack. Like, I see the amount of experience on that roster. I see the skill on those players as well. Like, we just had a pre-game segment where we were looking at the amount of, like, S-tier appearances on your roster. And it's insane. Like, you've got a huge pool of players that have so much experience. Ask a major grand final. Yoga, who has attended so many SIs. And I'm wondering, like, you have all these tools, but also you have players that come from, like, very different backgrounds, that speak very different languages. And do you think that is, in some ways, like, hindering your chances at, like, building the fundamentals really quickly because you have so many different backgrounds from all of your players?
Yeah, I think for us, like, I don't think it's, like, any issue with, like, with which players we got. For us, I think it's like we're all really experienced, as you said, but I think we need to understand how to use the experience in the new team, you know, how to manage Sarks play the game, how we make Yoga play the game, and like it works all the way around that. And I think it's like something that we have to learn as a team, maybe the hard way, maybe the easiest way, maybe like we'll find out soon. And I think this is the most important thing, that it's fine to have the experience, but again, like you can have the experience on the paper, but it's about how you use the experience to make your teammates play well, you know. And we also, like, you know, we change kind of some roles, like we changed the IGLs again, blah blah. So it's like, yeah, we are finding out that hard way, you know. I mean, we should be happy that we won, and I guess hopefully, and I hope so, that we're gonna win the next games, you know. Like obviously it's the goal for us, right, as a team, to show up in games like this.
Yeah, because I just look at your roster and I think, like, you used to IGL, Yoga used to IGL, Ask used to IGL. Like, at some point, is there a way for you to prevent the too many cooks in the kitchen problem that many teams have had before?
I think we do have some kind of like issue of that, which is like, it's an easy fix for us, but like I wouldn't say it's a big issue for us, because I love when people talk, you know, even though when they talk too much. I think for me it's better when a guy speaks more than less, because you can make him speak less rather than, you know, if he doesn't speak, you cannot force a guy to be a vocal player, you know, for example. So I think it's a good habit for the players that they talk a lot, but it's about how you make the comms good for you, like how you know, how you manage to play with that amount of comms, or how you manage to control those comms, like how it looked in the game and everything. And there's so many little things that, you know, I could say why the game looked like this today and why we didn't, like, you know, win 7-1, for example, you know, but it's like, you know, this pointless for me to use that as excuse or something like this.
Makes sense. Honestly, Gruby, I wish there was more time we could talk to you. I think we could ask you many more questions because you've given us really good insights as well on every process inside this team. So I think we're going to have to manifest a win for you guys in the Super Week. So we get to speak to you again. Thank you for your time and good luck with the Super Week.
Yeah, thank you guys. See you guys. Have a good night. See you next week.
That was a very joyous interview, but like
I've missed
so
him
much
so much.
information on everything that's been happening behind the scenes, really, for this new roster and this new iteration of GK.
One of the big things I picked up on then is he said when we get to 5, maybe 6 rounds, we do have a little bit of a mental. I'm not going to call it a block because I don't think it is a block. Speculated it happened maybe against G2 when it got a bit real, because obviously that comeback happened to them then. It got a bit real today, but they got over the line. So that's something to work on, but they've got a lot of experience, like he said as well. I think they will work through it. I do expect them to get better, even if it's not, you know, that wasn't a great performance, but they managed to find the points today.
I think so far we've been spot on the issues that were obvious on paper, with bringing a Brazilian player, bringing an American player, bringing 2 players that were from a different core, and then bringing 1 Italian player that used to play for himself. Like the nationalities problem, the fact that they have different cultures, the fact that you have multiple previous IGLs. So like, who's taking a decision then? Like all of the issues that we clearly saw when the roster was put together, I think will be things that they have to fix. And the realistic problem is that they had 2 weeks to fix those. So like, obviously you can't expect them to perform really, you know, really well early on. However, we're already 4 play days in now. I mean, there is only we're almost halfway through. So like, a reaction needs to happen for next week.
Let them cook.
Let them cook.
They might need some time, but hey, with the Super Week coming up, there might not be a lot of time. Let's have a look at our results, though, from the last day of Week 2 of EML Stage 1. Unfortunately, for the last game, broke our clean 7-4 record for the whole day in overtime. I'm glad we got to see it, though, because we hyped this playday as to be very big 6-pointers games, right? In regards to the standings, these ones are going to be really important with the top 4 playing against each other. And did it play out the way we were kind of expecting it to see, you guys think?
I think we expected it to be close. I think it's
Yeah.
the top and bottom. It was very, very hard to call a winner. And I think the fact of the matter is all of the games were close. Even the 7-4s, a couple of rounds go a different way. You're talking about overtime, you're talking about, you know, different results. And it sets us up for a table that I would say is a little bit curious, because I think, I'm not going to say Fnatic are an outlier because I think they deserve to be there, but based off a longer period of time, Fnatic are the team currently in 3rd place, which you wouldn't maybe have expected at the start of the stage. The fact they've gone on 3 wins out of 4 so far. The other teams inside the top 5 you would expect. You would expect VP, G2, Falcons, Twisted Minds to be there, having been at Salt Lake. And then I think it's poised nicely all the way, Rebels all the way down to GK, fighting it out after that.
Yeah, I think for Fnatic, the real test will come when they're gonna face multiple teams of the top of that standing to really like see if that consistency of them getting all the momentum of those wins is gonna last.
However, we did kind of, you know, not just to make this about the Fnatic show, but we did say that their challenge might be, do they make the playoffs after the last year? Where are they at? Are they challenging to making the playoffs? Looks pretty set at this point in time. 9 points is a good barometer. They've still got a couple of the lower teams to play to get themselves into there. And Leo has seen a fixture that he loves.
Yeah, it's exactly what I mentioned. Like the first test is gonna happen at like 6 p.m. next playday, and it's gonna be really interesting for GK as well. Like to play shifters, this is a do or die in my opinion. Like for the playoffs, GK versus shifters, like their chances can be buried at this point.
Not every match can be a 6-point match, Leo. We have to.
Sorry for putting some stake into our matches.
Okay, sorry. No, but okay.
Anne was like, well, actually.
Yeah, busy week though. Super week, which means we have 3 playdays, not just 2. So there is a lot at stake for our teams, right? We just had 4 playdays, nicely spread out over 2 weeks, and then boom, you get 3 playdays in 1 week, and you have to show up. Otherwise, it's over. Like you miss out on playouts. You have a serious chance of getting relegated at the end of the year. Pressure will really be put on those players next week.
Yeah, it feels early doors, but at the end of next week, we really will know. We will have teams confirmed in playoffs, we'll have teams confirmed out of playoffs, and we will know really where most of our teams are at because we'll be 70%, more than 70% done with the league.
Yeah. Luckily, though, for all of us, we have so much Siege to keep us entertained with before we get to next week's EML Super Week. There is still APL, we have NAL, there's CNL, there's SAL, there's so much still for you to watch. So maybe even if you're... Sorry?
No, so many L's, I was thinking.
Yeah, but we're not taking these L's here because we're watching Siege, we're enjoying it, we're getting our packs as well, we're getting our drops, super important for that meta too. This is where week 2 of EML ends. We thank you so much for your time. We hope to see you again next week with our Super Week.